You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Available now. Yes!
It is the 7th play day of the SAL, and with only one team confirmed for the playoffs so far, it is Multiplayer for these final 3 days in the group stage. I'm your host, and I'm joined by my fellow EU residents, Fresh and Alfama. And I know you two have already been busy with the email earlier this week, but I hope there's still some passion and some energy left for, I guess, Leo, the exciting games that we have today in the SAL.
I mean, absolutely. I'm always excited to watch some Brazilian Siege. I feel like it used to be the staple of our esports. Maybe not so much now, because now we're so lucky and fortunate to watch the best region every single Monday and Tuesday with Jack.
I like how you're saying it's officially changed hands. Is EU now officially the best region?
I'm just rage baiting everyone on Twitch,
yeah,
Jack.
okay.
That's all I do.
So we get to watch the second best region in the world play today, and the fourth best region in the world NAL. That concluded its Super Week yesterday.
Alright, so you're saying the APL is better than the NAL. Okay, I mean, that's definitely a more hot take, I guess, or a better rage bait than what Leo just did. But I mean, yeah, Leo, in your defense, the last international event had 2 EU teams in the grand final, so we're looking at these teams from the SAL to really step it up. I mean, some are doing that inside of the region here, because when we look at the overall standings, when we combine both stage 1 and stage 2, there's a lot that this story really paints for us, right? We're looking at the 2 stages together for multiple reasons. It'll tell us which of these teams will make it to the regional finals. That'll be later in the year. The top 6 of each region will be making it there. And if you win the regional finals, that is a direct slot for SI. So that is really important and a big objective for these teams in the league here. Then if you finish 7th or 8th over the 2 stages combined, you stay in the SAL. You don't do the regional finals, but you stay in the SAL. We see you next year. However, and this is where it gets unfortunate for these teams, when you finish 9th or 10th, we don't see you next year. You have to actually fight your way back into the SAL by playing the Challenger Series. However, Jack, there's a few ifs and buts when it comes to this.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of the relegation, the Challenger Series stuff, it is only the affiliated teams, which means that basically it'll be the bottom 4. It'll be 2 of the bottom 4 that you see on your screen, because Loud and Liquid are both ineligible, and NIP are basically safe from that relegation fight, with how there's only 3 play days to go and how 9 points maximum that these teams can get. So yeah, it's basically a straight shootout at the bottom of the table to stay in the league for next year, and that makes these games very, very interesting.
Especially because when you look at the points all the way on the right side of your screen, you'll see that 9Z is pretty much always already locked in relegations, to be honest, when you see the difference there. But ENX, Lost, Black Dragons are all within 3 points of each other. There are 3 play days remaining. Everything is on the line right now, and especially what's surprising is the bounce back from ENX in stage 2 and the drop off from Lost, because these teams, and Black Dragons as well, these teams were doing okay in stage 1 and are now in contentions for potential relegation. And it was not exactly what we thought about when we looked at this team at the beginning of stage 1.
Yeah, when we're looking at this, the top 4 teams, so W7M, Furia, FaZe, and NIP are all already qualified to those regional finals. So that's going to be absolutely huge for them, as we set the direct invite to SIS on the line for that. And then anywhere basically between spot 5 and 9, as of right now, it is still all to play for. Again, there's so much potential still for these teams. And like you two were saying, right, even a team that's having a more difficult time right now, like Loud, for example, could all of a sudden find themselves not being able to go to these regional finals. As you mentioned, you know, being that partner team, they're safe from the relegation, but still, you want to make sure that you have that direct chance of going to the SI, because it hasn't been made easy for our teams this year to make it to the biggest tournament of the year. That is our overall standings, though, so that is both stage 1 and stage 2 combined. In stage 2, we have our separate standings, of course, with our teams and how they're doing so far. There's still so much that could change into this, because there's 3 days left in the group stage. One of those play days will be played out today. Then when we're looking at Furia, that's the only team that is locked in so far for said playoffs, Leo. So below that, I mean, 9's still on 0 points. Is looking dire for them, but especially spot 5 to 9, it's so close.
Yeah, extremely close. I mean, first of all, if you look at the top 2 and 3 right now, on 13 points, FaZe and NIP, if they win right now, today, they will most likely make themselves into playoffs, and it's basically ensured after 2 or 3 points. When you look at Team Liquid, Loud, for example, I'm thinking, yes, they're safe from relegations, but they are not safe from expectations. It's big organizations. They are supposed to make it to playoffs, and they both struggled heavily last stage. Loud missing on them, for example. Looking at these teams, you're like, okay, that it's unacceptable if they don't make it, and they're only 3 points away from Lost, Black Dragon, and ENX. So there are
Yeah.
9 points to play for here, Jack, and I feel like everything is getting very tense in SAL for the last remaining play days.
Yeah, just focusing on Loud. There's some really horrible fixtures that they've got coming up as well. You know, they've got W7M into Furia into NIP in the next 3 play days to try and get themselves into playoffs, because obviously, you know, the importance of playoffs is it's the qualification for the Munich Major. The importance of that is it's then a qualification for 6 Invitational / 6 Invitational points, because we will send 11 teams to the Invitational on points as well. So it's massive for them. And like you say, they're a partner organization. There's a lot of expectation on this team. The fact they're currently languishing there in 6th with, you know, likely loss or Black Dragons to certainly make up some of that improvement over the coming week, that's going to be difficult for them. That's going to be, you know, one team to really keep your eye on.
Yeah, let's have a look at these upcoming fixtures then, not just for Loud, but for everybody today in the league. As you mentioned, Loud are going to go up against W7M. That is a tough game. Definitely not easy, but definitely not one of the easier opponents they have left for the rest of the stage either. That will be our game of the day, especially because of how much really relies on that game, with W7M currently finding themselves in 4th in the standings. Our first game of the day, Furia 9Z at that, you know, probably should or could be a blowout when it comes to Furia, maybe winning that one 7-0, 7-1 with the trajectory these 2 teams are on. And when we're looking at the other games though, FaZe versus Loshek, I think that one's going to be really important for these teams as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, Los are one of the teams that really wants to challenge for playoffs. They want to make something of it. They can escape relegations. There's still a lot on the line. And I think FaZe really haven't come alive really at this stage. They're kind of still just going through the motions, which is crazy to say about FaZe Clan, because we know of their qualities. So that game certainly is one that piques my interest.
I think for myself, it's probably the last one. Black Dragons, Liquid. Both organizations right now have different, I guess, expectations, but Liquid really need to salvage their year and prove that to everyone that their roster change that was highly adopted on social media is still in the works and still works best. But when you look at their points right now, they're on 9 points, Black Dragons on 6. I mean, they're very close to each other. Playoffs are not locked in, and Black Dragons, they're trying to save themselves for relegations by dropping so hard in stage 2, despite them making playoffs in stage 1. They're still very much in danger right now. So these 2 teams facing in one of the last few play days, being so close to each other, there is a lot to that match for me, of course.
Yeah, I feel like with every game here, there's a certain story that we can make about it, right? And especially with that midfield being so close, it makes the teams outside of that quite clear and apart from each other. I mean, when we're looking at the first game of today as well, I feel like we have the situation quite often where there's a top dog of the league going up against a team that finds themselves somewhere at the bottom. This time around, though, being the first team going up against the last team, you know, the flawless team against a team that has yet to score a point. So that flawless team, when we're talking about it is Furia, and we're going to have a look at the roster as well, because I imagine this team must be loving life right now. You know, they're the only team confirmed for playoffs. They locked in the regional finals, and you know, even Philippe Box's dad apparently is convinced, and he said that they're playing so much more serious right now. And I mean, Jack, even if your dad is saying that, like, that has to be serious.
Yeah, I think so. It's nice to have the narrative changed on Furia. You know, the narrative previously have been that they're not particularly good online. They're not particularly good in best of ones. They'll find a way through, but it's when they come alive at events. And I think this stage, they've been putting in really, really clinical and professional performances. And that's what we wanted to see. It's them showing a real maturity to their game that they maybe previously haven't shown. They maybe haven't taken the league and online play as seriously as maybe they should have. And they've really tightened up. They've got closer together. They've played more compact. They've played more professionally and just ruthlessly, in all honesty. And I think what's most impressive to me as well is they've actually only done it by playing 2 maps across the entire stage so far. They've played 6 play days, and they've only played Bank and Lair. So the fact that they're sitting flawless and they've only shown 2 maps is absolutely massive for when we inevitably will see them in playoffs and at the major as well.
I think it really goes to show the depth of that team. You know, you used to say before that Furia was an incredible team of fraggers, faced the incredible teams of strategic minds. And if you look at Furia right now, despite playing the same map 3 times, and again the other same map 3 times, they still come up with new ways of attacking, of defending. They still come up with adaptation. And on the back of that, we're seeing one of the best stage ever from JV92. We're looking at an overall team that is extremely consistent. And last time we interviewed Igor, we asked him the question, what's the recipe for success? What has changed? And he was saying, well, we focus the entire stage on limiting the risk-taking whenever we're in man advantage situations. We make sure that whenever we have a round in our hands, we close it. But whenever we're in a man disadvantage situations, we still away that round. And so I think they're having multiple elements of that. The discipline is a big one that used to be a weakness. It's clearly being worked on, and it's clearly working right now. And the second one for me is that they're ahead of the meta. They were ahead of the meta at the beginning of CGX. They won Reload. They continued working on it, abusing operator ban system, top 3 at AWC. Ever since they came back, 6-win streak, really abusing that. And we're seeing a Furia right now that is by far the best team in Brazil. And that says a lot when you compare them to international teams.
Honestly, it's just crazy. I mean, having only shown us 2 maps so far, that's just a flex. I mean, you can't really put that any other way. It's like you're playing this game or the league on easy mode, if that's all that you really have to show. Unfortunately for 9Z, the easy mode selection wasn't available when they went into this league here, because it has been a big struggle bus for them, right? The only team that have 0 points so far. It is looking really tough. We now know they're definitely excluded from regional finals. They got tough last 3 days coming up as well. But the main question is, now that maybe this pressure is off, Leo, is there something that they can, finally start to show us?
Yeah, that's the main thing for me, is like you're not expected to win anything at this point. You're not playing for anything either. The only thing you can, I guess, save is your honor, right? You're trying to at least, gain a couple of points. My big thing was, in stage 1, I did see some glimpses of hope from that team. I did see them, take a 3 points victory, for example, take a few teams to overtime, including Furia, that they took to overtime that stage, because Furia was so inconsistent in those VO1s. I did see something. I saw potential. My problem is now, in stage 2, I don't know about you, Jack, but the game we saw last week on Clubhouse, where they get absolutely demolished 7-0, that looked like a TDM game, and even the game after that, there is no hope in there. There's not even a professional player level, and that's my big issue. Despite making our change, picking up Vincente, they still look like they regressed compared to last stage.
Yeah, I think that's the problem, is anytime that you're looking at a team, and a team can have a bad or good stage, they can have a bad or a good year, but you're always looking for that constant progression. If you're going to lose, you want to be losing in the right way. And I think, unfortunately, 9Z, they're still not losing in the right way. There's still a lot of errors. There's still a lot of basic fundamental things that you would expect of a team at this level to be done that are not being done. And then you add in this new player in Vincente that's supposed to have a big reputation coming in from tier 2, and he's minus 23, he's minus 10 on the KD, and that's that's difficulty when you put in your dreams on a player making that step up, and he struggles to make that step up. That being said, the pressure's off now. There's no playoffs. The relegation is confirmed. They are basically just playing for themselves. And when the pressure is off, that can do wonders for a team, because they can really start to show their true selves, because it doesn't matter whether they win or lose at this point. 9Z are coming into this with the lowest attack win rate in the league, very, very low in terms of Wild Siege as well. It's only like 18.8% on the attack win rate. Those are the type of things that they'll want to course correct before the end of the stage, like you say, Leo, so that they can have a little bit of honor, that they can have something tangible, because they will play Challenger Series. They might well be back next year, but they need something to take into that.
Yeah, I think the end thing between these two teams is like there is a gap so big between the two that they're not playing for the same thing. For 9Z, it's to show and prepare themselves going into the Challenger Series, showing that they had the potential to play against those T1 teams, and they're in some degree able to make it again into ACL because they can be competitive against some big teams. For the side of Furia, though, I really like this matchup because this is a test of their discipline. If I'm in the shoes of Igor right now, playing against that team, my goal is to not drop a single round into this match. It's a real exercise of taking this seriously and making sure that they apply the same discipline they have against the bigger teams in Brazil to this matchup to prove to themselves that they've really progressed in that risk-taking department.
I feel like it would almost be mean to put these two teams up against each other in a head-to-head, but by doing so, I feel like it paints a stronger picture of what you just said, Leo. Like, the difference between these two teams is so big that when you're Furia and when you're Igor, you cannot go into this game expecting anything less than a 7-0 or a 7-1, especially when we talk about Furia and that risk assessment, right? That risk management, making sure they lock out these best of ones when they need to really maximize the points that they can get from this and lock in the top 2 positions. Now, especially going up against a team like 9Z, when there is no more pressure on that team, there can be some crazy things they're going to show out. I mean, as some of our casters say, like, you can't jump out of a basement window. If there was a basement window, I'm sure 9Z will be jumping out of it today. That's the kind of stuff that I kind of hope to see from a team like that. As you say, they're playing for themselves right now. But with the information, especially when we're talking about the maps, that Furia only played 2 of these. I'm really curious to see if 9Z allow them to go to these 2 maps. We'll have a look at the map veto hopefully very soon to see if that's going to be the case or not. Now, the 2 maps that Furia play a lot are Lair and Bank. So far, I'm not seeing a Lair Bank. There we go, by 9Z. And it turns out that we are going to Bank. So once again, Jack, Furia, just play this game on easy mode. But I'm also curious, what can we expect from 9Z on this map?
That is, yeah. For me, this map veto is really strange that 9Z would see that the Furia, the best team inside of South American League right now, are playing 2 maps, are winning, are flawless on those 2 maps. Just beat FaZe on that map, by the way, last week, and would choose to go there. That is a very crazy one for me, Leo. I'm not sure why they do that.
I mean, I think it's exactly what Anne said, right? If there was a way to, I guess, give us a picture of someone jumping out the basement window in a map veto, it would be taking as huge as a risk to pick Bank. I think it makes your sense. The reason for this is, and you already said it, right? They beat FaZe on it, Furia, but they also beat W7M on it, and they beat NIP on it, and they beat Virtus Pro on it. and so you look at this and you think, wait, how many times did they win this map in a row? And you're like, oh, they're on a 7-win streak on that map. Okay, that makes sense. Let's take a look at 9Z on the other hand. They're on a 6-loss streak on that map. Not only that, they played it twice against Furia last stage and lost it twice. But it is also the one map where they took them to overtime. Do they wish to accomplish the same thing? Do they think that Furia has not progressed since last stage? Are they taking this big gamble because they know that they've seen Furia play this map 3 times, and the only way to beat a giant like this is to come up with a crazy counter strat that you've practiced and rehearsed for an entire week ahead of this matchup? Maybe that's the thing. Maybe they knew if they let Bank open, Furia was gonna leave it and they could play it, and then they came up with a huge counter strat to go and implement that. My biggest worry is that if Furia was able to play this map 3 times in SAL, and win it 3 times despite counter strats from better teams against them, what's gonna be the difference with 9Z? And that's the big worry here for me.
Oh, I want to believe what you're saying so bad that, you know, there's a potential counter strat they're cooking up, or where they've got some ideas on how to like cheese some rounds away here, and then you kind of bring down the argument yourself already by saying like, oh yeah, but they've probably dealt with those you know, those counter strats and counter ideas by bigger teams already, and it just brings us back down to the point that it's so difficult for 9Z. This really is going to be a tough game for them against the #1 team in the region. But we need some voices for the game as well. Now that you have all the information for the team, we'll bring in our casters for today. We are joined by Extra Troika and Lynx. And now I know that I asked you two before for any kinds of positive hopes or notes on the teams that are looking to have this big battle today, and you were great at that, Lynx. But I think this time around it's just, I don't know what to ask. Like, what do 9Z need to do at this point?
Lose. I mean, let's be honest, right? Do you know how many times this stage in every 9Z matchup I've gone back to that first game they played against Furia, and I was like, guys, look, there was this like cool moment where it seemed like they might win, where it seemed like they might put the pieces together, and then every time I've called back to that moment, they lose, and then they lose, and then they lose, and they look worse, and they look worse, and then we have last week, which was undoubtedly the bottom of their like tenure inside of the SAL so far, and like I've run out of hope. I've run out of second, third, and fourth chances to give.
Have I got any second, third, fourth chances to give?
How about a fifth chance?
I just love an underdog. Honestly, I don't know what it is. I love an underdog. And something that I will say about Furia, as good as they are as a team, and they are fantastic, there's no question in that. They've shown their quality today and throughout stage 2 online, which I'm not going to sit here and say is a rarity, but it's not something that we have always and consistently seen out of them. They do usually have a hiccup during the stage. And let's be honest, there's not many more times for a hiccup. And would it be as entertaining as if it was against 9Z? I think if you're going to have a hiccup, that's the best team to have one up against, because it's going to be hilarious. So yeah, I don't know. I'm going in with an open mind, Dan.
Ollie, obviously we can't see the picture of your full room, but I wonder where the hell you hit that copium tank, because when we're looking at 9Z, it's going to be a rough game for them, but can they do it? Can they show us any kind of surprise? Let's go to Bank to find out.
You think you think this is a hiccup game, Ollie?
Look, all I'm saying is it's very, very rare we see a team go flawless through a stage.
That's true. And to your point, while I know the desk did mention, and Leo in particular mentioned that, you know, Igor and the rest of the team have really focused on actually calming down a little bit, making sure they convert these rounds, not getting too cocky. At the same time, it's just very human to get extremely confident and cocky when you're on top. And Furia is a team who have always thrived on the confidence. I'm not saying this will happen, to be clear, but if there were any team, even when they focused on it, to succumb to the very natural human urge of believing you can beat the worst team in the league without trying, it would be Furia. So, to your point, do I agree with you? No. However, I don't disagree with you because you are completely off base. I just disagree with you because I think Furia have made improvements, will close out are better at closing out games, especially online games that don't matter. At the same time, I do think you still have some merit, and some very recent merit.
I think, you know, asking me for an answer on who I think is going to win, obviously I believe that Furia is going to win.
Of course.
Just because I think you'd be crazy not to.
But the potential.
There's potential, and that's all I need. Look, I love an underdog. All you need is a little bit of it. Doesn't need to be a lot, just needs to be a little bit. We'll see what we get today as 9Z starting off on the defense here. Furia starting off on the attack. Honestly, it feels like deja vu. I know the desk have mentioned it, but I'm going to mention it as well. Furia have only played 2 maps this stage. And
crazy.
It's not confusing, because obviously we watch a hell of a lot of Siege, and I'd like to think that we know what's going on. But it does just make you double take, and it's like, were we here last week? Like, because it feels like we've just not left this same map for Furia. It's either there or Labs that they have been heavily gravitating towards. Listen, I've got no complaints. I love Bank as a map. I'm as puzzled as to everybody else as to why 9Z have opted to go here. And I think Furia's strength going into, well, I mean, regional finals, obviously Munich, it's massive at the moment just for how little they've given away and the position that they've got themselves in.
We'll see a pretty standard fixture for Furia on their bank attacks. They not again, as Leo said, the strat book for Furia is very deep. They do like to send somebody below to pressure that vert on this CEO site. Putting Herds on the IQ, that's about as standard of a Furia move as you can do. It's an operator Herds have been comfortable on for years to try and find gaps and find timings. In this case, whether around stock, whether around square. Nitro just drops down. KZ takes the 1v1, and there goes the opening kill for Furia. Oh, how about the second? How does KZ get away with that? We're sending 4 people on this KZ issue down an open area. Fellapox maybe getting a little too confident. Decide to walk up the marble hall. Take down, or tries to take down one. Dies in the process. JV92 good with the trade. Herd's now locking down marble. There's the 4th. And it seems like round 1's going to be done before we even reach the halfway point. 3 seconds until it's over. No, it takes exactly 1 minute and 30. You love that from Furia. Punctuality at its best.
I think we'll give them the benefit of the doubt and say that they got the round done within the first half.
I would agree.
Could have been 1 minute and 30.5 seconds. We never know. At least it wasn't 1:29. So
I'll give them that.
We've got to give it to them where it matters. Quite a strange way for that round to unfold, to be honest with you. It's very typical to send a book in below. Of course, you're going to be trying to deal with players inside of that janitor position. If there is a mirror window available, that can be very powerful. The mirror's banned in this instance. What I like about that attack from Furia is that they didn't bang their head against repelling onto CEO when there's an Azami up and there's potential for somebody to play an Azami and be very pesky on those CEO windows. Instead, they just focused on the book. I think 9Z overreacted a little bit. I'm not sure we needed to be dropping and going after KZ in the way that we did. It would have been nice to do it together instead of giving individual 1 versus 1s. I think that maybe was the idea, and the timing was just a little bit off there. But for Furia, just to essentially walk up marble stairs, we didn't even hop in through stock. It was just eventually getting in through that CEO repel. We, of course, had 1 person on there, but it was mainly everything that happened below for KZ. And he's essentially just there to facilitate the rest of his team. But as we know, Furia, very capable at rallying around a cause. And as soon as some of the action starts to happen there, it doesn't take long for everybody else to get involved. Down to the basement, we will go for round number 2 then, with a lineup on the defense that just looks horrendous. Clash, Two Brow Smoke, Echo, and Degoyo. I think the only thing that could make this better would be the Lord and Savior himself, Tachanka. And even then, I don't know what you would remove to fit the Chanka in. So Furia, not that they are going to be too worried about it, but they will be slightly pressed for time.
Ooh. Very quick find of a yokai drone. You will take that. See a little bit of an elevator extension behind that deployable shield. Hurts. Got to be a little careful. These shield gunfights can always be particular and as good as Hurts might be. Not the easiest fight to win. Gonsik's shot goes out. Oh. Shield barreling around the corner. Thankfully, he will only expose his feet in the process. Push the elevator player back. There's still one remaining vestige. The Clash moving up marble stairs. Gotta be careful. Firebolt might land at your feet, knock that shield away, and you'll be dead before you can even react. This time, 9Z pull back. And now Furia get on with the classic mid-round game.
Do you like that little bit of aggression from Tuku there? Just giving a little bit of presence on those main stairs. Yeah, it gives away that the Clash is there, but, I mean, you know that at this point anyway. Look at the position that they've taken up now as well. Will going to be trying to hold on to Blue. He's got the shotgun to do so. And with the Clash downstairs inside a server, he should be relatively safe. Herds has actually dropped and taken a position up in elevator. He's patient right now. He's easily going to find one. And I'm not entirely sure that anybody knows he's there. That yokai drone's not spotted him either. This might be his chance to strike.
Oh my god. Oh! Gets caught out by Joe. Herd's so good at finding those opportunities, but at the same time, you're always kind of giving yourself up to fate, and if somebody looks, you gotta win that fight, and in this case, it doesn't go Herd's way. Smoke canisters choking off JV92's entry to Blue, dodging shots through the very line of the hatch he created as well. The garage angle much more successful. Velopox can cut the sights in half by taking this line with the glass DMR. BP will be relaying the information on his position, but peeking elevator always sounds easy in theory, and yet it turns to be much harder. The Twin Serpents of Furia, KZ and Herds both going down, though JV92, the highest rated player for the team so far, can have quite a lot of impact if he finds something on that blue position. Velopox creeping through the smoke. JV92 does win that fight. Pistol out, no shield even necessary. The Echo loses his life as well. Furia gained the advantage, start moving into the site, but JV92 trying to pick things up. Caught behind the shield, so instead they plant in the B site. Velopox with the bearing 9. The retake felled. Now Tuku marching forward without that shield for protection. Just the SMG-12, while Nade and Velopox both reset to their positions. Clash spotted walking up the hall into the crossfire and out of the round. Much shakier attack onto basement lockers, but Furia win round 2 all the same.
Furia having to work for this right now. I really like that defense from 9Z. I don't think they did too much wrong there. Garage was given away a little bit easily, perhaps. Typically, that can be a really big battleground. And I'm thinking back to previous Furia games that we've seen just this stage, where everything has happened inside of Garage. There was fantastic presence over towards server. And you maybe ask a little bit of a question as to why the Maverick instead of a different option for some of that hard breach. Because you kind of get I understand the intention. The intention was always just to put a line in that server hatch, not to open it fully. And I get that because there's a you know, these things work both ways. There's a bit of a vulnerability there. But I do believe if it was opened a little bit more, they might have seen some better success through it. A lot really relies on the kill that Nade got from inside of elevator as well. And that's not a position that is easy to fight out of at all. But he implored quite a lot of patience to really get that done and really picked his moment, waiting for Fulipox to get good control inside of that garage area. But certainly a closer round there for 9Z, and Furia definitely having to work a little bit harder than they did in round number 2.
And if 9Z can, small little moment, but if 9Z can make a habit of being ready and able to take down hers when he's going for those gaps, that is going to be a big thing that, you know, Furia have relied on, not necessarily as a necessity, but have relied on for a lot of their success in rounds for a long time. They can spot or be ready for those moments. Furia might have to work for it a little bit harder, but of course, still winning the round in the end. We've seen both primary sites go the way of the attack, and at least to the moment, it'll be the tertiary site that 9Z will attempt, staff in open area. We have seen Furia pick up the shields, of course, in the past 6 months to a year or so, and might not be too shocking if we see maybe a shield clear of the top floor, something to try to get some pace involved in the process. But even if they don't, keep in mind, Furia have already locked in playoffs. This is not really the time for experimentation. I mean, you're going to be there. And Furia are not a team that has ever even really been in the top 2 of the online stage, not in terms of team qualities, in terms of the actual placing and where they end up getting seated. So Furia have already accomplished what nobody in the SCL has so far, which is qualifying for the playoffs and, of course, also locking in those regional finals. So we're not going to see Furia, you know, breaking the bank when it comes to strats, but we are going to see them, I think, just try and play a classic game. And if 9Z can keep making difficulties, as Ollie mentioned, they did in round 2, hopefully we do have a bit of a longer game on our hands, even if it ends up resulting in a Furia win nonetheless.
Certainly the intention. Downstairs, we go to open area. And a big old 6-pick coming out from Furia. Going for something maybe a little bit more comfortable for Bank and what we see them operate with. The Nook is a bit of a mainstay, to be honest with you, as far as KZ is concerned. That is a very popular choice for this map and that player in particular. And with the direct focus right now, you would be forgiven for thinking this is going to be fairly horizontal and fairly flat. Not the Monty walking in first, but KZ trying to find one of his trademark openings, but wow. JV's going to beat him to it. Tuku down inside of the first 30 seconds. Look at the space that KZ has gotten himself right now.
That is criminal work from KZ. Just creeping in directly across the line. Will even pre-fires him? What? Must have been a cam on him or something. I do not know, but there's a world where KZ dies if Will is just aiming a little bit higher. Put to 1 HP off the back of that TCSG shot, but with JV92 and KZ both finding a kill, that's a 5v3 for Furia within the first minute. Look at the tools they've got to follow up. It is a bit minimal for the execute. I mean, when you've got the IQ in the Nook and Herd specifically playing that IQ, that's an early round setup, trying to find kills in the exact way they did. But with Nate just holding angles on Repel, and now you have the Monty and Capital with full utility for the execute. Spotting one moving behind that Kiba. Herd's actually letting him cross, putting Pelipox in a bit of a tricky position, but JV92 recovers pretty easily. I mean, this was a very clear plan and execution for Furia. Lurk in early. Minimal execute for the late by Monty, brute forcing into the site. Round 2 so far, the only bit of trouble they faced.
Yeah. That was something. I mean, you could sit here and ask what you do against that. And the answer is you've got to get rid of some more drones inside of the prep phase, because there is some good pre-placed drone information that Furia are utilizing to make these kind of plays. KZ sometimes does go in blind, but more often than not, he's going to have a fairly good idea of what to expect and where he's going to end up. It isn't just chance that he ends up inside of Tellers looking directly through a soft wall into the site with 30 seconds gone off the clock. That's planned. He knows where he's going for that kind of a play. And again, Furia doing such a good job of deciding that, yeah, that's the weak spot, and they can fully take advantage of it. Nade with a great kill up onto the top of those square stairs as well. 9Z looking to take a timeout here. They looked in it, honestly, in round 2. But do you sort of look at that through the lens of, okay, well, it's lockers and it's probably the best site on this map with the bans that we've currently got? I think that does lean into it quite heavily. Round 1 didn't look terrible, but it was over very quickly. Round 3, you wonder if Furia have got somewhere to be. Like, that was lightning quick.
Like that reminds me of like a Chalet strat Furia will run that I talked about before, where like JV92 hops in trophy window and basically like sprints up to the wall separating dining and short. Ash charges it and then like walks through that into bar within like 15 seconds of the round starting. That's like, to your point, that usually is a good indication that Furia are feeling confident and actually are just trying to get the game over. That's like, okay, we've settled in, we've played a couple rounds, we're feeling good. Let's limit test. Let's see how quick we can set the pace and how quick we can close out rounds. So when you do see them break out strats like that, actually, like, to your point, yes, that maybe not, they got somewhere to be, they're trying to end the game quick, but that's them seeing what they can get away with, at least in my interpretation, and it'll force a timeout from 9Z, and I think Furia, they can't get overconfident, but after a round like that, they'll be feeling extremely confident.
Zami and Amonzi to round out the bans for this game. Kind of surprised. You sort of look down and you see, oh, they've not picked Clash. I wonder if Clash was banned, and then you look up to the top and you see that the Azami was banned instead. Clash has not been the worst thing for 9Z so far. I think they could just ram basement back, honestly. but they seem to have gone for quite a significant change, so much so that we even brought Maestro into the mix. We do have the we do have the Tachanka now as well, and also a Denari. So I'm wondering if we're going to see some Black Dragons inspired trips, because it was, of course, this map where we saw some fantastic trip placement by Black Dragons a couple of weeks ago. Stairs on bank are quite ornate, and they have a little lip on the tread of the stair, the bit where you put your foot. Oh dear!
Oh, goodness.
KZ! He's at it again. He absolutely owns that open area.
Literally just walking in the first like 30, 45 seconds, taking a fight and immediately winning it. Herd's not feeling confident as well. Very briefly being active drone by a shock drone because he thinks somebody might get aggro on Marble. What at this point is one of the more, I suppose, like new classic strategies of Bang, putting the cluster charge on the hatch to clear out the Vulcan packs down below, while also bringing the Twitch for redundancy. You can still shock them if you want. With the Glaz, I am curious, Ollie. We're going to see Fellapox take some inspiration from Ashen and just take the fight with Tachanka, like pushing deep through the smoke.
It's a viable strategy. I mean, it's one of the only ways of dealing with him.
What the hell is that? Do you see the picture-in-picture?
Oh my goodness. I was hoping for some really intricate trips. No, we're just going to spam them all on one hatch, which isn't really going to matter.
Oh.
Oh, a little bit of parkour.
Oh.
Come on.
We got it. We got time. We got time.
Come on.
There
Unleash your inner coconut bra. Oh, he's trolled him. Now he moves the camera. Haha. Gone 6. Well, that's one way of dealing with it. JV finds one. Nitro trades him out instantly. But then with him down, leaves 9Z in a 4 versus 2. With Furia knocking on the door of the site, it's going to be very difficult for Tuku and Will to hold on.
Yeah, even if they have good utility, KZ can look in through marble stairs. They can start just throwing bodies at this problem. Will's got to do double duty to watch KZ's push in, and he just pushes all the way past the Tachanka. In deep with the pistol. 4 kills from KZ. 3 different members of Furia have had multi-kills so far. We still got 2 more rounds to go. Maybe we'll get all 5 on the attack.
Furia approached round 4 with even less difficulty than we saw in round 2. You're going to get better as the game goes on, 9Z, not worse. Unfortunate stuff, but Furia seem to have fully warmed up and activated now. And I really do worry about 9Z if they've got anything left. Not attempting to go back downstairs again. I think the speed at which Furia take map control, it's kind of unrelenting. And 9Z, really. It doesn't feel like they're up for the task of vying and trying to fight for that map control. You throw a team like FaZe against Furia, and yeah, they're going to fight for a little bit of that map control. It's not just going to immediately be given over. W7M the same. There's a couple of teams inside of SAL that are going to fight Furia out there and make a good stand, you know, and not just give everything away for free. But when you just give him full reign, or you send in one person up on their own and KZ's just doming him straight away, you've not really got a hope, because they're too efficient with their movements, too efficient with the time spent. And as all of the players leave the lobby, it looks as though we are hitting a little bit of a rehost now, unfortunately. As you can see, Furia at top of the pops, 9Z down there at the bottom. So the expectations are set very clearly just in this standings graphic alone. But it is nice to hope, Links. What's a game without a bit of hope, eh?
Exactly. What is a game without a bit of hope? Furia versus 9Z. No, I'm just
Furia
kidding.
9Z.
And to be fair, I'm not even saying that as like disrespect to 9Z. Like last night, Parker and I were working NAL, and we casted the M80 SSG game, who I think we would all agree are 2 good teams. And M80 7-0 SSG, which is the 7-0, not exactly uncommon to the NAL overall. But M80 just played extremely well on their Skyscraper attacks, had very great understanding of positioning. And the bulk of what I talked about was not SSG like throwing or being bad. It's like, in order for there to be a dominant game, the team that's winning has to be playing genuinely very well. That's like really one of the only ways for a 7-0 to happen. And so right here, you don't really need to talk about, oh, 9Z are doing this wrong, that wrong. Like, sure, there are things like that. But Furia have played very impressively so far. Their confidence has been excellent. Their command of map control and speed in the early round has been great. The individual players are looking very sharp right now. KZ in particular has been quite fun to watch so far. Furia just look like the complete package at the moment. And when I see 9Z don't have hope, it's not because I'm gonna go on some long diatribe about how 9Z aren't good enough. It's just I don't think 9Z have a hope, just because I think Furia has snuffed it all out. I think Furia just have a good command of the game, and especially after that tactical timeout, not really netting anything for 9Z, despite the valid strategic switch up. I think it's just gonna be one of those days.
Yeah. Let's be honest, you could probably put 70% of the teams that are inside whichever pro league you want to pick from, whether you want to pick NAL, EU, whether you want to pick any of the APAC regions in against Furia in this matchup, and the conversation wouldn't be too dissimilar. You know, that's just the level that Furia are at, and it sounds like a horrendous glaze, but that's where we are. You get used to it, because that is the reality that we live in at the moment, unfortunately, or fortunately, depending on which side of the fence you sit.
Fortunately.
I think it's great that we've got people that are pushing the boat out and looking this scary. And especially for a team that has been there and done it and won an SI and won majors and played at the tippity top, there's inevitably that level of drop-off. You know, we don't see teams go and consistently win event after event anymore. It isn't something that happens. But it is nice to see when they rise back up after having a little bit of a down period, knowing that this team's been at the top once. And I watch Furia now inside of SAL, and I look forward to Munich, and I think we could be in for another one here. Like, this is entirely possible.
I think
could
you're
bomb out in
absolutely
stage 2. Who knows?
I mean, I think you're absolutely right, personally, and I think ultimately when Furia are performing well, the game is more entertaining. Well, not necessarily in 2023 because, you know, they won everything, but I thought that was a great narrative, so I was fine with it personally. But Furia play a very entertaining style of Siege. If you can't tell by the fact that it's a 4-0 and Ali and I aren't bored. Like, we're having a good time. There are things we can talk about. There's not only, like, I would say, like, candy for everybody, you know, just cool gunfights or cool, like, little individual engagements, but there's also good strategy to talk about. And when Furia are performing well, the game and the sport is more fun to watch. And I think I had honestly forgotten about that. I think, you know, it's been, what, a year and 7 months since SI24, since Furia lifted the hammer in Sao Paulo. I think I forgot what it was like to watch this team at, like, operating at peak efficiency and in excellent form. I think I forgot what it looked like and what it felt like to watch them, and watching Furia this stage, it's reminding me why that was such a fun era and why watching them succeed, even though they became the villains, was always so fun.
Just to clarify, you mentioned that the gunfights were like the candy, but you didn't mention what the strategy was in terms of like a food or beverage.
Oh, that's fair. I think...
It's scratching my brain. Is it like a punch bowl? Like, what are we talking?
Oh, that's a good point. Well, I was thinking more like the meat and potatoes, you know? Like getting the drones in, getting drones in to set KZ up in round 3, right? Like,
so main course.
Yeah, exactly. Main course, the nutritious stuff. The stuff that's actually like, you know, it's going to make you a better player, better person. The gunfights are great.
You're going to grow up big and strong.
yeah, exactly. You know, like I go to the doctor, they say, hey, you have an iron deficiency. Cure for that? Droning.
Yeah. Thermite and droning. You'll be right in no time.
Right as rain.
I'm surprised we've been able to go off topic as hard as we have. It's a minute and 45 nearly, and we haven't seen an opening engagement. A little bit unusual for this game so far, as those opening picks have been coming very quickly. I can only imagine that KZ is making full use of those Selmas as we can see them pinging off on the wall before committing to any sort of walk-up. But it really does only feel like a matter of time. Furia showing us a new look attacking this top floor. And an opening pick this time for 9Z. It's going to be Herds to fall.
Yeah, I will say, of all of the iteration of kind of Furia's attacks on Bank, when Herds is on Thermite, usually he's just kind of like sitting around square trying to find an angle. It's where I've seen him find the most difficulty. Always seems like he's just kind of sat back on square, waiting for somebody to peek, and either ends up losing the fight or is never really able to acquire anything. Maybe it's just because he's dealing with that stock shield, dealing with somebody quick peeking him from Janitor. So honestly, not that surprised to see him go down. Ooh, that's a moment that JV92 easily could have got that kill. Maybe not easily, but could have got that kill. Will able to get the better of him. And he seemed on the cusp of taking this first round. They had a lead in round 2 on basement. It slipped away. But Furia now are just kind of banging their head against these repels stuck on square. 9Z just need to be careful not to peek, or to watch the places in which Furia could go and walk through a gap. Like right now, the smoke misses. Nade's able to get this diffuser down in the 2v4, make that a 1v4. And Fellowpox stuck on Repel. This is where this post-plant position gets really bad real fast, because players can just send themselves out the window. So instead, Fellowpox will hop in, reveal his position over by Square. Surely 9Z can either take this fight or just start flooding the zone with bodies, right? And yes, they will. Fellowpox manages to trade that somehow. But a trade with being the only attacker left does not matter. 9Z will pick up their first with a counter defuse.
That's an incredible trade from Nitro, by the way. I've no idea how he's managed to get that one off. Quad kill on the round as well. Now, previously, when we've seen Furia attack that site, they went below and everything happened below because 9Z really overreacted to what was actually going on, which was essentially a Buck just trying to go in below, shift some defenders around for the attackers to catch, and the round very quickly transitioned into, we can probably just walk up marble stairs here after getting a couple of kills downstairs, and we're going to have a fairly easy time and just overwhelm people on the site. In that previous round, we went for something which Furia have done before. Square focus take, double hard breaches brought, get those square walls open, the sense with the idea that the plant can go down behind the ROU projector, and it did. The plant went down fine. You can't account for a player just popping off like that and picking up a load of kills. I think the kill that Nitro got onto JV92, that was incredible, because we had a player from 9Z that was attempting to just get a little bit aggressive onto the players on Repel on CEO windows. He got shut down by JV92. JV was underneath inside of tellers. Nitro's recognized that, and where's the most likely place that JV's going to try and walk up? He's going to need to walk up spiral. You need a bit of pressure on that spiral side. Furia don't tend to go for very one-dimensional attacks. It usually has a multi-dimensional aspect to it. Brilliant kill there onto JV, and for me, that was the one that opens the round up.
Maybe if they find it again, they can open up round 2. 4-2, you know. It's always, especially against a team like Furia, it's never going to be great, but any round at this point is a good one. Ollie and I aren't going to complain when you get them. So we try to anticipate these little plays from Herds like we saw in the last round. And obviously, of course, they're feeling a little sharper on those engagements like Will against JV92. There is opportunity. 9Z will again position themselves inside a CEO, classic, on an open area defense. Vicente, who has been struggling this stage so far, is the best highlighted. Not going down a lot in the opening engagements here, but like the rest of 9Z, just going down a lot generally. And so Fellowpox picks up the shield. It's going to be a mid-floor push or walk up main. Seems it will be the latter as the bolts go out. Tuku trying to find an angle. Oh, this has gone completely unread by Furia. Really nice play by Fenrir early on. Vicente also getting one on this roam. Fortunately for Furia, things not going particularly well. JV92 only gets a single kill. 9Z wanted to. They might be able to fall back. They look to get aggressive up elevator hallway. Unfortunately, a few bullets from KZ being eaten by the spiral staircase. Fellowpox wins a 1v1 upstairs, and there's still one defender remaining. Vicente needs to be careful. Maybe fall back if you can, as the Blackbeard keeps relaying this information, and indeed he will fall back and just barely get out alive.
Better that he's got himself back down to the site, but there's nothing else to play on now, and JV's on for 4. Vicente, he's been highlighted already on the desk. Isn't going to be able to find that final kill. JV knows exactly where he is. 4 kills on the round for JV. We mentioned that it's been a fairly hefty multi-kill game. And Nitro, he threw his hat into the ring in the previous round, round number 5. He was good for 4 himself. But there's not much stopping Furia here tonight. It's JV's second multi of the match. We're only just approaching that halfway point.
We'll see what Furia have to offer on their defenses. I think, obviously, whatever site we're starting out on, if it's going to be open area or CEO, we'll likely see some of the familiar positions, though with a little bit of a twist. I've mentioned this a few times in Furia play. Herds loves his Mira, so you'll often see it banned against Furia on Bank. Also just a good op generally. But interesting from Furia, the Ying and the Sens ban. Sens, who's seen, Ollie, I think a very notable increase in pick rate since the ROU projector changes, going offline alongside the Ying. Bit of an odd ban combination, but only because it's still a bit novel, I think, in my mind. Here we'll likely see 9Z pick, if they're going to go with more execute ops, probably pick up stuff like the Grim as a mainstay of their attacking lineups to start. And for Furia, we have the Tachanka, as Nade typically plays on this site, but no Goyo. Ollie Nice favorite op. Not present.
It's criminal. It really is. This site was built for Goyo.
It was really. It was built for Goyo.
And it was built for Goyo before Goyo was even released. Like there was foresight from the devs. They're like, what's the best site we could build for someone that's got Vulcan packs that we're actually only going to release with Vulcan deployable shields and then change later on down the line. There was so much thought going into into that site.
Very prescient game development from Ubisoft.
I think that Furia will be just grand with what they have.
Oh, I suppose.
Well, it's one of those, isn't it? I think we can forgive him for going on to a few comfort ops. I mean, KZ, does he really need to be on the Legion, or does he just want the T5? Probably wants the T5. And with the game that he's had so far, who are we to say no? It really is one of those things. I think if time does start to become a factor, then maybe we'll see a few more of those delay ops brought in. But whereas Furia are happy to move very quickly on the attack, they're also going to be happy to stick around quite a long time on this defense. You can see there's a lot of players upstairs right now. JV Herds, we've got Nade hanging out inside of elevator. Hatches are open. There's a lot of flexibility right now.
Ooh. A lot of flexibility. JV92 uses some of that leeway given to take a fight, loses it in the process. KZ trying his luck with the player, pushing him inside of Archives. Tags the Grim up quite heavily. Benry for the Grim. Not exactly a clean trade for the defense, as the F-Nauts might not be activated in ideal positions, but getting the Grim is absolutely great. Won't have those bees flooding gold or red or even the site itself. And now you can fall back with half the round to go. Nade can get into position. They've still got Yokais, as we saw, not only to deny the plant, but also maybe to facilitate a retake later on. If KZ wants to march up Marble, still plenty of options for Furia.
And let's be honest, it hasn't hurt 9Z too badly. They're very likely going to know the positions that Furia are holding down there. The Grim is it's just a little bit nicer, isn't it, to know exactly where players are or aren't, depending on which way you want to look at things. Plenty of secondary hard breach as well to try and get these hatches open. Nade is going to come under a very tricky engagement here, but he's got some brilliant support on the Yokai. Tuku down. Nade, Herd, sorry, eventually traded out. The Yokai drone will be destroyed, but you kind of got to believe that that's done its job there.
The blue position going 1-for-1 is not the worst thing on the play. It's a bit fact dependent, right? If it happens with a minute 40 seconds left rather than 40 seconds left, yeah, all right, things could maybe go awry. But with 40 seconds remaining, Hertz perfectly fine with that. It's a 3v3. Nate does have to worry about stopping any drop down the gold hatch with these Shumikas. And you can see, oh my goodness, Furia clearly worried about a push in from all sides. KZU barely even ADSing finds one on Marble. The third comes through the vault position. That's all he'll get. But plenty of time's been wasted, and Nade's in a good spot to close things out. Match point acquired for Furia. 3 points looking like an inevitability.
I always think it's really funny when a shield gets into like 2 engagements at 90 degrees like that and then just entirely looks the other way. Because it's like, we've got to look somewhere. We don't want to get shot from the new angle, so let's just get shot from the old angle instead. It's an absolute freebie. Nitro, really the only player showing any signs of life. He's going toe-to-toe in some of these engagements, and he's coming out better. It's just a shame that the rest of 9Z are lagging behind a little bit here. 6-1, and a fairly inevitable close, I believe. Whether it will be here or the next round, it certainly is coming at the moment. 9Z don't have a tactical timeout to utilize either, and really just got burnt out on that extension from Furia in the previous round. As I mentioned, going to be happy to sit there and contend for areas like open area, like tellers, even blue stairs, and happy to just trade those numbers down. To the top floor we go then for what could be the final round. 9Z feeling like a big 6-pick is going to be in order to make this happen. Swapping out the Monty for the Blitz. I'll be honest, don't love that. I think that Monty has a heck of a lot more value on bank in general, and particularly this top floor. The usual play for a Monty on the top floor is to walk up spiral and to try and take control through elevators. And with ranged hard breach being available and being brought, it maybe would lead you to believe that that's where we're going to try and go, but on a blitz it can just be a lot more difficult.
Yeah, and to your point, when you normally see a blitz clearing out top floor, it's not actually when the site is top floor. It's usually when it's like open area and they're extending up top. And the difference is, as opposed to the whole team playing in CEO, all right, as opposed to the whole team playing in CEO, on an open area defense, it's just like one guy around janitor, maybe one guy in reception. There is room for the attack to kind of pour in utility and pressure the players playing behind, whereas the blitz goes in and pushes them from the other. But if the blitz is just running into the site setup itself, and they're holding stock actively, it's a much more difficult proposition. Now here, it's not just that Furia are holding stock, you know, properly. They've even got a clash pushed all the way up the hall, looking into square. This is basically... you could not craft a better counter to what you do with a blitz on this site than what Furia are doing right now.
I love how JD's just got the sheer cheek to just stand inside of the Grimbees as well. Just like, no, don't mind. Oh, good attempt though, at a bit of a backstab, but immediately Nade is able to turn around and utilize the wall to his advantage.
Yep. You can see that. What happens if the blitz walks in stock? Well, if Nate can get away, shock him, knock back the shield. Player inside a reception can get involved. Herds can too. JV92 will go down. Tuku playing around, I think that's the roof or the skylight. But it seems hopes are getting dashed quickly for 9Z. Herds just decides to end things on his own terms, and Tuku last alive in the 1v3. Stuck on the roof, dropping the GG out the gate, but can you really blame Furia? Is it BM or is it just acknowledging reality? They can get overconfident. Let's be careful. Let's not throw this. Tuku's got a DMR. That kills very rapidly. But Furia diversify the angles and get the result I think we all expected. 7-1 against 9Z. Extra 3 points and one step closer to securing that top 2.
Very good performance there on Furia from a map that we have come to know that they like a lot and are more than happy to play here inside of the SAL. 9Z not really able to hold up to the pace today. There was some promise there in a couple of those rounds though. I stand by it that round 2 was a very good showing, and you know, some teams improve a lot quicker than others, and if 9Z are going to make these slow and steady improvements, I guess that's fine as long as they don't get relegated and as long as they're still able to stay in the fight. But for today, Furia and 3 points is what is to be remembered. We're going to send this one over to our desk. They're going to break it down, have a winner's interview, and then set us up for game number 2.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
What a fast first game of the day. That was easy peasy, lemon squeezy for Furia. None other than we really predicted for them. We were kind of expecting a 7-0 or a 7-1 from the series, as we said at the desk, and therefore we get to speak to the winners as well. We should have Philippox on the line, and we're going to ask him some questions about this this very fast game. Good afternoon, Philippox. Congratulations on another 3 points. You remain flawless again in the SAL, but this was an easier game, I feel like, for you guys than last week.
Yeah, it was a pretty easy game. Like I said in the last interview, we are going to play a lot of banks from now on because we're already qualified. So they chose to play this map. We thought they might counter some things, but they didn't actually. And it was a pretty easy game for us.
Philippox, I'm wondering because we've seen you play 2 maps within 7 play days. Is that a game plan to save the other maps?
It wasn't in the beginning, but now it is. Like I said, as we are already qualified for the playoffs, we are now trying to play the lair and bank to the end.
How important is it for you, Philippox, the team is putting in, I would call them like a professional performance, you know, getting the 7-1 victories and, you know, keeping it clean?
Yeah, we are playing, like I said in other interviews too, we are playing really, like you said, professional Siege. Like we are not making a lot of mistakes. We are playing really solid, really good communication, not throwing rounds that we can't afford to throw. And I'm just really happy with how the team is playing right now, how solid we're playing, and let's keep it up for the playoffs.
Yeah, it's like you guys are playing the game and the league on easy mode with the way that things are going. It's very different for the team that you play today. I mean, for 9Z, when we look for them, there's no playoffs possibility anymore. They have these last few games. What do you think they need as a team maybe to show any kind of improvement in the last few days in the stage?
I don't know, to be honest. Their situation is really rough because they know that they already are relegated. So I don't know if they're keeping the team together for the next season. I really don't know the guys, to be honest, but it's a really tough situation for them. If I were them, I would try to do my best right now to show, if not collectively, like individually, that I still can play, and to maybe be invited to another team, or I don't know. It's a really rough situation for them.
It's a fair point as well, what you say about, you know, making sure that you at least show up for yourself, especially looking to the future, like you say, knowing they will get relegated. But Philippox, it was a quick day for you. First game of the day in a 7-1 as well. So we'll let you go for now, and best of luck for tomorrow as well.
Thank you. Thank you, guys.
All right, let's have a look further into this game then, because we said it was a 7-1, a very dominant performance here from Furia. Again, they get the 3 points. And like Philippox said as well, it is difficult for the likes of 9Z, right? They don't know if they're going to stay together with this team for the next stage. They know they're going to get relegated. We were really hoping for something in the way of kind of like a pocket strat or maybe something like that, but it just seemed, Jack, there is no way you can counter strat Furia and actually shiver their timbers.
Yeah, I think what I picked up on Philippox that he said they were expecting the counter strat and it never came, and I think that speaks a lot, really, to the situation that 9Z have found themselves in, ultimately, where we've seen them make mistakes that I would call really rookie mistakes, that we expect them to do things sensibly, and they don't seem to be going down that path. But I don't want to focus on them too much. I want to focus on Furia because, again, it was just a clinical, professional, ruthless performance from Furia, and this is what we've wanted to see, right? This is what we've been yearning to see for literally the last 2 or 3 stages, where they just come in, nothing is unthought of, they're not getting caught out, they're not taking too many risks, but they're still being themselves, they're still being expressive, they're still finding new ways to do things as well. And I was very, very impressed again by Furia. Like, obviously I'm going to be impressed, they're top of the league, they're unbeaten, whatever, but the concentration levels it takes to keep at that level across the whole stage is really, really high.
I think the main thing for me is that, yes, there were some flawless rounds, but there were also rounds that got a little bit closer. I mean, round 5 was a loss for them because they lost the opening kill, and it happened a couple of times. In the end, it was 4 opening kills on the side of 9Z and 4 for Furia. It was at least at the beginning of the round, a little balance. And even towards the end, whenever 9Z got in attack, I felt like they were much stronger than they were in defense. And it shows some proof. Nitro had a multi-kill, Tuku had another multi-kill. They were trying to hold their ground. And although on the score it looks like a 7-1, the biggest reason for this is because in the last determining moments, in the last 30 seconds, even if Furia is in a man disadvantage, they will find a way to close out the round. And that's where you really see the quality in that team, being able to turn around rounds that they are not supposed to win, once again in round victories. And that's why they're so dominant in the scoreline.
And in my opinion, it's also what makes a difference between a good and a great team, right? If you know how to continuously get yourself outside of these annoying situations in the last part of the rounds where you're in a man deficit, like you say, and the clock is ticking, to continuously problem solve those rounds, it just shows the fundamentals that Furia have as a team together. When we look at an MVP for this roster as well, I mean, that has to go to KZ for today. Very well-rounded performance today. Good on the entry, flawless on the entry as well. A decent cost for himself. I mean, we have said a lot about it being the JV92 party, and I feel like today maybe Leo said, okay, Casey said like, that's fine. I will actually take up that job for today.
I'm not surprised, to be honest, because he's the kind of player with his playstyle that will punish a team that's inexperienced. He has a passive playstyle that is not gonna let's just say that if you look at this match, Herds will go for some aggressive pick and he might get punished, right? Because that's his playstyle. And eventually in that match, by the way, Herds goes -3 in entries. So that's 75% of the opening kills that 9Z got was because of Herds. But if you look at KZ, completely polar opposite playstyle, he's the passive fragger, the one that will position himself to punish players based off his game sense. And players that don't have the same strategic depth and experience in pro level will get punished hard that kind of playstyle. And so that's why I'm not surprised to see KZ right now dropping double digits and 3 opening kills.
And use 2 words there that I really agree with. Well-rounded. Like, KZ is the most well-rounded player, I think, inside of this team. And in World Siege, I think he knows when to get aggressive, he knows when to get passive, and he knows how to link up with his other 2 frontline players in JV and Herds, and to make the right play happen more often than not. And as a result of that, and as a result of that consistency, it's no surprise to see him top of the leaderboards more often than not.
Yeah, and as a whole, Furia find themselves on the top of the leaderboard. Still, I don't think they will ever leave that position at this point in the league. Last week, already confirmed for the playoffs, and now the top 2, especially with us only having 2 playdays left, is going to look very clear for this team. So impressive performance from them. And we look for the second game. We're looking at a team like ENX and NIP, and purely by their positions on the scoreboard, one could say that this should be an easy game for NIP, but there's a big difference in comfort, in my opinion, for these 2 teams, right? NIP, they are confirmed for regional finals. They're sitting comfortable in third right now. But on the other side, ENX, they are purely fighting for their survival in this league. They're fighting to even make it into the next year as well, to be able to continue with the competition in the SAL. And then for ENX themselves, all in all, last week wasn't that bad of a week. They got 3 points against Black Dragons. They had a 4-7 loss against Furia. I guess, especially against a team like Furia, that's not all too bad. It could have been worse. And I feel like, Leo, maybe I hope you agree with me on this one, but this team feels like a team that has a bit more cohesion over these last few playdays with the changes that they've been making.
I would even argue in this stage, because I think we're really seeing a much better ENX this stage than last stage. We did see a glimpse of hope last stage, a couple of victories, but this stage, they beat Loud. Like you said, they beat Black Dragons. They beat direct rivals, not only for playoffs, but also for relegations in Black Dragons. And it's the way they do it. I think the addition of Mitrix really helps the team a lot. Not only do they have a great shield operator that really fills into the meta, but also they have a player that is able to communicate, to voice things over from his shield POV, and not only sexy IGLing, and now Mitrix that can also make calls. And so both of these things making it a team that's much more well-rounded, and that is now able to upset teams that were previously really hard for them to beat. We've mentioned them, right? The Black Dragons and the Loud. But when it gets really interesting is when they play against bigger teams. They only lost to Liquid 5-7. It was a really close one. They only lost to Furia 4-7. So they're also getting on an upwards trajectory, even against stronger opponents. And so looking at this team, I'm kind of hyped for these guys. They're showing a much better and well-rounded team, and they could maybe upset NIP here.
I'm slightly less hyped than you are, Leo, but I'm not going to be a generational hater either. I think the biggest praise that I can give to ENX is that they've raised their floor in terms of their performance. That consistency has provided them wins and closer results against the bigger opponents. However, I don't necessarily think their ceiling has raised too much either. And I think that's kind of the problem, is that ENX are going to be scrapping out, as we see, they're going to be scrapping out for, you know, the 6th position, the 5th position, the 4th position to stay safe from relegation. And that's perfectly fine, I think. You know, it's a building block process to try and work into next year. So I think that they're doing well and they're progressing as I would have expected, I suppose, after phase 1. And this game today, it represents a real opportunity to continue on that progression.
Yeah, but then when we look at their opponent, it's certainly not going to be easy, because for NIP, their last week, it was pretty good, right? You get 6 points, a 7-4 versus Liquid, a 7-3 versus 9Z. And then this one, again, considered a game they should win. And I guess, Jack, if we look at their recent form and their momentum, it really is looking like they will do that as well.
Yeah, I think so. I think there's lots to love for this team, and I think it's really been an arc for them in where they've established themselves. They've got inside of their own heads that they know they're a good team. I think maybe a little bit of pressure's lifted, you know, with being safe from the relegations, you know, confirming yourself for finals, looking like you're going to concern yourself for playoffs, having attended that international event. That all does wonders for a team's mental and individual players' mental. And I think when the pressure is somewhat, it's still there, but it's lifted. It's not as apparent. It's not as in the face. That's when players can really thrive. And I think we're seeing that with NIP.
Yeah, I think maturity is the real big word for me, for that team. I'm extremely happy to see that name being back at the top of yes. Brazil, and it's really what it is for me, because we're looking at a team that not only achieved top 3 in the last ACL stage, but also managed to go to EWC again, an international event that they had wished to be a part of for a long time, ever since their drop of performance after winning SI 2021. And I think the whole team rebuilt. You're looking at a team that is not shying away from beating teams that are supposed to be weaker than them. They beat Black Dragons, Lost, Liquid, 9Z, all convincingly. And whenever it comes to beating the big teams, either they manage to do it, W7M in the BO3 last stage, or it's very, very close in this stage, only losing to them 7-8, losing to Furia 5-7. And so we're looking at a team that clearly cement themselves in the top 3, top 4 of Brazil, and are not afraid of taking down weaker opponents. And so that's what's making my argument for ENX a little bit hard, is that despite ENX momentum, the consistency we've seen in NIP, their maturity, their level rising, is making it really difficult for them to be a subject to losing to weaker teams and to getting upset.
And just on that as well, I mean, Jack, Fantasy has really had a good rise up, basically. I've been really enjoying watching this player play so far.
Yeah, I think so. I think he's, you know, he's the front man for this roster. He's the one that gets himself involved in a lot of things. And those stats, you know, that you see on the screen, it's just +1 in KD. But I think for a player that has been, I suppose, wildly inconsistent from having that Wonder Kid status, you know, moving through now, I think he's really found his place in this team. And I think he's setting himself up to flourish. We saw him do well in stage 1. We're seeing him again back that up with another consistent performance in stage 2 as well. So, you know, it's not a setting like, you know, we're not looking at this saying this is JV 92 numbers. Of course it's not at the minute. I think for Fantasy, this is the year where he can then grow into being quite a mature but really exciting player as well.
I am actually hyping another player on that team. One player that I really want to look into, and it's probably because of, I guess, the fact that I was an IGL, but for me, it's Cons. Cons I don't think people speak about him so much. Look at this guy. He's better EPS, better KD, better cost than anyone in his roster, by the way. And at Buck, the main fragger on the side of ENX, Cons is the IGL. Cons is the guy that rebuilt the entire team. Whenever they remove Psycho, he's the one that took over the IGL role. He's the one that rebuilt the vision of this team. And he's, for me, the main guy responsible for the level up and the rise of level 4 NIP that made them qualify to AWC. And so looking at this player, not only as the main IGL that has the game vision for that team, but also dropping huge number for that team and being the second best rated player on the roster, for me, it just speaks huge numbers, even maybe more valuable than Fantasy.
Yeah, and look at how many plants Cons has as well, especially in comparison to Boxzera. For when we look at NIP in general against all the other teams in regards to their plant stats, they are about head and shoulders above everybody else. I mean, 2 more plants than Furia, 5 more than FaZe, and below there it really gets a little bit further away from that. So it's just about that continuous win condition on the attack, Leo, where they really force the defenders to do something about it, and they have this comfort point for themselves to win at a round.
Yeah, it's very impressive because they managed to plant so much, and despite that, their attack win rate is still a little bit further behind compared to other big teams. If you look at the attack win rate, it's at 45%. You know, you compare it to some of the biggest teams in the league. Furia is at 67, FaZe is at 57. It's looking like it's a worse one for them. Despite planting, they're suffering a lot of retakes. That's something that's easy to fix, and probably they're trying to do in the stage. But the main thing that I find interesting is that they are great at planting in attack, but they're also, Jack, the best team in defense in ACL by far.
Yeah, I think that's the one thing that's probably carrying them. But like you say, Leo, the plant stuff, they can focus on that. You know, you shouldn't be losing that many rounds when you're planting so highly. Actually, second in the world for NIP in terms of plant percentage, 41% of rounds. Only second to Chiefs. But yeah, the defense win rate particularly, that is carrying them. So 72% on defense win rate. It's actually ridiculously high. Again, second in the world. So when we're talking about this come up of NIP, we're talking about a come up that isn't just subjective. We're not just seeing it with our eyes. Objectively, they're getting into stats, worldwide stats, with some of the best teams in the world, where they are, you know, second, third, fourth in the leaderboard worldwide. And so objectively proven out, it just shows how good the trajectory of this team really is.
Yeah, this is bizarre. Like, we're looking at a team that is so strong on defense, and then a team that on the attack gets the plant down, which is a super big win condition to also get some rounds on the board. And then, you know, even for a comparison, we're looking at ENX's 8s right here, right? So being the #1 team in defensive win rate, going up against the number 8 on defensive win rate, the map is going to be so important here as well. When we do get to a map that's really defender favorite, that means it's going to tell a big story about who's going to win more rounds on the defense. Now, looking at this one last time around, it was Border that was selected for these two, and it was actually quite close matchup as well. NIP won that series 7-5, so that's the question. Will they allow another Border to potentially come through? Will it be another map? What kind of map, I guess, are we hoping for as the map veto rolls in, Leo?
I'm thinking ENX needs something that is a little bit strange, right? They need to throw a curveball. Looking at Lair, I'm not sure that's the curveball I was expecting. I think they need something where NIP is not expecting them to take them to, in order to maybe create an upset. That's very often the best way to start it, is to go on a map that's a surprise and you're not expected to win. I will say this, looking at this matchup, NIP love that map. They've beaten 9Z last week on it 7-3 really easily. The week before 7-3 against Black Dragons. And it's a map also that they love playing against G2 in the EWC. I remember them going all the way in overtime in the very last decider map against the European champions, and they only lost it in overtime 6-8. You know, it's a map that we really like. On the side of NZ, I've just seen these guys 4 days ago in Copa Sudamericana lose it 7-2 to Black Dragons, a team that is struggling hard right now in SAL. So for me, this is a big surprise. Before that, they had lost it to Furia as well. It's not looking too good for them. So I don't know. It's a weird one for me. I do remember them, Jack, abusing a lot of the shields there with Mitrix, but I'm not sure that's enough, to be honest.
Yeah, and I'm not a huge fan of Mitrix on the shields. And I know you say that it adds the communication, and I do get that, but I'm still not sure how much I like it. But I will say, do you want to hear the master plan, Leo? Do you want to hear the ENX master plan? Are you ready for it?
Tell me.
Okay, so the ENX master plan is to play Lair, look horrible on it 4 days ago against Black Dragons, force it through in the map veto against NIP, make sure that you start defense, then allow NIP to plant loads, retake against them, win all your defenses, and then just hope to God you can survive on your attack. That's the master plan. It's going to happen. I believe in it.
Coach Fresh, straight back from the ashes.
Yeah, because the retakes are like super easy peasy to win, right?
Exactly.
I mean,
they've seen the stats. They know.
All right, someone's cooking here. Whether the kitchen's going to burn down or not, we'll find out, I guess, when the game really happens. But it is that something that you need to see from ENX, right? Whether that's a master plan or not, they need to bring up with something. We mentioned their survival in the league is on the line. I think, for realistically speaking right now, you know, as much as they probably want to make sure they reach the playoffs, I mean, right, it's probably Sexcake's goal for this team as well. the main goal needs to be that they'll actually hear next year so they can continue this type of competition, what they're looking at here. Now, against a team like NIP, that is so difficult. So maybe realistically speaking, Jack, what do you want to see from them?
I think realistically, when you're ENX and you're looking at the situation that they're in, what are they going to focus on? They're going to focus on actually their next two games that are up against Loss and up against 90. Now, those are two very, very winnable games against direct relegation rivals. So what do they want out of this game? I think it's to probably show as little as possible. I can't believe I'm saying like hide maps. I don't think they're doing that, but show as little as possible. Focus on fundamentals and take something tangible into it. If they get blown away, then that game against Lost tomorrow looks a little bit more nerve-wracking. Whereas if they just put in a good performance, even if they end up losing it, if it's a 4-7, a 5-7, maybe in overtime, something like that, they can take something into tomorrow and go, yeah, a couple of rounds go differently, we win that. And then they've got confidence going into tomorrow.
Yeah, it's the main things, right? You want to take the learnings from that game. You want to take a little bit of the confidence to really show up when it matters. And when it matters is against the weakest teams in this league, the direct rivals and competitors for that relegation spot. And that's going to be the next two play days, not that one. But that one, you know, even if you reach 6 rounds, even if you take 1 point away, that's a big, big win. Yeah. So it's a gamble of sorts of how much do we show, how much do we commit here to make sure that maybe we have a chance at gaining some points that were unexpected, but at the same time, not hinder our chances of winning the next two games that are the most critical ones.
I feel like that's the continuous gamble that these teams have to make inside of the group stage in the SCL, because one could say like, oh yeah, it's just a group stage, right? The games are not as important as the games will be in the best of threes. We're saving maps, we're saving threats, whatever. But in order to get to the best of threes, you got to actually do something in the group stage as well. And we could spin the narrative for NIP too, that whilst they're currently sitting in third, they can't get complacent because it is that close below them that there is a serious risk of them getting overtaken and then getting a worse position inside of that top 6 to start their playoffs with, because if you end 6, right, that gives you a way more difficult opponent to start the playoffs with than whenever you end 4th or 3rd, for example. So the pressure is on for both these teams, potentially with different objectives going into this one, whereas for NIP, the placement inside of the top 6, and ENX, it's the literal survival inside the league. But the map should almost be ready, the lobby should almost be ready, so we'll send you back to our casters for NIP and ENX.
And Ollie, I think we can both agree that NIP definitely the favorites in this matchup, but I echo a lot of the points on the desk. ENX do not look like kind of the pushover team that they did last stage, or even expecting improvements from 9Z. ENX have actually at least made good on some of those, and while they are still struggling, they are still 2-4, and as Anne mentioned, they are still fighting for survival in the league. It's still something where I think a point out of this matchup is not out of the realm of possibility. Maybe 2 or 3 is a little, but I think 1 is absolutely within the cards. I thought you'd love an underdog. Don't switch up on me right now.
No, you're right. I love an underdog, but I'm also really drawn to this NIP team, and it's such a difficult balance because I love the idea of this NIP team doing really well, and that yeah, I don't know if I can get around that. I've definitely not got the same draw to ENX, I don't think. And yeah, you know, we can look at their previous results, and you know, they were good for 4 rounds against Furia. They were good for 5 rounds against Liquid. There's been some games that have been, you know, on the closer end of things there for ENX. Have they got enough in the tank now? I think with what they are fighting for, that might be enough to push them over the line, because we know them to be a capable side at this point. For NIP, you know, we've spoken a lot, and Jack put it really well there on the desk of what are ENX going to be looking for out of this. Take something tangible and, you know, try and learn something from it. Try and get a few rounds. Don't put too much pressure on yourselves because it's still doable with further fixtures. I think when you look at the flip side and go to NIP, they're going to be looking for very similar things. Yes, of course, they're going to want 3 points. But again, don't put pressure on yourself. Make sure that you're getting something out of it. And I think both of these teams want kind of similar things, aside from obviously points out of the you know, and a win. I think they're still both wanting some similar things out of this matchup.
Well, and of course, to your point, alongside, you know, NIP wanting points, I think NIP do want to use these final 3 matchups to cement themselves as a true contender, alongside, of course, you know, Furia ahead of them. But I think it's very kind of, I suppose, fortuitous that they're tied with FaZe right now. For a long time, even when Furia have not necessarily had like the greatest amount of points in the group stage, we've always still held, at least in our hearts, the top 2 teams in Brazil as Furia and FaZe. That's how it's been for a long time, and I don't think that duopoly has ever really in our minds been threatened, and certainly FaZe's position has not been threatened. And this is not
You're too young. You're too...
I'm saying in the past 2 years. I'm saying in the past 2 years, okay? I understand things were different. I understand things weren't always the same. The point I'm making is in the past 2 or 3 years, 2 years, it's been Furia, FaZe at the top. And while FaZe still very much are at the top, we still really haven't had a third team creep up onto their level. And do I think NIP are there yet? No. But if we want to make them a competitor, and if we want at least to have them be in that conversation and suddenly add a third team to the mix, that's what NIP are playing for, alongside W7M, to be fair, as well. But now there's a bit more competition for that third spot than there was, and I think any of us expected there to be one stage ago.
Yeah, I would agree. It kind of feels crazy to me that we're having that discussion of, yeah, 1 and 2, Furia and FaZe, granted, take it. I see it more myself as the NIP are kind of vying for that 4th spot, because the 3rd spot in my
W7M are in there,
kind of belongs to W7M. You know, they've been there, they've won a major, we know them to be a capable roster. It's, you know, and I guess that's just the way that the standings have fallen for stage 2, right? You know, there's only 2 points in it, so it's not too much, and there's 3 games left for both of those 2 teams that we're talking about now, NIP and W7M. So a lot could change. You know, that's 9 points that these could be getting. You know, they could be trying to knock a couple of people off those 1 and 2 spots, depending on results. Obviously unlikely to happen, but still very much a possibility with how much Siege we have left to play inside of the SAL. But I would agree, Lynx. I think that NIP, they've gotten themselves back into the conversation, because for so long they really weren't there.
They really weren't there, and honestly, especially in like 2023, they really didn't deserve to be there a lot of the times. It was like you couldn't even really like grandfather in because of the SI 2020 or, you know, SI 2020 second placement or 2021 win, right? It's like, no, this is just qualitatively, this is a fundamentally different team. But here, and I'm glad you did bring up W7M because it did slip my mind. I think I would disagree slightly. I don't think it's a competition for the 4th spot, but I think it's like a competition between them for like who is going to be 3rd and who is going to be 4th. Because I think at this point they're starting to get on not necessarily
the same thing.
I mean, like,
kind of. How can you disagree? How can you disagree with it? It's the same thing.
But I interpret it as you're giving W7M that 3rd spot, right?
Okay, yeah. So we're fighting for the 3rd and 4th between W7M and NIP. I'll take that.
Exactly. I had assumed you meant, yeah, W7M are 3rd, and NIP are kind of fighting to keep that 4th spot, was how I interpreted what you said. Whereas I think it's a bit more in flux than that. Not that I even like really disagree all that much with your opinion. Basically, what we're saying is, for a long time, there were 2 teams in Brazil. Then a 3rd started entering the fray, and now we have 4. And while that might not seem like a big increase, if you have a 4th good team coming out from the best region in the world, things can get really problematic for everybody who's not in that region and has to fight them at tournaments like Munich, which is only a little bit of a ways away, just a little over a month. Did have some kind of technical issue. I don't know what it was. Maybe ENX getting scared that there might be a 4th good team in SAL and really wanting to be involved in that conversation, because we've talked a lot about NIP so far, but it's also fair for us to talk about ENX, who I mentioned and the desk has mentioned have raised up that floor, are looking a little better, and as Ollie mentioned, they have pulled off some big rounds against Furia, have pulled off some really close games so far this stage, both victories and losses against, you know, Liquid, Loud, teams in that middle of the pack. But that's what ultimately they're fighting for. Whereas NIP are fighting to be in the conversation at the top, ENX are fighting to be out of the conversation at the bottom. And while they've made progress in that regards, progress is not completion, and that is still the thing that they're seeking, is to get out of that.
It's going to be a big test for them. I don't think that ENX have particularly got easy games left for themselves either. They've got the 9Z game on the last day, and they've got the lost game, but again, you can't look at those and think that they are entirely easy just because of standings and just because of past performances, because when you start bringing, you know, relegation into the conversation, things get heated, and teams certainly manage to find extra gears. You've only got to look toward what happened in NAL last night with LFO beating DZ to know that there's always an upset potential. There's always something that could happen. These are going to be the overall standings based on, I believe, the last 2 stages. So we can see that Furia is still sitting at the top of that tree, and with W7M in that 2nd place, it's you know, maybe it should be FaZe and NIP that we're having that conversation about that 3rd and 4th spot. You never know.
Oh no, I'm not.
We could even throw Liquid into the mix.
Okay, no. Literally, we have 29, 31,
they're
32.
only 6 point though. The 6 points behind is 2 wins.
29 to 35 is 6 points. That's the range between NIP and Furia at 1 or at 4 and 1 respectively. That's the same range between Liquid at 5 and NIP at 4. Like, no, not like I'm not gonna say they can't be in the conversation based off their play in the next 3 play days. I think that's definitely achievable. In the conversation right now, no.
Loud could be there as well. It'd be mathematically possible.
I'll be honest, I'm starting to soften on Loud a bit.
Yeah, you're not a big fan?
It's like, it's honestly, I would say the 2 teams that I've kind of like done a lot of, I don't know, defense for, been very like optimistic towards, have been 9Z, which is obviously not aged well, but then also Loud, who I think was not at all misplaced. We've talked about it many times, just barely missing out on Stage 1 playoffs last stage, literally to like a crazy tiebreaker. And they're unfortunately in the same spot this stage, where they are 3 points ahead of Los. They are firmly in the 6th place spot right now, but things can always get complicated in Brazil group stages or South America League group stages, and Loud do not have enough of a gap between Los, Black Dragons, and ENX, all of whom are at 6 points. Just 1 regulation victory behind them, or an OT win and an OT loss behind them. They are not far enough ahead in the group stage to secure playoffs, and they're also not too far ahead of Black Dragons, who, if they could also bounce back this stage, which I don't think is a very strong likelihood, but if they could, things get problematic for Loud as well in the broader cross-stage rankings.
Well, it looks like you won't have to listen to us dissect the standings any longer, as our game is underway. ENX versus NIP, game number 2. And it feels like the maps that have been spoken about most so far tonight, one being Bank and the other being Lair, are going to be our most popular. Lair as our second map. NIP starting things off on the attack here tonight. ENX starting off on the defense. Maybe throw a little bit of a question mark as to the map choice here for ENX, given that it is their bottom preference map by far and away. Although they have had some fairly recent success on it, and for all it's their bottom preference, they've played it recently twice. They lost it against Furia, but they beat Black Dragons on it only a week ago. So obviously feeling like it's maybe a map that they want to start bringing into their rotation and playing a little bit more often, which is great to see. Lair's a fantastic map, the newest map in the pool, and one that has really risen to popularity. I know we play a hell of a lot of Lair over in NAL, and the same over here in SAL as well. It's more middle of the pack for 9Z, and they have a recent win against, sorry, more middle of the pack for NIP, and they have a recent win against 9Z. So both teams coming in on pretty good form, although you do feel like the pressure is certainly going to be on ENX in this first phase of defense.
10 seconds remaining.
I don't think the pressure is just going to be on ENX generally in this matchup, given the position where they're in, where they actually have a very, very valid reason to start believing that they can climb out of that hole, but still very, very easily could fall back into it if things start going against them. Got to be careful that you're able to stand up to it, that you're able to recover. You can see with this defense they've got set up, they got a little bit of column A, a little bit of column E, Azami pushing out towards Ops, Tachanka and Smoke inside of the site for denial. Sexy Cake in all likelihood could roam, but could also find himself playing around that single window hop-in by bathroom. We sometimes see teams, you know, keeping one Gershmot in pocket. The shield hops in, throw it on the window. All of a sudden, Hate's hopping through, being a very tricky spot. But here you can see he's focusing on Ops to begin with. We'll destroy this Barbed. Likely try to fall back after. No C4s can be lobbed through this soft wall. But instead, a gun just follows up. Hates on this Blackbeard. Angel's getting a little too aggressive, unfortunately. Dies in the process, and NIP can just back out of Ops 50 seconds in with a 5v4.
One way to deal with not banning an Azami is just to open and pick it, isn't it? Fancy. Not wasting any time there. Hates. Kind of job done, honestly, over in Ops. He's removed the barbed wire. He's applied the pressure.
Yeah, you're chilling.
Forced the players back a little bit. Now he can just rotate and go to, as you mentioned, very likely that display window hopping. Now, of course, as the Blackbeard against the Ella, you're going to want to make sure that you try and clear out as many of those Grishamot mines as possible. The only thing that I would maybe suggest that this attack is lacking at the moment is any sort of vertical aspect. You can see that Bok is going to be ready and waiting for that, but Selma opening the wall is enough to force him off. And it feels like in the blink of an eye, NIP have got control not only of Ops, but also of the top of that 90 corridor. They've got the breach open. They can already start baiting utility.
One thing I am curious about, though, we often see Sens brought on this site who's not banned currently, and those ROU projectors can be really good for baiting out that utility. But here with the lack of smokes, well, I was going to say it might make a difference, but frankly, NIP just seem perfectly fine to kill everybody that hops in their way. Wizard moving into the window will unfortunately lose his life to Mitrix's SMG-12. Another 1v1 provided by Cons, and this 5v3 has suddenly turned into a ball game. Hates has had to back out from another position, but this time not as the victor like in Ops. This time really uncertain for where he wants to move. Oh, challenging the shotgun on a close angle. I really don't know how I feel about this. NIP starting to lose the wheels and start spinning off the tracks. Hates getting shot in the feet consistently. Oh, but what a pre-fire by Pino. Hates remains alive in the process and could pressure the player inside of the site, but Fancy wraps around and puts a bow on that. Have to say, Ollie, the strategy, I think, started to falter a little bit in the end, but thank God the guns from NIP come alive.
Strategy didn't exist. Gun skill, 10 out of 10.
Perfect.
And it's weird because, I mean, NIP, they didn't, as you mentioned, they didn't have the sense. So that's always going to be a little bit of a problem. There was a Warden being played, so it's countered, but that's not a good enough reason to not bring it because it's only one player that's going to counter it, right? If it hadn't been for not even just the double kills, but that second kill that Pino got just before he died, that round becomes much more tricky because NIP had nothing really to push in off the back of, and they had no good way of moving the defenders. ENX may be getting a little bit too active where they didn't need to, just based on the utility that we can see NIP have got. Obviously, ENX in the heat of the moment might not know exactly what NIP have in the pockets and are going to be ready to throw at you. So you can kind of forgive them being a little bit more active and trying to take matters into their own hands. But without Pino or Fancy getting two Ks there, that round goes very differently. Fortunately for them, they were able to do that, and we can stick to a more thorough rotation. But if NIP are going to try and get things done in that kind of minimalistic way multiple times in a row, I can definitely see it coming back to bite them. This round, however, already looks a heck of a lot better. Now, we've got the Maverick and the Ace, so soft breach isn't going to be a problem, and Maverick, of course, can be brought because Bandit's available. You're expecting some sort of a Bandit trick here, so Hates' first port of call is going to be to remove those Bandit batteries and basically remove Bandit's ability to be able to stand in front of the wall for free without risk of getting shot. That is then going to stop Sexy Cake from really being able to affect anything onto the wall, and that Selma is just going to be able to do its job. Ticking a box then for the first protocol. Now we look more toward Cons and where he's going to be going because he is the Blackbeard, and that is going to be what's required to try and clear out some of this pressure vertically. Of which, by the way, it seems there is quite a bit because Sexy Cake is the only site player right now.
Well, that's just typical for this bomb site. I will say one interesting thing. We've not seen Ying banned, and last night in the NAL saw another run of Lair where somebody did... Remember that Shopify strat we saw where they just threw Candelas on the top merely to, like, blind the players, and then they pushed down below to get the plant? They did that, worked perfectly, again. So another team did that, and it worked perfectly. We don't have a Ying here, so I'm just saying that's a point of contrast, that one very, very key tool that Ollie and I have seen in our ongoing discussion of how to attack this site has been the Candelas to deny the angles held by those vertical players, even when sometimes a Warden might be in play. Now here, obviously you have the Warden, so it's not as effective, but more importantly, NIP don't have a clear way to isolate all of those vertical angles en masse. They're pressuring Sexy Cake very heavily on the site, and they'll push him back to the opposite one. There's nothing at the moment to deal with these vert positions. You have the smokes, but that's about it, and Florio can always look through those. So NIP are starting to run into the standard problem that attackers on this bomb site will run into. The Sexy Cake's easy to deal with. The other four players up top tends to be a lot harder than you think.
Fire now going to come in to try and burn Sexy Cake out of position, but he's not being given too much of a reason to move. And these defenders are very well dug into this top floor, despite Cons on the Blackbeard, not able to get any significant control. Wizard eventually manages to put a pinch together with Cons. With only 35 seconds, NIP are going to have to move fairly quickly, and you've got to keep an eye on that diffuser in Hates' hand.
You got to keep an eye on it. He will get the first frag. The player in sight goes down. It's an advantage NIP, but yet these remaining 3 defenders can always feel a lot more oppressive than they otherwise would be, but that might be the kill that does it. The smoke goes down. Mitrix can find one, but Cons, oh no! Hops in off the back of it and gets shot and caught in the crossfire. NIP might find one. There's only one player on the site, and just at the last second, Pino and Wizard both get the kills required. The strategy for NIP has really struggled so far, but they are still hitting great shots.
And sometimes that's the difference between a good team and a great team, still being able to get it over the line, even if plan A doesn't go to plan, or even if plan A doesn't exist, who knows? But NIP, it really doesn't seem like they're bringing typical tools to try and deal with these defenders on this top floor. We didn't get a great view of it there, I'm going to be honest with you. We spent a lot of time on Sexy Cake down in the site. Would have been nice to see a bit more of the exchanges as to what was going on upstairs, because from what we got to see and what we got to glean from the outlines, you could be forgiven for thinking that NIP, or question NIP and saying, well, really, what were they doing for like a minute and a half? Because not loads was going on, but they managed to get it over the line when it matters the most. I think that pinch that Cons and Wizard managed to set up was particularly important, removing the player up on that top floor and ultimately going forth from there. For NIP, I've always had this team down as quite a plant-focused team. They've got the highest number of plants in the entire SAL right now, 15, with the next closest being FaZe at 10. So quite interesting to see the way that these rounds are playing. And you do sort of wonder, are NIP trying something a little bit more different today? Because we see these a plant-focused team. Like, this is a plant-focused team. But the plants haven't been the main focus today.
No, they've not. And one thing I was curious by, whether or not it's going to help NIP facilitate a plant, though I think it could, is how this Ying was going to factor in, because it's an operator that is often banned against NIP on maps like Bank. It's an operator they usually like to make use of, the Ying and the Grim in tandem, but we had not really seen Ying yet from NIP in this matchup. Instead of seeing it after the ban phase has concluded, they do opt to bring it in, well, round 3, the last round before the ban phase, I have to imagine, because these attacks have been struggling so far on the merits, on the utility, and the setup to make these rounds convincing. And so kind of breaking glass in case of emergency, bringing out the launcher and the Candelas respectively, could really help this R6 room attack. No Azami early on. You can see Angels is basically playing an office within the first 45 seconds, and he's been there for the subsequent 45 seconds afterwards. That'll give NIP control of ops early. But lacking that 5v4 early on, that was really instrumental for them bouncing back in the late round when they struggled.
Still no sense, but Fancy has got a Ying this time. A few slight changes elsewhere as well. Whereas we've seen Ace be very successful in opening that wall. We haven't got that this time. We haven't actually got any hard breach. So it kind of furthers the point that NIP are trying something a little bit different here. And Fancy's going to get himself two. Oh, just moves through with the rival. Has a chance there, second as well. He's definitely going to overheat here, though.
Yeah, there's the classic overheat. Pulls out the Candela, completely exposes himself to the doorway. Unnecessary moment for Fancy right there, but he does get 2 kills in the process. One on the smoke, and with no Tachanka, no more active denial besides that C4 or whatever Vulcan packs are still existing. NIP continuing to chip away at ENX's advantage. Wizard does it twofold. The third will escape. Pino finishes things off 3-0 for NIP. And again, it's just looking like it's going to be an individual day for NIP, and they are not stopping anytime soon.
Yeah, bit of a weird game. Don't really know what NIP's playstyle is right now, because we've kind of joked about it a little bit, that strategy has sort of disappeared a little bit. That was maybe one of the least strategic rounds, which, look, it's not a bad thing. It's putting rounds on the board. But when we're sat here trying to give good insight as to, you know, why things are happening and what's going on around the map, and then you just get people walking in and picking up kills, it's just kind of like, okay, what is there to talk about then? Because Fancy just walks in and picks up 2 kills with the Reaper. Like, we can't do anything about that. There's not much to say. ENX shouldn't be getting caught out like that. I believe that NIP are definitely trying something new today, and it looks like it's throwing ENX for a little bit of a loop because they are setting themselves up for more of these slow war of attrition style utility exchanges. And when that doesn't happen, if you just got somebody running at you with a machine pistol, what do you do? Because everything that you've set up for has just entirely changed. So no surprise to see ENX take a timeout here. I think Link's maybe one of the bigger surprises. And I think this was a tweet that Des made, and a couple of people chimed in on it. It was a great question. It was talking about site rotations and how since the introduction of bans at the halfway point of a phase, we have seen a lot more teams stick to a site rotation as opposed to retry a site that they've failed and then go back to it. And obviously the bans being a big part of it, it just gives you that time to refresh and to go over and say, right, we've had 3 rounds now, what are we going to do? To see ENX go to the same site twice inside of the first rotation, it feels a little bit unusual. And NIP have approached it in very different ways each time, so that you've got to be thinking that they're left there a little bit like, well, how do we play now? Because we've tried it 2 different ways. We really can't afford to go there again and lose it.
5 seconds to go.
Whenever you reach that point, and just like even before the ban phase, whenever you reach that point in a site rotation or a round where you might have to go back to a site 3 times after losing it twice, things have really gone awry. Like things have really started getting weird. And if ENX do find themselves in that position, they will, well, be in that exact situation where, in this case, right now, they might try basement. See a completely new lineup they've not experienced so far. Maybe there's an op in there that had you known how good NIPR was, say, I don't know, Dokkaebi and attacking basement against you, you maybe wanted to ban it, even if you only saw it once. Now you don't have that opportunity. And if you lose this and you got to go back to R6 room a 3rd time, as Ollie mentioned, things just get a little complicated. You're always going to see a bit of a mid-floor presence from the defense on this site. And in this case, we got the 2 SMG 11 operators, the SAS ops, Mute and Smoke, moving around. I have to imagine, given the importance they play, particularly Florio, they'll want to back off pretty quick. And yeah, Florio's already on top of the staircase within a minute, and Angels is not too far behind him. NIP not moving very quickly through the map at the beginning, so I think ENX will have plenty of time to rotate back. They just have to be careful not to overstay.
A little bit of utility there being utilized by Fancy. I feel like he's played all sorts of different ops today. I don't know if he's played the same op 2 rounds in a row. It feels like he's been everywhere so far. Wizard this time for the opening pick onto Angels. Dokkaebi called to force those defenders back even further, or let anyone know of any lingerers. The only linger at the moment, Cons is going to come face to face with on these bunker stairs, but as we know, shields and stairs, they don't go well together.
No, they do not. And, well, you can walk down the stairs if Florio is pushed all the way back. So Cons, while there is a little bit more, they're not going to make it easy for him. We'll be able to start moving down onto the bottom floor very quickly once they take care of this mirror window, of course. Sexy Cake not only can sit and pre-fire behind this, Florio could also throw smokes down on the bottom if he wanted. But NIP still have some time. Not a lot. 55 seconds. They want to push this way. This mirror window will still be a problem. They also don't have any other directions established at the moment. Haven't gone down through sub, haven't gone down through the single door right across from where Cons is at the moment. Ooh, C4 goes out. Will chip some damage off of the old NIP block. Time's starting to run low, and Cons taking a lot of damage with Diffuser. If more pressure from NIP doesn't come through, somebody might be able to throw a C4 or throw a smoke on the exact plant position. Indeed, one goes out. Does it land in the right spot? No, it doesn't! Despite the low HP, Cons gets it down successfully. NIP covers extremely well. And Boggs Error only gets 1 kill in the 1v5. Make that 2 in the 1v5. Knows that one's on the vert as well. Through the hatch, quick peeking, trying to find the angle. Will NIP give him the opportunity? Look at this suppressing fire coming through from Ninjas in Pajamas. Finally goes down. NIP with 4 in a row.
Brilliant sound cover there on the plant for Cons. Cons recognizing he's low, calling for the sound to be covered, so the noise of that diffuser initially starting and the tap, tap, tap on the keyboard isn't a dead giveaway Defenders just got so much to listen to there, especially when there's DMRs just ringing out all over the place. 2 Toxic Babe canisters in the pocket, but if one doesn't hit and the other one doesn't get thrown, doesn't matter if the planter's on 1 HP or not, that plant is going down. Finally, we see a bit more of the NIP that we have come to expect across stage 2. And I think it's nice that they're showing us tonight that they can play at whichever level they see fit for any given round. Back to the mid floor, where it was a very solo hold on the site from Sexy Cake. And a top floor roam that definitely did its job in terms of time, but just wasn't able to stand up to it when it really mattered. NIP, a very late clear and some very late kills, but it netted them the round regardless. This has to be an opportunity for ENX now to try and break this deadlock, because this has been such a one-sided game so far.
Coming after a one-sided game too, we know from the Furia and 9Z game that there is not necessarily some savior coming in the second half, or not necessarily some crazy bounce back that can happen. If you let a team get comfortable, they could just close it out and not give you a single opportunity. And for ENX down at 6 points, they need every point they can get. They have the capacity to get a point or so from this matchup. They're not showing it right now. Oh, Fancy moving in so quick. Spots the mirror with creating some soft destruction. Furia with a pre-fire around the corner, trades it out very quick. I will say, I like that from Fancy. But walking in, getting the Mira, and dying in the process, and losing, I think, all 3 of those Selma charges, somehow, I think that trade actually favors ENX.
Well, NIP have been good at problem solving so far. They've just got to problem solve a little bit further now. They're still going to be able to get that breach open. Hate should be able to delete the wall. And we've got shotguns to try and open it up as well once it's been made soft. So Hayes can still perform his job. It might just be a bit of a rock in the road for later on into the round. The loss of Angels on that top floor, I don't feel like it hits as hard as the loss of the ace for the attack. So ENX, if they can play patient here and play smart, they've got some really good utility to play behind. Now, fortunately, this round Pino has brought the Ash, so the mirror windows are going to be far less of an issue. And with the bees getting sent in now, you feel like it's only a matter of moments until someone from NIP is moving in off the back of them.
Almost all of them laid down. Cons will pick up one. Sexy Cake falling again over on the office side. It's Hates' position that has not borne the same level of fruit. 3 defenders on the top floor at the moment, as all of the action will seem to begin and end up here. NIP maintain their advantage as they push deeper into R6. Look closer to where ENX are positioned. You have to be careful with these shotguns around the corner. Don't feed Bach and Mitrix 1v1. That's M59 101 right there. Hopping up in the vertical angle. Always catches the attackers off guard. Unexpected entirely. NIP walking right into the danger zone. Bach with 2. And now Cons himself playing floor is lava with no clip in the F90. Smoke goes out. And how about 3 for Bach? Zera. This top floor always seems to turn into a quagmire for the attack, and it's where ENX just claw out there first.
Great round from ENX. They did a good job of holding firm on that top floor. No overreactions. NIP don't really have much to try and clear that at the moment with what we've seen, and especially losing the ace early on, it just makes it even more difficult. All those reinforcements upstairs, there's no way that Hates can do everything inside of the round just with Maverick and the blowtorch. It's a very clear decision between opening up the breach and giving yourself an option to plant later on into the round, and then just having to deal with what has gone on upstairs in terms of site setup. And Fancy going down, he might have got one, but that was kind of the undoing there with the play style that NIP are going for. I mentioned earlier, very minimalistic. One thing doesn't go right, or one thing gets lost along the way, a piece of utility, and the whole attack can fall around its ears. And I kind of feel that's what happened there inside of round 5. And to be honest, it's almost what happened in round 2 as well. Had it not been for a couple of really snappy double kills from Pino and Fancy, we'd be sat here at 2-3 right now with ENX on 2. So a good salvage from ENX. I'm really glad that they've been able to break the streak that NIP have been going on, because let's be honest, it didn't really look like there was too much stopping them. Now we look toward this top floor once again. ENX have lost this site 3 times. Sorry, 2 times. I'm maybe doing a bit of foreshadowing there. They've lost it 2 times, and they've lost it in 2 very different ways. We've seen quite an aggressive round up here, and then we've seen a bit more of a standard util exchange. With the setup that NIP have got this time, not going to be committing too heavily to the smokes. There's a couple in Cons' pocket, but with Hates on the book, you've got to believe that that's going to lead some vertical play. And if there's one thing we know about Sexy Cake, he loves to roam on this site. So you can expect him to potentially be below. Alternatively, maybe in and around that display room area. So somebody to keep an eye on, but Con's already taking really quick control, and Bok might find himself in a coffin here.
Might find himself in a coffin, but again, it seems the fortunes can often shift when fighting these shotgun angles. They got the utility. Bank an 8 around the corner. Some flashes around the corner. Flood the zone with bees. There's ways through it. The Vulcan pack around the corner. Nade expended to destroy it. It won't be till past the halfway point of the round that NIP can push beyond and start to pressure Bok in this position. Hates down below. He can begin applying that pressure. What is this right here? Oh, skeleton key through. We throw on a nade up. Yes, we will. Lands right on the floor, but I don't think it will do anything more than push the defender out of position very briefly, and we just get back on with the normal skeleton key destruction.
Ooh, Cons there will find some success on that blitz. Mentioned that Bok might have found himself a coffin. And he certainly has, but it's a coffin that's got a few walls open. With Cons' current position, he's in a really nice spot. Can actually jump on the drone there, lays prone, so he's just going to be perfectly safe. This backside is ripe for the taking at the minute. And if he can burst through on the blitz, especially with a bit of disruption from below from Hates, NIP might have a bit of a play on here.
ENX's best option, I was about to say, might just be going for a retake down below. Angels tries to run out, loses most of his life in the process. Might be better spent trying to maybe 1v1 Hates down below on the buck, retake it, go for a C4, but I think the moment's gone. He makes his decision, Cons gets in, begins planting the diffuser, and I don't think there's anybody in a spot to stop it. Nice shot by Florio, but the damage is done. It's at least got us to the post. Hell of a shot by Mitrix. But NIP have the positions, not necessarily the advantage, but this vertical angle plus Fancy on the middle floor can and will be enough. F90 good for the final 2, and it's another 5-1 half.
Feels like it's double kill after double kill for Fancy so far tonight. He's really firing, isn't he? Player that I find very exciting to watch. And another round where NIP fall into back into form, I would say, and start to play a little bit more plant-focused Siege. But still very exciting that they are showing us that they can operate on multiple different levels on the attack, and what a successful attacking phase it was. A 5-1 split there. ENX not really able to stand up to really anything that NIP are throwing at them at the moment. Angels, someone that we're looking toward to really get involved and have a little bit of a contribution. 0 and 6. Sexy Cake, okay, maybe less of a contribution in the kill department, but 1 and 6. Those 2 alone, I don't want to say they're costing, but it really is coming down to them, especially when Angel's been the opening death 4 out of the current 6 rounds played. You've got to start asking yourself, how is that possible? How is it possible for NIP to get the opening pick on every single attack?
Which, by the way, I don't know if you recall, Ollie, that was the trend against Furia last week on this exact same map when ENX played. Angels on their defenses was the opening pick. You want to take a guess how many times?
Hit me with it.
4.
Sheesh.
Exactly what he is today. Playing extremely similar ops on the exact same sites. On that day, Furia got 5 of the 6 opening picks. Today, NIP gets 6, exploiting one of the same positions played by the same player. Angels has had an extremely bad run of it last week against Furia on this map, and now against NIP today, and has continued to be one of the points NIP and teams generally can exploit against ENX on this map.
For ENX's sake, we better hope that he doesn't get first picked this time. He's playing the ace. We all know how rounds go. When a hard breacher just disappears to the cameras in the first 30 seconds without throwing any of the utility. Usually doesn't end too well. But let's hope for Angel's sake that he's able to shake it off. Certainly going to be in a lot more control on these opening picks. Being on the attack, you can decide, for starters, where you go in, how you go in, who you go in with, what information you wait till you've got until you go in. Sounds easy, right?
Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Just get out there and do it. It's no big deal.
Not an issue, really. Look at this, though. Double shield walk up New Bridge. Got to give that to ENX. They've acquired control of this spot very quickly. No pocket reinforcement in play, though. This mirror window is meant to be there. Ooh, Gorjmat around the corner. Matrix shield not back. Gets one in the process. Oh my god. NIP do, in fact, just like Furia, they got somewhere to be. They got a top 4 dinner with NIP, FaZe, W7M, and Furia all in attendance. And they don't want to be caught after the main course has been served. Bach, in an unwinnable situation, gets 1 kill because Fancy decides troll time has been sanctioned. I think NIP going to be a bit too disciplined to give them the next 4.
I think we can forgive him. He's 11 and 5.
No, that's what I said. Troll time was sanctioned.
Yeah, I fully sanction it. I want to see someone else go for it. Flood. I'm hitting the flood comp.
Ooh, serious flood com right now.
Yeah.
You can tell it's a serious flood com because they keep it off all the doorways.
Oh, this is a really jobless situation, isn't it?
Yeah.
There's a minute left. Poor old Bok. He's got a couple of stuns. Might be able to find one. I mean, it is very losable. But NIP aren't playing in a way that it is making it winnable for Bok right now. He is very known, pre-firing his way through. And everybody is tucked, not giving an inch.
I think he gets one more.
I can see that.
Somebody's got to peek, right? Oh, come on. One more.
I really hope someone peeks.
Just one more, man. It's been 40 seconds. Like, we can't keep doing this. Oh, my God. You can't even...
I'd rather he just stayed alive.
Okay, no. I'd rather that happen.
Straight to the roof.
No, please don't go on the roof. Please don't go on the roof.
Match point for NIP.
Seven opening kills in a row, by the way.
Yeah, it's incredible. Have we seen a game like that this stage so far? I'm not sure we've had a game where a team has got the opening pick in every single round, even if it's been a 7-0.
You know what?
Defenders, protect your bombs.
I'm gonna go find out right now.
Attackers.
I'm going in the archives. It shouldn't take that long. Oh, damn it. I misclicked. I gotta do the thing.
You got tab up?
Oh, I'm tabbed up.
Excellent.
I'm always tabbed up. You kidding me?
Tab check.
Call me John W. Tab.
I reckon I'm at a dozen.
A dozen? A dozen tabs is crazy. No.
Downstairs we go then for the basement defense. ENX, a very difficult job on their hands right now. They have to get 5 rounds in a row if they're hoping to try and get any sort of points out of this game. With the way that the game has been going, particularly that opening kill, it's been a very impressive stat line that NIP have had to show us. Could hate be about to undo all of the hard work. He's tempted. Thinking about a little bit of a jump out here, but got a heck of a long way to go. Maybe waiting for a player to get up on the rappel. This is a hell of a run out. C4 out as well. You know, I wish he got that. That would have been beautiful.
By the way,
I mean, you're outside for like a good 3 seconds, though.
I completed the research. We've not had a team get every single opening pick. We have had a team get every single opening pick, save for one. It was W7M. Guess who it was against?
Okay. ENX.
Yeah.
NIP really fighting for that 3rd place spot right now. If they get this, can we give them 3rd place?
Honestly? Yeah. I'll do it.
A deal. I'll take that deal.
I don't blame you. Damn good deal. And I'm on the admin team, so I can make it. I'm just kidding. That's not true. That is not true. Don't want to get sued. Aside from that,
I was going to say that
What?
Yeah, you go. I was going to say something boring. You go.
I was also going to say something boring, so I guess, you know, we're both going back to doing our jobs. I was going to say, aside from that C4 being dropped off the rafters, nothing much has happened in the preceding minute 30. I was going to say something boring. Oh, no! Vertical angle right away with the Monty. That's actually really good foresight from Wizard, by the way, having a vertical angle on that exact door. Really great setup from NIP. It just seems like it's going to be a pretty anticlimactic ending. Hopefully we get one kill with the Reaper. I like watching those. Okay, we're not going to get a single kill with the Reaper. It's going to be the M59. Instead, Bach at another 1v5. He gets only one kill. ENX deciding to do the exact same thing in 2 rounds, which is everyone die, Bach gets a courtesy frag, and NIP close out the game 7-1.
Another game, another 7-1. I feel like I've got to make a promise to you all watching that, believe me, not all the games are going to be a 7-1 tonight. Like, you just got to stick around until we get into some of the later fixes.
But
we might have another. We have got phase versus loss. But after that, I promise you it's going to be fine. Another tricky game to talk about. I mean, NIP, I think they played fantastically. They played at multiple different levels tonight. We saw them go for a couple of plants. We know them to be a very plant-focused team. Then we see them go for some very kill-orientated rounds. Honestly, I still do kind of believe that they were not trying to make some of the rounds a little bit harder, but they definitely didn't bring hard breach on a site where hard breach is required, and they still got the round because they kind of just changed up what their win condition was going to be. So I really feel like NIP were, in the same way that we saw Furia kind of limit testing, it felt like they were maybe limit testing a little bit tonight. And, you know, why not do it against DNX? You know, there's going to be some big games up and coming. Obviously, Munich on the horizon, and NIP want to be there. After a short break, we will be headed back to our desk. Winners interview with NIP, and they're going to set us up for the next game of the day. Don't go anywhere.
I get...
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
And that is yet another 7-1 for our second game of the day. Some easy points for NIP. It's kind of what we predicted this game should look like in general as well. And therefore, we'll have a word with our winners. And I know, Boris, that sounds really negative. We'll just ask Pino a few questions about this game whenever he joins us. Good afternoon. Congratulations on the very fast game you had today. How are you feeling, Pino?
Feeling really well. I think that we are finally reaching the consistent that we wanted. And now it's time to fight for that second place spot. We play FaZe tomorrow, and it's gonna be a great one. And yeah, we're really happy with it. I think that the consistency of the method we practice is showing. And yeah, feels good.
Speaking of that match, Pino, I see you guys being super consistent. Like, that's, I think, 4 wins in a row now. But so far this stage, you were only a couple of rounds away from beating the big teams, you know, W7M and Furia. Tomorrow in this game against FaZe, do you feel like the 4-win streak and this consistent level that's rising for you guys is enough to finally beat FaZe in 2025?
It's gonna be a tough challenge. I think for us, the play style they play is the hardest for us. The matchup don't favor us too much, and they are the only team we haven't won before. So yeah, I think they're how can I say that? Yeah, they are the biggest challenge for us, and yeah, if we got the win, we're gonna have much more confidence to the rest of the stage.
I'm kind of curious, like, what's in their playstyle is really the problem for you guys? What is it that it makes it difficult to win against FaZe rather than against other teams?
I think that Vita King plays very good with shields. He brings much coordination to the rounds when he brings Mountain, for example. And they have so much discipline, different from other teams. I think they are the most disciplined team on the league. So yeah, we have to play our perfect game. We can't miss little details, you know. So yeah, I think that's it.
Okay.
Coming back to today's game, Pino, was you surprised to see the map in terms of it being Lair? Because they'd played it before and they didn't look particularly great on that map.
Yeah, I think that Lair is becoming a much more player on our league this stage. Every game is Lair. So we did a pretty good veto.
How come?
Yeah, we did a pretty good veto. They didn't have much choice there. So yeah, it was a great match for us. It went well.
Why do you think that is, Pino? Why do you think that every game is Lair? Why do you feel like it's so loved by the SAL?
I think that teams don't have much comfortable on playing Skyscraper on a best of 1 consulate, clubhouse. The teams here, I don't know, the map pool of them is a little weird right now, and I think that's the reason.
All right, well, that sounds good. It was a very easy game for you today, Pino. I'm sure tomorrow will be a bit more difficult the way that you talked about the game with FaZe. So we wish you best of luck for the game tomorrow, and thank you so much for your time.
Thank you.
Speaking of Lair, I mean, yeah, our production was showing it to us earlier, right? It's the most played map so far inside of the SAL, and it's totally true what Pino was saying. Having more confidence in this map than, for example, Skyscraper or Consort, heavily defender favored, really works out. And I mean, by the way, that NIP took this map by start of it, Jack. The 5-1 started attack. It just shows how good even on attack they can be.
Yeah, I think so, and Leo might disagree with me. I know
Yes.
he wasn't particularly sold on the fundamentals of the siege being played. I think it was a little bit fast and loose from NIP, and they got away with it due to the quality of the opposition. If they're against a FaZe and attack like that tomorrow, they will be getting shown what a real defense looks like. However, we did say their attack win rate wasn't particularly hot, and they did get a 5-1 half, Leo, so the stats do not lie in that regard.
Yeah, I think if we could focus on the results, for sure, this was a great attacking split. You tell me before that match, I'm going to go in and I've got a 40% attack win rate, 45% if I'm exact, and I'm going to go 5-1 in attack. Of course, I signed right there. Let's go ahead. But what happened during these matches, or these attacks, sorry, in the first few rounds, most of the rounds are not really won strategically. You know, it's mostly on 1 or 2 guys getting a multi-kills, or on something happening on the other side of the map that's opening a gap, or on one team being undisciplined, which happened multiple times with ENX. And it's exactly what you mentioned. when they're going to be playing against some of those top teams, that discipline is going to be there. And they're not going to be able to get away with 1, 2, 3 kills that they get in a 1v1 situation. And they're going to play against teams that are able to play off of each other, that are able to trade, that are able to have a great cohesive unit rather than getting isolated picks. And so today it works against ENX because some fundamentals on our side are clearly not up to the level of NIP. But when you're going to play against some big teams, they're going to get punished. And so they need just a little bit more of coordination and discipline in attack to, I think, really surprise me and improve their level and win some of these rounds against the big teams.
I mean, it's pretty fair and square that it's going to be a completely different game tomorrow, though. But for the side NIP, 2 big plus things. I mean, flawless on the entry. As our Links was saying, that's the first time we've seen that so far inside of this league. A team being fully flawless on the entries. And then, I know, Leo, you highlighted Cons as a player to watch for this game. But I think when we look at the MVP and we look at Fantasy, maybe he saw that comparison that we did with him for the last stage to this stage where his stats just got a little bit less this stage. And I don't know, Jack, I think he just tried to like step it up one more time.
Yeah, I think Fantasy really like epitomized how fast and loose that Nip were playing. You know, he's had a great day. Nip have had a great day. We won't beat around the bush on that. Those 3 entry kills that I want to focus on, 3-0 on entry. Those entry engagements were taken by Fantasy. 2 of those rounds he was playing Ace, and the other round he was playing Ying. So, you know, those are not necessarily the operators that you would associate with being an entry operator. Certainly on the Ace, there was rounds he was taking entries well before he'd even got to the point of breaching. And then on the Ying, he actually got a double kill just running around with the Mark II Reaper and then ended up overheating and trying to walk into sight. And that kind of shows you how many people are playing. And yeah, we've got to give them their flowers. They played well. Fantasy did well. But again, that type of stuff might come back to punish them tomorrow, where those 3 entry kills maybe become 3 entry deaths against a FaZe clan or a Furia or a W7M, and that's currently the difference. So it really sets it up nicely for that game tomorrow, I think.
Yeah, I think for me it's you know, the first round is really telling you the whole story of the match because he comes in with Ace, gets that triple kill, but the reality is if it's against any other big team, maybe he gets punished for it. And that's just the playstyle of Fantasy, right? He has an incredible skill. He will frag out even against some biggest teams, but he's the type of player that will go crazy against teams that are weaker than him strategy or in terms of aim. Because he out-aims almost everyone that's a bit weaker than him. He's going to go crazy against teams that are on the lower end of the tables, and that gives them the insurance. My main worry, again, is when he arrives in a gunfight that's not as favorable, like it was in some of those matches, but someone against him has the same level of skill as he has, that's going to be maybe a different story.
Yeah, it might be, especially when we look at that matchup for tomorrow. But this puts NIP comfortably in second, 3 points difference with their opponents for tomorrow. Because FaZe is going to be up for our next game as well. We're looking at FaZe, we're looking at Low, so we're just dangling at the very bottom of those playoffs. Just outside of it, a 3 point difference to Loud for themselves. And when we look at FaZe and Lows, I don't think I could say this about both these teams, but they both actually lost both their games last week. I mean, it's more of a surprise for FaZe than it is for Lows, but FaZe had also played their more difficult opponents in that last week. They played Furia, they played W7M, but knowing FaZe as one of the most consistent teams, regardless of what meta it is, I just think they will bounce back from that and they will have a better time potentially this week, specifically with the opponents that are laid out for them. And speaking of that meta in regards of FaZe as well, Handy had a few words to say about that too.
Acho que o meta não vai mudar muito. Eu acho que os operadores e os nerfs que tiveram vão mudar ali mais na questão de mecânica e tudo mais. Eu acho que o que impacta mesmo são a evolução dos times, que acabam se adaptando e tendo mudanças com que fazem que você também precisa se adaptar e aí sim hajam mudanças no meta, no geral. Então, é esperar para ver como que os times vão se comportar.
And FaZe being one of the longest rosters that have been together inside of the whole ecosystem in Rainbow Six Siege really helps as well with that consistency and them always thriving in every single meta when it comes to the adaptation that we see from this roster. So I'm sure that after a week like last week, they have worked hard to make sure they get the points here. You know, the regional finals is locked in for this team, Leo. The playoffs is just the next goal.
Yeah, I think for the big thing for me, coming back to what Andy was saying there, is that FaZe, we're known to have the best strategy depth out of any team in the world at some point, because they innovate so much, and because Vitaking was really the forefront of the innovation in CG Sports. With the addition of Denari, the addition of the operator ban system, and all of the other things with CGX, by the way, could be the gas tanks, could be the fire extinguishers. Many different things were added. Many different layers of strategy were added about the game. So one might think that FaZe should have benefited from that change. They should have benefited from that change in the meta. The fact that he is one of the best shield player in the world, and everyone started playing shield as well. So all of the things were perfectly lined up for FaZe to continue that trajectory after winning Boston. And we haven't seen that yet. I don't think they've really fully grasped the new banning system in esports and in Pro Leagues yet. There were multiple occasions for them to really grab that, and I think last week is just another example of the cracks with Sinjak so far in 2025. That overtime loss against Furia, that loss versus W7M, just showing that FaZe are not the kings of Brazil anymore, and they're trying to somehow find that back.
Yeah, there's nothing to worry about on a macro level about this team. They will make the playoffs. They arguably will still make top 2. Given their position, although Nip might have something to say about that tomorrow, and they will make the major. But I think coming back to what Andy said in the interview, he kind of said that the teams will adapt, but he doesn't expect too much change necessarily. However, we have seen it. Even just the way that we now ban operators significantly changes maps, which changes map pools and everything like that. It does have a fundamental shift, and maybe FaZe are a little bit on that. They used to be pretty good for the reactions, but I think they may be struggling now with the bans and how synergistic the bans can be, if that's even a word. You can ban the bandit and the cage, you can ban the double bridges, you can ban the double shields. Some of the stuff we didn't used to see in old Rainbow Six Siege. But I'm sure they'll come good, and I think that's the scary thing for a lot of teams in this league, is that FaZe is 4 out of 10, 5 out of 10. Is still putting them up in that race for top 2, right? Like when they go through their levels, they are a phenomenal team, and a lot of teams can't hang with them. When they're kind of, middle of their pack by their standards, they're still top of this league.
Yeah, and I think, maybe if you're just making up the words, Jack, you're teaching us new words consistently, and I love it for that. Thinking back of previous EML stages where we've had new words coming out, but we're gonna have to find one to describe, the gameplay that we're seeing from FaZe and how strong they have been so far. I mean, sure, there are things that they have to work on, but they are still fighting for the top 2 playoff spots. For the side of Lowe's, though, their opponents is looking a little bit more difficult, right? Only in 7th. It was a bit of a shock, I guess we can say, that they lost both their games. So the loss against Loud, the loss against Black Dragons, 0 points from that last week. I think we're seeing good bits and pieces from them, Jack, but the issue is, as far as these games go, they're just not getting any points out of it.
Yeah, I think that's the big problem. I put Lowe's in a similar kind of bucket as ENX, where we have seen some tangible improvements. The performances, they are getting better. They are getting competitive. But ultimately, looking at last week, and you're looking at realistically this, so there's 2 bits of last week. They played a game against Loud, where they set up a strategy to play against Loud, slow attacks, play for the late round, and then they bottled it in terms of the last 10 seconds of the round, and they gave Loud rounds for free. We saw Liquid execute that exact same strategy the next day against Loud and 7-0 them. So that's kind of the level that Lowe's is at. They've got the right game plan, but they're not quite executing it. And it was very similar with the game against BD. They were in there, they were fighting, they were good, until they let Ask just do crazy things in the very last round. And there is substance to this team. They are growing. Their new addition in terms of Darky's playing well as well, but they're not quite at the level, at least in my eyes, that's really going to make a dent in the top 4, top 5 teams inside of SAL.
But right now, that's not really what they're aiming for. At this point, they're really trying to make it to that top 6, right? They're trying to avoid the relegations. They don't want to be in the boring spot at 7 and 8 where you're just looking in SAL for next year. You're trying to at least at some point breach top 6, and I think that the last 3 play days have hurt them so much, because like you said, I mean, they were 1 round away from taking BD to overtime. Same thing with Loud with only 2 rounds. Same thing with NIP when they lose 7-4. Like 3 play days in a row, 2 or 3 rounds go the other way, and they are 9 points more. And so for me, the most important is that they lost to Loud and Black Dragons. That for me is the trigger, because they're playing against they lost against the 2 contenders for both the playoff spot, but also when it comes to Black Dragons, they're direct rival for allegations. And so right now they're in a really tough spot. And the one guy that can save them is all the way on the left of your screen, the one standout player. You've mentioned it, Dark for me. Dark is the only rookie that was good in tier 2, that made the jump into tier 1 this season, and that is stepping up. Because if I'm looking at Makina, if I'm looking at Vicente, and to a certain degree, if I'm looking at Mitrix, I'm looking at players that are not really making a huge dent, like you would say, in ACL. Whereas for Dark, he is there, he's stepping up, he's playing the fragger roles, and he's not afraid. And that makes me super, super intrigued to see him play against FaZe, the team of that caliber today, to see if he can hold his ground and continue playing well against some of the best in the world.
And it is only a 3-point jump up to the team that is above them, right? So this is the player that they're looking forward to help them reach that top 6 spot. Now, in regards of a map between these two, when we're looking at this matchup from last stage, obviously difficult to compare because Lowe's were playing with a different roster, but the last time around, the series was played out on Bank. This time around, Bank is still an opportunity, but we're looking as the map veto progresses. Bank gets banned out by FaZe, and it seems like we're going to a Nighthaven Labs. We don't see this map too often inside the SAL, Leo, but I'm personally really happy to see it.
Yeah, I have great souvenirs to see FaZe play that one, especially in Boston. I think they crushed on that map so much to win that title. I wouldn't say it's been the exact same for the rest of 2025. When they played it at Reload, it was consistent. They got multiple victories on it against BDS, Fnatic. But then I think in 2025, you see them lose to Dark 0, 7-3 on it at EWC, lose to G2 as well, get eliminated from that. We just saw them lose to W7M last week on the exact same map. And so it started adding up a little bit. And into tier 1, since EWC, they have a 0-3. They have a 3-loss streak on it. So I understand the pick of loss. And I know you're going to like that. Jack, you remember the one time where we're like, wow, loss are really capable of playing like that? It was that game against Loud on Nighthaven Labs where they most surprised us because they really looked like a team. And so they're going back onto that map. I'm excited for it.
Yeah. I think what's funny about Nighthaven Labs is this map veto, weirdly, like I know you're saying FaZe aren't particularly hot on it in terms of results, but they've also not banned it this stage. And I don't know if that's just, you know, baiting out for other teams, but they've not banned it a single time this stage. They played it once against W7M and lost, of course. And then lost also haven't banned it. So it's not necessarily a surprise if neither team is banning this, that we're going to play this map. And I think this is a good test for FaZe on this map. You know, they come out, they get a big victory, you know, maybe a 7-1 as the form has been suggesting tonight. If they were to do that, then it's almost like a tick box exercise. Tick off Nighthaven, get some confidence, get some reps on it in officials, and then see what it's like going into playoffs.
Hey, we can't all, you know, ace the SAL with only playing 2 maps. So, I mean, for FaZe, they gotta show us this map now for the first time instead of the SAL, as you were saying. I like, Leo, what you're saying. There's hope for Los in regards to we've seen them play as an actual team on this map. It's a very positive thing for those who may have put the channel points on Los. But as you were saying, you know, it's been a very fast day so far in regards to the pace inside of our matches. Ollie has promised us it won't all be 7-1, so we'll bring it back to Ollie and Lynx to hopefully prove that this will be a longer game.
Hey, and you know what?
I didn't realize I was making that promise for everybody.
I
feel like if I drop the ball there a little bit, like that's maybe a bit bold of me. Maybe I should just revert that promise onto one that I've given, which may or may not come true.
Also, to be fair, I mean, we both said that like this would probably be a quick game, but the desk I think did give us some points of hope that maybe we can look to. Los, one of their best performances being on Nighthaven, Los in general, keeping games at least decently competitive, and more the problem being failing to close them out, rather as opposed to 9C just kind of never really even getting off the ground to start with. And also, FaZe just aren't looking like unequivocally the best team in Brazil. That doesn't mean they're going to lose, but it does mean they are more beatable than they were before, which was nigh unbeatable at times, especially in the domestic stage of Brazil. So, Ollie, it's one of our favorite maps. It's some of our favorite teams in the case of FaZe, and a team that has given some cool things to offer, especially Dark Eyes, by the way, who's had a really, really great rookie stage for Los. I think there's actually a lot of bright spots in this game, and of the 3 games that might be a bit one-sided, this is the one I'm actually looking the most towards, or have been looking the most towards.
I do tend to have my head at 90 degrees while I cast the game. Everyone just got a little peek behind the 4th wall there.
90 degrees is crazy.
Attackers need to locate and defuse bombs.
It's a good neck workout, you know? Got to keep the neck supple.
You're going to be... I'm sorry, you got to keep the neck supple is a crazy calm.
You never know. You never know when you might need to look behind you quickly. FaZe starting off on the defense here, I would wager that that is going to be a more comfortable side for them, given the previous results we've seen for them on this map. It was a point that Leo made on the desk that you think of Nighthaven Labs, you maybe think of a particular game that happened at some point in time which FaZe were involved in, and you know that they're a good and capable team on Nighthaven. Well, of late, it hasn't been the fortress that it once was.
Oh man.
And they certainly don't like this lobby, so we'll be making another one. Unsure what's happened there. I do apologize.
We've had one every game.
Yeah.
Now, to be fair, just the one.
Just the one. Hey, without him, crazy timeline. We'd have been like halfway through this game by now.
Maybe, maybe not. Depends on, I suppose, how competitive it was.
Did you glimpse the bans?
I actually did not.
I saw a Clash being played. So we know that Clash hasn't been banned. It was Vita King playing the Clash.
Wait, hold on. Okay, so I saw the bans I saw. Well, hold on. Defensive bans, I think we can all agree. Let's say it all together. 1, 2, 3. Bandicade.
Oh.
Close. Very, very close, Ollie. But not quite. Bandit
Oh, we're on a map that isn't lair or bank. My bad.
That's true.
About that.
Yeah, I know that we are on a map that isn't lair or bank, and this might be causing you some concern or causing you to like get confused about where you are. But no, wouldn't really make sense for there to be a Tachanka ban on Nighthaven as opposed to Bandit and Cade, which make a lot of sense on Nighthaven. Generally on maps where the external walls are super important, or usually there is a lot of focus on external walls, like Clubhouse, Nighthaven. Being another big example, you know, Clubhouse, you got Plat Wall and Jacuzzi Wall. Nighthaven, you got IT Breach and Connector Breach. Usually going to see a lot more focus on the Hard Breach bans, or Hard Breach Denial bans on those maps. But for FaZe, we saw a Monty ban and a Brava ban.
Ooh, okay. I like the Brava ban.
Well, I don't like it because I like seeing the Brava, but I do like the Brava ban because it also shows Brava's power and importance.
We don't see enough Brava.
We don't see enough Brava.
In 6 months, it's going to become all the rage again.
I'm telling you, I've seen into the future.
Is it bright?
It's not bright. It's Brava.
I like it. Nice. I'll take that. I'm just having a little look-see here. The last time that FaZe won this map, 103 days ago against Liquid.
That would have been...
played? 5 days ago versus W7M.
103 days ago, that would have just been...
Just stage 1.
I was going to say, that would have just been stage 1.
Yeah, it was the stage 1 El Clasico. As opposed to the stage 2 El Clasico.
I'm not doing this again. We have... Like, we belabored this bit to the point where, like, I only laugh because I can't believe you're bringing it up anymore.
Because otherwise you'd cry.
Because otherwise I'd cry. Did you see that Liquid Loud game last week? I was making points. I was right, by the way. Which, by the way, I wasn't saying that Liquid couldn't win. I was like, oh, Liquid are super inconsistent. Am I right? Then they go in 7-0 a team. Technically, my point is still valid. They are inconsistent. But, like, you couldn't even give me one round, Loud. Couldn't you give me one? Couldn't even get, like, a little 1v1 in there at the end?
You did say Monty Brava, didn't you?
I did. I said Monty Brava.
Okay, I got really confused then for a second.
Yeah, exactly. Which, you know, I will say I do really like their sketch comedy. I'm not the biggest fan of The Meaning of Life, but I thought The Holy Grail and Life of Brian are great movies.
Oh, that's Monty Python, right?
Yeah. I was making a joke because Monty Brava obviously doesn't rhyme, but, you know, it was Monty then a noun.
Oh, okay. I understand. To be honest, I'm surprised that you know those people.
Ollie,
you must have been, what, like, less than 9 when it came out?
Yeah, I was. I was less than 9. In fact, I think I was -30.
10 seconds to go.
No, you meant to say -85.
Shut up. Why am I getting bullied? Anyway.
Right. Let's get stuck into the game proper now. No more text. I can't be doing with it. Hopefully, this is going to be the last one. We've had one a game, so maybe it's just a fake for tonight. Maybe we're just going to deal with one. But let's go. FaZe starting off on the defense. It is the same lineup. We have got the Clash, which VODs is going to be playing. And with the Bravo Ban, it is going to introduce an extra element of potential for FaZe Clan. They are going to be rocking some serious electronics. The Malusi Banshees, Maestro, Evil Eyes. Deers Army, not so much. Not going to be looking to Bravo for that. We'd be looking for a Flores for that. And Flores could be a good thing to bring to deal with the Maestros and the Banshees. However, that isn't something that Lost have in their arsenal right now. Instead, they have something which could indicate at some point in this round, they will move quite quickly on a very well-coordinated, or what should be a well-coordinated 3-2-1. They have an Amaru and they have a Bandit. And with the Dokkaebi calls, that should be all they need to pinch some of these FaZe players. Where that is going to get played is a little bit uncertain, and I'm unsure if they have accounted for a clash in that plan.
And clashes already can be difficult to deal with anyway, even when you have accounted for her in a plan. But that's why you try to hide it. To make it just that much more punishing when the attacking team runs straight into that shield, which Legacy will do right now. Here's the electricity zapping through the door frame. Well aware of it at the moment, concussion goes out, but unfortunately, nobody really in a position to capitalize off of that clash. There we go, though. Legacy able to do solo duty. Hello! KDS demolishing Los at the entry point of the site. There is a 3-2-1 ollie. It is well timed. It's just FaZe, I think, had a little line into the comms and were ready themselves.
FaZe knew what was coming there, and they were very quick to deal with it. KDS with some beautiful play there. That was like an instant shot to the shotgun. Oh, sorry, an instant switch to the shotgun, excuse me, and then an instant shot. The speed of that was impressive, to say the least. And the Clash certainly playing their part, keeping control and, you know, providing that early warning system, really, which you're going to need, especially if there's things like an Amaru and a Blitz in play. Now, if there's one thing that we know about Lost, Arthur loves his shields. FaZe have only chosen to remove one of them, which means that at the halfway point of this first phase, they will get the opportunity to remove another. But they look like they are more than happy to play against the shields, especially given that we have the Bravo Ban. It's pretty much going to guarantee Maestro, or at least Maestro is very viable every single round. And instantly, after, I mean, I don't know how much Lost learnt in round one, to be honest with you, given how quickly it was over. It's not like they'll have got an exceptional look at the site and really been able to study everything that's been going on. But FaZe look quite headstrong in their want and need to play this level of denial here tonight. And it's sort of, or maybe denial is the wrong word. I guess early warning system for the Banshee and information would be a better way of putting it for the Maestro Evil Eye cameras. But again, Lost don't seem too worried about dealing with that. And you do just worry if they're just going to get head lost into playing, you know, these sort of quick, fast pushes. FaZe have already shown that they're able to do it once. Maybe Lost need to show us that they can operate at different levels.
We cut to Cyber on bottom Aqua, and I kind of just... I'm hit with the same question that I've got with Cyber in the past few games, where I keep just getting this feeling that it could be a Cyber game. And I do think if Los are going to hit any major issues, it could be dealing with the roam game for FaZe generally. That is always spearheaded by Cyber. But Souls, currently I was about to say denying the vert. Boogie drone thrown in his face, C4 sent out in turn. But Los are starting to move right up next to the Warden and the Ella, respectively. One player on EXO as well. FaZe do have a crossfire in case Legacy decides to overstep past the staircase. Oh, Vidiking puts his head where it does not belong. Legacy expertly deals with that position. Arthur hopping out in the process. Half the round gone, and to be fair, Los have not acquired much control. They've even lost Arthur in the process. Shield player goes down. The Dark Eyes does, in fact, deal with Cyber. As FaZe have been playing these positions since the beginning of the round, and Los walk right into them and, by and large, win the fights. Oh, Kurtz is inside of the site. oh, the whole team is inside of the site. I did not know that was happening, and this seems like suddenly the round could become problematic, except Ollie, there's one important detail. Arthur, remember when he died? Yeah, he had diffuser outside the window.
I didn't notice that. It is something that I had clocked. So great, we've got site control. Well, KDS is going to pick up his 3rd kill of the round. That one being through the vert. And Kurtz now, I mean, he's got a yellow ping, but he hasn't got the kit. FaZe, they know what the win condition is. It's the diffuser. A 3 versus 1 right now. Make it 3 versus 2. So Kurtz will find KDS. FaZe have got bodies to spare. And Handy and Souls just need to develop a bit of a crossfire here. Handy may be getting a little bit too aggro, and it looks like there could still be a good amount of information here for loss.
It could be. There we go. Crossfire does work out. FaZe with their 2nd in a row. Honestly, things, while maybe not like the most decisive from Los, definitely looked like those fights in the Rome were, you know, a bit more individual. They still looked great. I mean, especially that shot hit by Legacy onto Vidaking. We also have, I believe that was Dark Eyes. I might be wrong, but we still have the player pushing up 90 Hall to take the fight against Cyber. But I mean, having Arthur outside the window and you lose a gunfight in that position, diffuser gets dropped outside. That's a really easy reaction by FaZe. Just play up top, and then in a weird twist of fate, Los end up being in the site and dying to vertical angles pre-made by FaZe Clan, I think. Kind of a weird permutation of a round, but one that FaZe will win without ending up losing that many bodies overall, at least by the end of the round. So you won the 2 primaries. We will now go to one of the tertiaries where we face the perennial question. Do we go to kitchen dining or do we go to storage and control? In this case, it will be the latter, which means we will have a bit broader of a defense of the top floor as well.
Looks like we might have a little bit of a broad brush on the bottom as well. Cyber playing the pulse. You can only imagine that he is going to be hanging around inside of the basement with that cardiac scanner. I often like to think of this FaZe clan as 4 players plus Cyber as a team.
Yeah.
Because
I think that's always been the useful heuristic to use when thinking about them.
Yeah, and it's meant in the nicest possible way, right? Oh, he's not going to go for it, is he? Okay, he's just spotting the claymores. I was really worried he was just going to send himself out of the wall there. He's actually playing the mid floor, so has the option to rotate down later if they feel the pressure, but that's going to be much more of a plant denial position if we even get to that. Loss have shown us that they want to move quickly and they want to move fast so far. And I think that FaZe are giving themselves plenty of options for that to be an eventuality. It's always a weird game of Siege when the attackers end up in the site, especially a site such as basement on labs. And especially without that diffuser. Arthur needs to keep a little bit closer eye on that, or at least be in a position to have it picked up by one of his teammates, which on the blitz this time, you'd kind of hope that he's in a better spot and not looking to try and take those solo engagements that we've seen him take with the Blackbeard. Speaking of the basement, Furious will be rocking Deimos below. Ooh. But this works both ways, and he doesn't know that Cyber's playing Pulse necessarily.
Notice there is a Pulse. But look at that. Information gathered and then transmitted. KDS creeping down the stairs. The Deimos looking towards the hatch. Oh, the pre-fire just around the corner. Hits on one of the last shots of that spray. Lovely communication in real time by FaZe Clan there. Los now trying to find that trade to hunt down the Melusi who took down Deimos. They will be successful. And Los have in turn gotten themselves right outside of the site. But will they be in a similar position? End up finding themselves trapped in a 3-way FaZe Clan crossfire. It seems even with the brief momentary advantage, we're trending the same way as round 2. Site control that is only ephemeral at best and is instead one more step in FaZe's master plan. Especially now the diffuser control 2 times now in the hands of the defense. Legacy, Dark Eyes, both on low HP. Vidaking likely hearing that sound cue as Legacy hops out off the balcony. Maybe less so that he's hopped in the window. He'll recover the diffuser. Begin putting it down. There are no vertical angles above him, and I don't think FaZe Clan will realize he's made this rotation. Oh! It comes a little late, but just in time. About to get that diffuse off, and Vidaking with one shot puts an end to Legacy and puts an end to Los's chances in round 3. Flawless site rotation for FaZe Clan at the moment, and Los likely about to take that tactical timeout.
FaZe are kind of being forced to play really reactive right now. Because Loss, it's not that they're being unpredictable. They're doing some good fundamental things. You know, we're sending a Deimos in below. That's great. But it's not good enough when KDS is there and able to just walk down cargo and pick up the kill. Great that he gets traded off the back of it. I just think that Loss are just missing on joining up some of these dots. We've got the dots in the right spot. They just need to draw the lines in between. And as you very well predicted, the timeout for Loss will be now. See if they can have a little bit of a discussion. They know what 3 sites they're going to be going to now. They know they're going to be going to that top floor, that basement, and most likely storage. Although kitchen is always an option. And if FaZe want to mix it up, they may send us down there as well. I think my initial reaction after the first 3 rounds that we've seen, Lynx, I love the speed and the ferocity that Loss are playing with. I just don't know if they're there yet. And maybe they are, maybe I'm wrong, but maybe they're not there against a team like FaZe, because FaZe are very quick to adapt.
Yeah, I think that's my takeaway too. It's not that Los have not been getting a good foothold in these rounds. I think they have, aside from the first one, they have every single time. Which I guess aside from the first round is just the other 2, so kind of a strange phrasing on my part. But in rounds 2 and 3, they have got a foothold every single time in terms of man count, in terms of control, in terms of pace, really in terms of everything. And as you said, FaZe are, one, really good at adapting and reacting, but in this game, the reactions have come particularly quick and particularly well. And also, let's be honest, in part just to good fortune. FaZe get a kill outside the garage window, and it happens to be the guy with the diffuser in round 2. That has a pretty dramatic impact on the pace of that round, because instead, if Arthur doesn't have the diffuser, and Kurtz does, we're in a much different situation. Los can now force a plant, and FaZe have to have a number of more reactions, whereas instead of swinging Arthur, who has the diffuser, now they can just sit by the window and control it. That round, same thing. Los hop in, diffuse control now inside of the site in the hands of the defense. If that diffuser's not there, maybe Los have a much wider array of reactions available to them. FaZe have been reacting very well, and that is a big takeaway, and I think it's a fair takeaway to have. But I also do think that the diffuser placement, which you can't really predict as a defender, has been quite favorable to FaZe every single time and has really boosted things in rounds 2 and 3. For them, I mean.
I would counter that by saying that Loss are putting the diffuser where it just doesn't belong, and that is in Arthur's back pocket.
I was about to say.
He is a liability.
You and I have thoughts on shield players with diffusers.
Yeah, not good. Ooh, you ban the AC, you pick the thermite, and what do you get greeted with? A mirror window. Mirror window popped. Good luck getting that breach open now. Especially in that you've used some tin openers elsewhere. The C4 is sent out, 2 of which are in play. It's going to be very difficult. First one baited out successfully. Is there going to be a flat enough portion of the wall to get this down on? Only just, but your feet are going to be showing, Legacy. Oh. Only just manages to get that breach open, and it's a hop-in at best. It does always trip teams up. It staggers me to this day how we see so much play around hard breach. It's something that is... It's solved. Everybody knows fundamentally and in theory how to do it. But in multiple games, particularly on Night Haven Labs, it gets affected. You still see teams struggle.
It's just because so much focus is on that hard breaching, you know, the IT and connector wall. You're just going to have to face a lot of resources, and it can still always be a difficult battle to overcome. Because you might know how to deal with the bandit batteries, you might know how to deal with the mirror windows. But execution is always going to be the tricky thing. We got a cyber realm. Don't know if he's spotted on that drone, but does spot the drone. Takes it down. Oh, Dark Eyes losing an important engagement. Handy flirts with a retake down below. Allow Cyber maybe to go slip by unnoticed as Kurtz. He finds the clash, and that's well and good. But with Cyber just around the corner, crosshair placement perfect until he looks the wrong way, but it's Cyber. He's been in this position where his crosshair placements failed, and he's had to react, and he always does so perfectly. Los now in what will likely be the most dominant loss they've suffered so far. They try to play things a lot more standard. Ollie, go for the breaches, play the objective, and it does not work.
Legacy, caught between a rock and 4 FaZe guns. Is able to find one. Can he grab the second? No. Almost the start of a highlight reel there, because FaZe were stacking up. They were hungry for that final kill. Something that I find quite comical is FaZe ban Brava, then play a lot of Malusi. Malusi then gets banned, whereas Army should be banned, and the next time that we attack top floor, we try and take Garage. Yep. It just doesn't seem to stack up in my mind. Why not push through connector? Why not push through electrical? As Army is far less effective in those areas and is very unlikely to be playing there.
Go for an Aqua Lurk.
Have someone walk up Aqua. Have we even seen a Lost player in and around Aqua on these attacks to that top floor?
Hey, whoa, 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 whoa. We just did. We saw Dark Eyes there, except he was holding a passive angle in cargo and then got swung.
Point set match. Yeah, I don't know. Lost, making some strange decisions. I think they took veto King out, and as soon as you remove the clash, you get a surge of confidence because you're like, oh, we've got the clash. Like that's the difficult thing to get rid of, and we've done it. And they just didn't have enough information, didn't know where Cyber was, lose the next couple of gunfights, and then a push that looked kind of 1.5 dimensional because you had a little bit of something going on inside a warehouse, just becomes one dimensional because it's only the IT breach that's ever really been opened, and FaZe can just flood it out with toxic babe canisters. 4 guns can point in that direction. It becomes very straightforward to close it out. KDS, 7-2, hungry for more? Why not?
Lowest rated player for FaZe, by the way, so far this stage. Oh, well, and won't be getting any kills that round. Spotted on a drone of some kind. KD's having a good game for himself so far. Neither defender who flirted with a spawn peak, KDS or Cyber respectively, were successful in their efforts. That'll be a nice boon for Los going forward. Very little spent to acquire that kill. It is basement defense, so they'll have a lot of the usual suspects to cut through. And this was the round where I think things arguably came the closest for Los. Diffuser placement a little different. Maybe that round goes their way. And so getting the 5v4 just like they did in that first round. You want to see them then follow it up with maybe a kill or some pressure or damage done to Souls or Vidaking. Legacy not pushing from Freezer like he did before. Vidaking, in fact, feeling confident to play that off spot, but Legacy, he has been good on these opening kills on basement. And with Vidaking playing here, he might go on drone, but if he gets spotted, that's a 5v2.
FaZe have got a pretty tricky decision to make now. This is where the blitz becomes really powerful. That Dokkaebi call is going to give a lot of information, and it's exactly what Arthur needs to have the confidence to push through. Can spot Viking out there on these vending stairs. Furious finds one onto Souls. Viking maybe thinking about retreating back to site, but now you kind of can't. You've got to stay and get a pick at the least. Handy's already up here, and Viking thinks, well, I'll burn the pipe, I'll pop the Goyo, I'll get myself back down to site, but he's got to be expecting somebody walking down these cargo stairs, and that's where it's going to come from. Dark Eyes. Flawless round for Loss. Absolutely dismantling the roam game there from FaZe. The opening pick onto KDS, and then the subsequent kill from Legacy onto Cyber, and everything else just getting cleaned up like a spilled drink. FaZe looking a little bit uncharacteristic in the way that they sort of overextended and kind of overcommitted to that roam game.
And I think that's what we saw the beginnings of in round 2, and kind of saw the completion of it in round 5. I think important difference. Arthur's on the shield again, but instead of being solo on a window over by Garage, he's with Legacy on the clear, pushing through Freezer. And I think that is such a massive difference, because you don't have the same thing with a player with diffuser solo on a window. You don't have the case where your shield is solo on a window. And so where things were already going well for Los, I agree with you. I think FaZe committing heavily to that roam, I think maybe underestimated Los's ability, both mechanically and strategically, to counter it. This time you actually have the shield in a position to have impact, to create space while the gun behind him gets the kills. And also, you don't give that opening to FaZe to react, cover the diffuser, and win like they did in round 2. I think that was what the setup was in round 2 for Los, and they were just able to complete it this time. And it was really good.
Yeah, fair play. It's a successful round, and it doesn't really rely on too much going right, just that you don't leave the diffuser in Narnia. I think that's a fairly straightforward thing to look at working on and making sure it doesn't happen again. Close with potential now for a 2-4 split. This, again, another site where they got kind of close to putting the diffuser down. It was 3 versus 2. Viking does manage to sneak in and shoot the planter right in the back. The early portion of the round didn't go too badly at all. Cyber was on the pulse last time, and this time has switched over for the Warden. Maybe thinking about more of a head-to-head engagement with Arthur, or conscious of just getting generally flashed out, or any stuns and smokes that might be played out there. And it could just be a comfort pick. He might just want the shotgun and the SMG-12. He's certainly flexing around a little bit. Can't seem to find a home or a really great start here tonight. 2 and 4 off a player of that caliber with what we've expected of him on this stage. He's certainly been one of the more active stages that he's had. Lost now left trying to chew through these Kiba barricades. And they've not really got too much to try and do that. They've spent both the nades from Furious, so it really is just going to come down to putting DMR or rifle shots into them and clearing them out. Andy having a little bit of aggression of his own, trying to find a bit of an off angle here inside of IT, but will be punished initially for it. Probably needs to stop peeking soon, but not before he gets the headshot over onto Legacy.
Really nice trade by Furious, though, following up on the second. No way he gets that! Viking seemingly taking that fight with the shotgun at long range, and Los just flood in afterwards. Azami close, Goyo far. Oh, Los are doing such a good job at dismantling these roams. FaZe are playing a very normal setup, but Los, I think, just take a little bit to get comfortable. And if this is how they looked earlier in the attacking half, I think we would have had a much closer game on our hands. It's still a 2-4 at the end, but Los are looking comfortable.
If this is the vision for the faster-paced Siege that Los want to play, I absolutely love it. They've really warmed into that attacking half. And honestly, I'd love to see another couple of rounds of them on the attack there, because
me too.
I have no doubt that it would end up 4-4. With the way that they've been playing those last couple, their aggression, their timing, everything has just been tightened up from the first few rounds that we saw, and you can start to see the vision behind it. Yes, it's fast. Yes, it's aggressive, but it's also exciting Siege. And to pick up 2 rounds before the turn of the half, it's going to do a lot for their confidence here, especially on Nighthaven Labs, and especially when we know that FaZe have struggled here on attack previously this stage. Go back to Leo's point on the desk. This isn't the bastion of safety that it once was for FaZe. It is very much a map that they are still known for, but current record suggests that they aren't as hot on it as they used to be. And it's the attacks where that has suffered. So lost with a bit of momentum going into their own defensive side, and a much more typical banning lineup as well. Double hard breach removed by Lost. They're giving themselves every chance at this.
We'll guarantee to see, I was about to say, probably the Maverick enter the lineup as a result. Something that I think we just often see FaZe bring anyway. So I don't think they will feel too burdened by needing to bring the Brillo torch. Interesting that it might be Cyber on it. Because normally, you know, we see, like, you know, a player like Cyber get put on Ace, throws his Selmas early, and just uses the AK-12 for the rest of the round. I do think Maverick is interesting. It feels like a bit more involved hard breach and potentially a little lengthier, but at the same time, if they're just going to cut the external walls, both of those are going to be done at the beginning, so it's effectively the same situation, even if it might seem like a little more involved of a process than it would be if you were an Ace.
Yeah, it's a serious Souls job in my opinion, but he's 6 and 2.
That's who we normally see playing. So
yeah, he's cosplaying Cyber today. He is the Cyber, and unfortunately for Cyber, he is the Souls. There's nothing wrong with that. Souls is one of my favorite players in the world. Souls is giving us that kill participation that we so often ask for. So Cyber can do a little bit of the grunt work, a little bit of the less fancy work, shall we say. Still a pretty technical job, getting the wall open on Labs, and you do have to be cautious of any C4s that might get sent your way. Arthur's is firmly in pocket for now, although he has just ripped it, so keep an ear out for that going off. But Cyber has backed up. KDS below is going to be able to spot out any of these electronics. Mainly going to be looking for the FNATs and those mute jammers. Of course, Nice chance at a bit of vertical pressure as well. It's no Book, it's no Deimos, but with some small holes, he might be able to work something. Goodness me, Souls. Be careful of your teammate's head there, please. Or is it his own knee? It's his own leg! Oh, that's okay. You can't shoot your own leg. I thought it was like a weird skin on someone's head or something.
That'd have been a bizarre angle heist if that was the case.
It's one of mine. Serious angle heist.
See a bit of a push up from FaZe Clan. Got to be careful we don't have one of those 1.5 dimensional takes that Ollie was mentioning earlier. Having somebody down below is nice, but right now there's 4 players all with their attention on IT and Garage. With 55 seconds to go, time is running out to add the all-important second dimension to this top floor attack. Garage might be nice. That's what they're trying to acquire. But Dark Eyes is backed up into the site. You've lost that ability to work Garage itself for a pick. Los are playing these protocols very well. They're getting their shotgun players in positions on the close doorways. They have Arthur likely in position for the C4. The F-Nauts could still be activated even though Farius goes down. Important first pick while Arthur gets the trade. Los trying to play aggressive, ends up losing out in the process. These remaining 3 players need to go big. Legacy and Arthur commanding these close doorways and Dark Eyes in the site. Can FaZe hold on, or can Los hold on as FaZe keep dropping these bodies? Just a little bit of damage done, but it will not stop the diffuser from going down. FaZe keep a lid on things quite nicely as we move into the post. After they get those 3 kills, they don't look for anything more. KDS flashed in the process, gives Los a little bit of an opening, but as Legacy and Dark Eyes go for the retake, there's enough critical redundancy for FaZe to keep control on things when the first round on attack and go up 5-2.
I think Handy just wanted to kill. I think KDS has had enough. Handy was like, yo, spread them out a little bit. I want to get involved as well. Speaking of Cyber, by the way, I know we poked a little bit of fun at him for ending up on the Maverick there, but on the face of it, it's a very perfect role for him because once you've opened the wall, go and do whatever you want to do. And that's exactly what he did, and he picked up 2 kills, got the opening pick as well. So despite doing all of the grunt support work, still able to get in and get that opening pick. I mean, the opening pick came at 31 seconds. So for context, all the other opening kills in the game so far have come at around a minute, 2 minutes 30, a minute and a half. So you're not really, you're not really breaking any land speed records there as Cyber for getting the grunt work done and getting that opening pick, but still being in position to do so and just finding that space on the backside, really completing that last 0.5 of a dimension to make it a true 2-dimensional approach. But it, again, minimalistic from FaZe. They knew exactly what they needed, and it was only ever just enough control of IT and Garage Rafters so that they can get the cross. Because as soon as all the work's been done on the connector side and the electrical side, they're not going to look to push any further. They just need to get the plant down, play to their win condition, and then watch players coming in on the cross. So no control required of Aqua. And that's one of the more beautiful things about it when you see teams that don't go for, a 3-pronged approach or real full map control of the top floor, but you can see the vision. And I think we've got a great angle of that there with KDS and Handy holding on in toward control while the rest of the team were getting the job done and getting the plant down. So brilliant round there from FaZe, and they grow their lead. The momentum that Lost took into this defensive phase is starting to dwindle somewhat. And this is not quite a must-win round just yet, but you don't want to give FaZe an opportunity at that match point.
You do not, but FaZe are starting to bring some very decisive tools if they're allowed to have impact. Ying and the Grim. Probably one of my favorite combinations in the game, which is probably ironic because I think it's arguably one of the worst combinations to play against. Oh, Dark Eyes. He's been having a great stage, so part of me can forgive him for taking an angle like that, but against FaZe, not really going to let you get away with things like that, especially if it's Cyber on the other end. Might be having a weak game, but he's 5-5 now off the back of it. Oh, we trying again? Legacy wants a piece of the action. He's like, I placed all my utility, no problem. I got F-Nauts activated, why not? Cyber knows it's there. Ooh, it does work on the IT side, though. I'll definitely give him credit for that. But there's a 4v3 waiting to be had by FaZe if Legacy misses some key shots. Look at the time. Half the round gone. A trade in the process. Flash goes deep, but as Cyber commits, there's an F-Naut right around the corner. Legacy was baiting him. I shouldn't have doubted the Fenrir. He had the right plan all along.
Quite poor from Cyber, to be honest with you. And there was an option to even get the trade onto KDS a little bit earlier on. Left Vittaking and Handy in a tough spot. Handy, though, no stranger to these difficult positions. He's able to level it out and level it out very quickly. There's some really good information up above as well for Vittaking to start to work with. Just depends on how these two players are going to cross one another. But Furious dips up from behind the desk. There's no way you should be allowed to pick both up there.
Oh, I need to see the replay on that one. That's a play too. That is a gunfight right there. That's too good not to be seen twice. Just a little clean spray transfer. We don't often see the spray transfers in Rainbow Six, I will say, but when you do, boy, are they satisfying. And I have to agree with what you said. Quite poor from FaZe, it seems. Really focused on the IT side. Legacy gets aggressive, but that's a very common F-Naught position. Like, very common F-Naught spot. And sure, you can always chance it on maybe getting a spotting Legacy before your vision's completely occluded, but that's incumbent upon Legacy peeking a little early, not knowing the timing of the F-Naughts. And frankly, at this level, if somebody's playing Fenrir in that position, I would hope they know the timing, and that just swinging off the back of the trigger soon after is going to mean the attacker has an opportunity to take you down. Legacy did not make that mistake. So I do think that FaZe, I think, playing things a little too individually on that clear, and overall it was good gun skill from Los, and just taking advantage of FaZe not being as quick on the trades as maybe phases of prior eras would be. Interesting note, by the way. Normally, whenever we see Scopos on this map, it's usually indicates a kitchen dining defense. Right now, we just got a normal basement one.
I think Dark Eyes must have gotten confused because Scopos is only played on labs on kitchen.
Yeah, I know. Like that's what I mean. Like,
yeah, I think the comm was we'll go mid floor, and Dark Eyes has gone, yeah, no worries, I'll play Scopos, and then everyone's locked in, and it's like, oh guys, you didn't tell us we were in storage and control. Like, what am I going to do now? I'm sure he will have just a fine time of things. Be able to switch in between the Scopos shield. He's playing in a very typical position for defending toward kitchen anyway. Oh, might just miss the timing there on the player moving through electrical, or maybe that was Vittaking's shadow, or Vittaking's outline just stood on the outside ready to hop in. Dark Eye's not really taking too many chances. The Dokkaebi call going to cause him a few problems as well. That should call the coast pretty clear.
It's a very interesting dance between Dark Eyes and KDS right now. KDS going for the 1v1. Really good reaction by the Scopos. You can also see Legacy going to support, but they both just back up once that castle barricade's destroyed. Los really have settled into the second half of this series, and even though they dropped the first round out the gate, showing a lot of confidence and a lot of life on these defenses, especially when they've had room to play with. Second floor, they felt a little constricted, but when they've had room to breathe on first floor, now especially on basement, they seem like they're a bit lost in the maze and taking a lot of time to acquire very little. The Candela goes out, but honestly, that's just a signal to Furious that he's okay to retreat, that he's wasted 2 minutes. He's burning utility. Oh no, but walking in front? Oh, Furious overcooking things a little bit, not expecting Handy to have pushed up that far, and with Arthur going down in the process. Kurtz and Legacy with a difficult decision. Fall back or play for a pick. They choose the former.
There's no real right decision there either, because if you fall back, you're going to feel like you've done it too early. If you try and play for a pick, you might get taken out. It's a really tough spot to be in. At least falling back puts more pressure on FaZe to continue moving and working through this map. They've got all the tools to do so. See Vitking already inside of Animus there. With the vert starting to get open, maybe now's the time to go for a little bit of a walk around. Dark Eyes is certainly tempted for it. This site is only going to start filling up with attackers.
You can see he wants to, but doesn't land the shots. Candy's had a command of cargo for the moment. Oh, but Kurt's just around the corner. Downs Vittaking. Good trade, and while there's low time, I don't think Legacy has the angle. No C4 or explosives either. With such low time, can he just peek around and land the pre-fire? Cyber keeping things controlled. 6-3. And it might seem like a dominant scoreline, but God, Los just keep finding these opportunities.
That's a must-win fight for Cyber. If there's any chance of swinging that breach, or swinging that doorway, sorry, and shooting the planter, and something happens, a few people miss, and the time goes 0, that's a round for loss right there. These are tough rounds. FaZe are really having to work for them. Losing the opening pick and still having to try and convert on it as well. You got to feel sorry for Lost, because with the way that they're playing, they'd take rounds off a lot of teams inside of SAL tonight. But I guess maybe that's been the story of their stage, with some of the close shaves that they've had with other teams that we would consider to be in that upper to mid region of the standings right now. It says 6-3, but a lot of these rounds feel a heck of a lot closer. And Lost now in a must-win situation. FaZe guaranteeing points out of the fixture. And with the healthy lead that they've got, you've got to imagine that it's going to be 3 points.
You have to imagine they'll be able to convert it. And honestly, like, a 7-3 would really be a disgrace. Not as a statement against Los or FaZe. It's like a disgrace because Los have there's so much more game in here than I think a 7-3 would indicate. So much more fight and energy and strategy and depth by Los than a 7-3 scoreline would indicate. And still being stuck at 6 alongside ENX and Black Dragons, I mean, there have been plenty of rounds in this game, Ollie. I feel pretty confident in saying that of the 3 teams tied at 6 points, Los are head and shoulders above the other 2. Both, I think, going into this game, but especially solidified after this. Like, I think if just a couple things go different, this is a much more competitive game. Not saying that Los would win it, but even in the rounds they've lost, I've seen plenty of things I've really liked, and I don't get to say that about a lot of teams who lose 7-3 or honestly, in a stage where it feels like you and I were talking about a lot of the games have been one-sided, how rare is it for us to come away from a 7-3, which I'd argue is pretty dominant, and still feel pretty good about the whole thing? That's not really happened much this stage.
I think that's how desperate we are. I think it's more of a comment as to how desperate we are, but I don't think we're coping. I think that it's valid, isn't it? That's a very ambitious C4 from Kurtz. I think it's valid, and there are definite sparks that we've seen tonight from Loss. I don't know. I'd definitely put them up against ENX, and I'd say that they are better than that ENX team. Unsure about Black Dragons. I think that's a team that I have a bit of a soft spot for, so that's maybe one that we'll find out. But at least for now, what could be the last round isn't going entirely to plan for Los. They've lost Archives quite early. Since getting on this attacking side, Cyber has been good for 7 kills.
Which is somewhat funny. Normally it's the defense we always talk about with Cyber. Oh, Arthur. We'll say I think Los this round have started to lose the plot a little bit. Maybe they didn't know the Cali was present last time, but Arthur will unfortunately pay for it here. Sniper Bolt retracts the shield. He dies in the process. That's Garage and IT taken care of. And whereas before, Los were constricted and had to basically deal with the brunt of the FaZe attack right in front of them, now they have to do the same thing, but down 3 bodies. The FaZe acquiring more control quicker. Oh, Kurtz, not the timing! He still gets the kill, surely not the second! FaZe think it's troll time, and unfortunately Los might be taking advantage of it. How the tables have turned. Los keep 3 bodies alive and somehow get an advantage out of it. Kurtz on 1 HP. A miracle victory inside of Electrical. And now look at this. With the smoke canisters gone, it'll have to be by gunfights. Souls with 2 smokes to block off angles, but Kurtz can peer through those, and nobody on the attack can say the same. So as they slice the angle, as they look deep, Cyber lands the pre-fire, spots the other. What a flick! Will it be an ace? Will it be a recovery by FaZe in a round where Los, feeling that confidence and that ambition, almost fought back? Or will it be Cyber to snuff it out? 7-3 indeed, as FaZe decide they've had enough.
Make it 12. Cyber was good for 12 kills on the attack here tonight. Didn't do too much on the defense, but to end things with an ace was very fitting indeed. And I find it beautiful that he was playing the Maverick, and it was the Maverick that enabled him to do it, because he opens up the kill hole, gives a little bit of a bait, and is able to find an alternate angle just by pushing through IT Breach. FaZe have definitely salvaged around there, but it wasn't a game that really needed salvaging. Loss, I think, showed some very strong points throughout the fixture, and the siege that they played tonight, it excited me. Some of those attacks, furious, really fast, real aggressive siege, and you can see that when the timing lined up and when the stars aligned a little bit for them, it works out. Unfortunately, it just wasn't repeatable enough. Now, I did promise that not every game would be a 7-1, and I have delivered on one of those counts. We've just got to hope that our next couple of games do the same. After this break, we will be back with our desk, winners interview with FaZe, and they'll be setting you up for game number 4. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back in just a few.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
It is crazy to say that a 7-3 is our closest game of the day, but it's the truth. FaZe take the 3 points from this one, and we get to speak to them very soon as well. We have them on the line to answer some questions about this game in particular. I believe we will be joined by JP very soon to speak to him. I mean, when we talk about this game in general, JP, congratulations on the 3 points first off. This must be a really good feeling to get this game over the line in such a good fashion as well.
Yeah, honestly, we thought it would be like an easier game if you compare with for the last weekend, because we have like W7 and Furia. So yeah, it was a chill game.
Just a quick question on the operator bans, JP. So they banned when you were defending, they banned Bandit and Cade against you. Was it a conscious decision on your part then, just to play into a lot of the utility in the late round? And do you think that's why your defenses were so successful?
Yeah. Like we have a previous known that they had this pattern banning like Cade and Bennett, so it was planned. Yeah.
JP, about the last week, I guess it was two really close games, two really strong opponents. I'm wondering what's the main things that the team took away from the two losses? What are the things that you wanted to work on this week after the two defeats last week?
Honestly, we were starting too slow in games that you shouldn't. Like teams that if you start too slow, they're gonna punish you. And that was the main reason we lose. Of course, we commit some mistakes, like everyone commits. It's impossible to have like a 100% perfect game. But besides that, of course, we started slow and we got punished. We bring both games back at the end, but wasn't enough, and that's basically it.
Do you think there are maybe like a core problem in the team that you're trying to fix right now that maybe is impacting the results of the team that's looking a little bit less dominant than the previous year?
Honestly, no. I'm just thinking like the region got like stronger overall.
Yeah.
The other teams basically get better, but we are like still holding up, and I think we can win the stage, honestly.
And speaking of the region getting stronger, JP, NIP won their game just before you guys did. And when we were speaking to them, they said they were coming for you guys a second spot in the group stage. How do you feel about that? Is there anything you're going to do, especially tomorrow, to stop them from taking that second spot?
I mean, let it come. We're ready. Let's see.
All right, well, that sounds really good. As we said, that game against NIP is up tomorrow for you guys. So thank you so much for your time and best of luck for tomorrow.
Thank you.
That'll be a tough fight, I'm sure, for the top two spot what we're seeing here. So once again, JP, thank you so much for your time. We'll have to go further review this game now here because a 7-3 being the closest game, like I said, it's absolutely wild. I do feel like it belongs to this matchup, though. The way that FaZe are playing, the way that Lowe's are playing, especially when we talk about the second half, Jack, and FaZe's attacks, it looked very solid on there, and Lowe's are maybe helping them win these attacking rounds a little bit too much.
Yeah, I think so. I think, you know, the last round really showed it off. But actually, a couple of those attacks for FaZe where they were at a mana disadvantage. They maybe lost the entry, but they managed to recover the round. I think this is a consistent pattern with Los's defenses in that they will get to about 40 seconds left. And I think maybe they lose their nerve a little bit. I think maybe they over peak. They maybe get a little baggy. They want it done. They want to get it over the line, and therefore they maybe leave position a little bit. And a team like FaZe is always going to punish that. They're always going to have that reset period, and they're not going to get surprised when they're attacking that a defender gets aggressive into them towards that late round. It was a pattern that Lost showed last week, up against BD, up against Loud, and it was a pattern and they gave, if you give FaZe a sniff, you give them a chance to recover around, they're going to be able to do it.
But for the longest part, I was thinking it started off the wrong way. I think the full rotation on the side of FaZe on the first defense setups really set them well with the 3-0. The adaptation from Lost was actually good to see. Like in theory, they could have went 3-3 in attack. I felt like their adaptations in attack was worth it, and they were really showing why they like this map. But the main thing, and like you said, Jack, I think for me, whenever they came to defense, there was the consistent problem of them giving back away the man advantage. The last round is such a good example of that. How do you lose that position in the man advantage with a couple of seconds left? How do you let Cyber come in and get an ace there? And that's the kind of mistake that will punish you at the highest level when you play against a team of the caliber of FaZe Clan. They've got such strong individuals to try and get that man advantage back. That's the big difference, and I heard you say that, Anne, about Furia. It's what makes the difference between the good and the great, right? Is that FaZe will be a way to steal away rounds like this, but it has to start with a discipline problem for Los there, and understanding what's the win condition, how do we set up ourselves to make sure we trade in that aspect. And I think there were a couple of rounds in defense there where they really got punished, especially the last two rounds, 2 triple kills from Cyber. It really just shut down any chances from Los to coming back.
Yeah, and another thing we have to talk about is JP in that interview mentioning, oh, you know, in this last few week, maybe we had a few games where we just started too slow. Now, look at the middle of your screen. Look at how the rounds went. FaZe, winning those first 4 rounds was a very big and a much needed improvement, I guess, from last week as well to make sure they were going to win out this game here 4-0. I think Los did a good job indeed after their time to try and get it back. And as you two were saying, you know, try and even bridge the gap to a 3-3 here. But as 4-2 was all they could get from that, though. Speaking of the MVP, I feel like it's a player that we've been highlighting so much in the stage, talking about his roles, talking about him switching to maybe a bit more of a of a support flex type of thing, but then still being able to show up like this, still doing the entry work as well, whilst he's taking a more of a backline role here. It's just, I mean, Leo, what more can you ask for from a support player?
For me, it's the longevity of this player. I mean, I don't consider him like a full-on support. I feel like he's really much in that flex role. Like he plays the utility-based operator and still is able to play his game after he's done his job. And I think he's been so consistent across the years. People mistake him for being quite, old because some people think, oh, okay, he's a dad, so of course he's like 28. But Cyber is actually still pretty young. He's 24, 25, if I remember well. But what's impressive is that he's been playing for 7 years and he's still so consistent on that team, despite the role changes, despite not being maybe the entry he once was. And I think on this roster, he's been having a critical impact. Whenever he shows up, the rest of the team, generally speaking, is doing a good job. And whenever FaZe fails, it's very often because he's not there to perform. And I think so far this stage, he's been doing amazing. He's the second best rated player on that team. And I think he's top 15 rated in ACL right now.
And how nice is it that with these operators that he's playing, the kind of pseudo support role, as you say, Leo, he's not like a true support player. How nice is it to have him alive in the late round? When you just need to win a round out of absolute nowhere, and you've got, you can turn around, Cyber's there. He can win you the round. Like, it is crazy. It's such a good asset for FaZe.
And that's exactly what he did in that final round of the game as well, with the beautiful ace. I'm sure we'll see that later today again at some point, though. It does put FaZe shared on the same amount of points as NIP do, and despite this being a rather dominant game, NIP's game still was more dominant, and therefore they have a better round difference as well. That's going to be absolutely important, especially with the way how that game's going to turn out tomorrow, as, like we said, NIP and FaZe actually face off against each other tomorrow. We'll focus back on the games that we have here today, and I want you to focus your attention towards the middle part of the group, because W7M and Loud will be going up against each other in this next game. Now, only 2 points separating these two teams means they're both in the running for the playoff spot. Loud is more in danger, I guess, for the teams that are just below them. But this is our match for today, so I expect a very high quality matchup from these two teams, and that's exactly what Loud need as well, right? Because they will want to forget last week. They did beat Low 7-4, but Sunday, suffering that 0-7 versus Liquid, I think what we just saw, Leo, was a bit concerned in regards of their pace in most of the rounds from Loud.
Yeah. A real big problem for any team that has a similar playstyle. The old Empire playstyle of being slow, methodical, and trying to do everything perfect just does not work in the game right now. Look at where VP is right now in EML. VP is all the way at the bottom of the standings. They're struggling hard. Look at Loud struggling right now, trying to revert back to that game style. Whenever they had Dafo, there was a little spark. There was sometimes a change of pace. They could go aggressive a little bit. When they replaced Dafo for Flash 3, they came right back to the roster and the playstyle that they had in Boston. And so they went right back to that slow playstyle that's a little bit methodical. But the problem is, yes, it's methodical. That's great. But I play against Loud. I know exactly what their steps are going to be. They're extremely predictable. And so if you play a good team that knows how to stall away time without overpicking and without giving you the picks that you need, that's it. That's done. And that's why Loud, whenever they play a good team, FaZe, Liquid, it's 7-0 and 7-2. That's the problem. It's okay to beat big teams because you've got to beat weak teams. Because you've got the discipline. So you're gonna beat the 9Z, the Black Dragons, the Lows. Okay, but the problem is whenever they play a good team, they're getting hard punished by their playstyle.
Yeah, I would agree. Think about how the game's played right now. The game has an absolute abundance of operators. It has an absolute abundance of solutions and synergies that you can create in terms of the operator veto, that when you're against Loud, if you know that they're going to do the same thing over and over again, and you know they're going to be slow, and you know that you can punish that, you don't just have one option to go to. You think about how you could punish a late round. Traditionally, it would be maybe Goyo. You have Goyo, you have Echo, you have Maestro, you have Denari, you have Solace, Azami, like there's Fenrir, there's so much, Malusi, Aruni, like it keeps going and going and going and going.
Jack.
You have so many operators that you can choose from now that almost bamboozle these teams while still playing to the same win condition to punish them. And I think we saw that with Loud. And I think ultimately that's a limitation. They play slower siege, they play methodical siege, they can punish teams, and we see them punish teams that are maybe on the lower end of the league table and lower end of the spectrum. But against those top teams, as you mentioned, Leo, like they're the ones that are going to get punished, and it seems to be a limitation of that playstyle. And that's not an easy thing to fix. Like you said, we've seen other teams really struggle with fixing that in the short term. So you've got to just, I suppose, control the controllables if you're allowed. Maybe try and increase the pace, maybe try and take a couple more risks without straying too much away from what you know, I guess.
And when we're looking at this roster and we're looking at their stats as well, a few of these games, and especially if we were to compare them to the VP in EML, especially given where they are right now, it has not been too easy for this team, and they know that. I mean, especially, I guess maybe it comes with a bit of pressure for playing for the biggest organization inside of Brazil. That's definitely something that, you know, it brings a lot of fans, but it brings a lot of pressure with that as well. And Loud are aware that things haven't always been going the way that they want, especially with where they find themselves on the leaderboard right now. And GDN, their coach, actually had a few words to say about what really went wrong for this team and the pressure that they feel to perform in front of their fans.
Nível bom, a gente sabe o que a gente pecou e a gente sabe como melhorar os pontos que a gente errou. Então agora é só uma questão mesmo de continuar o trabalho e nesse segundo split as coisas vão funcionar melhor. A gente entende as cobranças da torcida, mas eles também nos apoiam muito. E, pô, todo torcedor da Loud, a gente sabe, pô, eles tiram um tempo da vida deles ali para assistir o nosso jogo, então a gente é muito grato a isso. E a gente também entende, tipo, as críticas que são feitas pra gente e a gente lida da melhor maneira possível.
Something that we see a lot with these big organizations, right? As we say, it brings a lot of fans, it brings the pressure, but they're aware of what really went wrong. And especially looking at these last 3 playdays, the only way is up really for Loud. And that also goes for the scoreboard. They could definitely still get their way up there. I mean, today they play against W7M. Tomorrow they play against Furia. Definitely not an easy game either. And then NIP afterwards. So the last few games, Loud really need to get all their stuff together. And then when we're looking at Loud as a whole, you know, this is essentially that lineup that did so well inside of the SI. So there's definitely the fundamentals that we have on this roster. But Leo, there has to be maybe a specific player as well that we can look to maybe get the stuff and get the team further together as well.
Yeah, I think first and foremost, I think that they are really trying to achieve what they achieved during Boston, which was top 6 world. And right now, they are really far away from that. It started to fall down at reload, and stage 1 was, for me, the hammer in the coffin, or the nail in. Oh, I don't have the
nail in the coffin. Yeah.
The nail in the coffin.
I have it. Thank you. And I used the hammer to do it. The real problem was that we saw a team that was getting surpassed by all of the up-and-comers in Brazil. The Black Dragons, the NIP, all of the big Brazilian teams that were missing before have progressed further than them. And that was supposed to change in stage 2 when they brought Flash 3. Flash 3 stepped up massively, still the second best player on that roster. But who disappeared? STK. STK was the main fragger of that team in stage 1. He was the guy that was 109 EPS. Look at his KPR here. Everything dropped by almost 20%. 20 less points of EPS is massive, a massive change, despite him playing the same roles. And same thing with the KPR, once again, dropping almost 22% there. And it's just massive drop of performance for that guy that used to be the main carrier of that team. And he is one of the I guess the main stakeholders of that success, right? Perez was already doing amazing last stage. He still is. He was the top 3 rated player in SAL last stage. But ASTK him went from 7th best rated player in SAL to all the way at the bottom right now with some of the worst players. And that is a big problem for that team.
It is. And what a drop-off in stats. I mean, I'm glad you noticed that. It's definitely a player that we look forward to hopefully get their stuff together for this game, with such 3 important games left for this roster, especially given how last week where they were on the suffering end of the 07, a team that was on the I guess giving end of the 07 that was dishing out the 7-0 to another team is W7M. I mean, they did beat 9 set 7-0, and it was just a dream week for this team in general because they were flawless on all fronts in that game. They took down FaZe as well to end up that week. Absolutely insane. You know, locking in the regional finals. The confidence for this team, Jack, it just has to be at an all-time high.
Yeah, it's amazing how just 1 week changes things, right? Like we sat here 1 week ago, literally on this show 1 week ago, and we said, "Hey, W7M fans, it's a little bit difficult. The league table wasn't looking too hot, but we still believe that W7M have got that substance. We still believe that they're a top team and they can react appropriately. It's not like they're getting absolutely whacked. They've just lost a couple of close games. And what do they come? What do they come and do? They come out of the blocks at 7-0, and then they back up and they beat the current SI champions FaZe 7-5. So week on week, it's a great improvement. And I think that's it. Like, this team has a lot of substance. I think they delivered, a very, 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 very clean game against 9Z. And then to back it up against them FaZe, it's good. And it's the quality that the individuals have and the synergy that they play with and the resilience they have to go through that process. They know that this league is a slog. It's 9 best of ones, and therefore they weren't too worried about that, and that's shown in the performances.
Yeah, I think we've seen the evolution really, because it started with alarm bells really with that first loss against Liquid, but ever since then we're looking at a team that has stepped up massively and risen to the occasion. Yes, it was a tough game against NIP, that 8-7 victory, but the Furia game also was one round away from going to overtime. Since then, last week was, I think, a real show of proof that team, after the honeymoon period, had a little bit of a slump and we're trying to find its identity, and I think we're starting to see that. I think the 7-0 against NiZ was just a big show of confidence and of trust in those fraggers. Look at VODs, although it left off your screen. Everybody speaks of Palu, for example, or VODs, that are the main, names on that team, but VODs is slipping under the radar and is right now the best rated player on that team, despite playing Ace, by the way. But if you look at the rest of the performance, I think beating FaZe really is such a huge confidence booster for those guys. And now it's a matter of confirming what they've been doing the entire stage, which has been being consistent. If you look at stage 1 and stage 2 right now, I think they're top 2 in global standings overall, combining both stages, because they're one of the teams in Brazil that are the most consistent. And I'm just looking at this game as, okay, we're confirming our spots. We had a rough start because we had that loss against Liquid and Furia and OT win against IIP, so they drop a little bit of points. Now is the moment where they kick again, playing against the lower tier teams of this league.
Now, when we talk about a map for this one, I mean, Loud in general will want to replicate the result they got last time around, because last time around it was Bank, and Loud actually took W7M down in a 7-5 fashion. So W7M don't want to take that up again, and it seems like we're heading to a Skyscraper. I find that very curious, because especially what Frelipox said earlier today when we spoke about the maps and everything, why Lair sees so much play. It's teams are not that confident in picking Skyscraper, maybe because it's so defender favorite, Jack, but W7M starting out on the defense, it has to be really good for them too, right?
Yeah, absolutely. I think Skyscraper is a map that you will very rarely see in best of ones, because it is so defender leaning, and teams want to be there, they want to be defending. In best of ones, that's very, very scary, because you can quickly rack up 4, 5, 6 rounds on the defense, and then the game can be over before it's really started. Now, in terms of preference, both of these teams, Skyscraper is their #1 map preference. So Loud, they've played it. They actually only played it once last stage against Black Dragons. They did win it, 19 days ago. So this stage against Black Dragons. And for W7M, we've not seen it in a while. They played it against Furia last stage. However, the one thing that concerns me here is that Loud are starting attack. Now, the reason that concerns me is because Loud, we've now said that they're predictable. They can be quite slow on their defenses. They can be quite readable. On a map like Skyscraper, you can layer so much utility that it makes it so defender-sided. So I worry for Loud starting off on their attack.
Ooh, that's not a great starting side, especially on the very defensive favored map. And Loud need the points they can get, because it doesn't get easier from here on, though. The good thing is, Ollie has kept his promise so far, not only 7-1s today. So for this being our game of the day, what can we expect? We'll send it back to Exatoika and Lynx.
Thank you very much. And the ironic thing, Ollie, about us playing Skyscraper on this day is we've seen Loud play Skyscraper before, and guess what? It was a great attacking half. It was like, I think they won 4 rounds on the attacking side. It was really, really quite excellent. Only issue is that was play day 2, and that team is against Black Dragons, who have not exactly turned out to be one of the more formidable forces inside of the SAL, and unfortunately right now, I think W7M are just a little head and shoulders above that opposition.
I would agree. But I think that is kind of to be expected by a team that we would put in our top 4 of SAL. Now, I don't know. For me, it's a very difficult one. I look at the map and I've got Fresh's voice ringing through my ears.
Asking to play Overwatch.
yeah, you'll very seldom hear, or you very seldom see a Skyscraper played inside of a best of one. Now, I agree with that sentiment, but I feel like if that is to be true, I've watched too much Skyscraper this stage, because it has been a fairly popular map. Not only here inside of SAL, but we've seen it a lot inside of NAL as well. Now, when you start to think about the context of both of the two teams we've got in front of us and playing this map, you can't really look much further than that attack win percentage, because that is going to be the most critical thing when you're playing a Skyscraper. You are going to have to attack it at some point, regardless of how good your defenses are. And Loud aren't particularly known for that attacking win percentage. It isn't somewhere that we see them have the greatest of times. So I do worry about it a little bit from that point of view. W7M clearly don't look too worried. I wish I knew what the joke was, because I would like to laugh like that as well.
Yeah, I don't have any for you, unfortunately.
Oh, I know that.
All right, that was mean. Here's the joke. We're playing Skyscraper. Ollie and I, not the biggest fan. Well, actually, I forget. How do you feel about Skyscraper?
There's only one map that I will ever say that I'm not the biggest fan of, and it isn't Skyscraper.
Cafe?
Yeah. Aside from
Look at
that,
me.
I love them all.
You love Skyscraper.
I think it can be really technical.
You love this map.
I love watching it and casting it. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, well, okay. So two things. One, I don't know if I agree with that. However, to your point, I mentioned this earlier. We actually did see a very technically proficient and interesting game played by M80 against SSG last night on Skyscraper. So I actually do think that is fair, that you can see it sometimes. I think my issue with Skyscraper is those games are kind of few and far in between, and that it usually somewhat devolves into the standard fare. But hey, recent history actually gives your argument some credence, because I did enjoy that that game last night from M80 was very positionally sound. Great utility usage, great pinching, great cutoffs. Intel got generally the fundamentals from M80 last night on Skyscraper attacks were excellent. If you haven't watched that game, they win 6 attacks in a row on Skyscraper to win 7-0. It's really honestly an excellent showing on that map from M80. It was our last game of the NAL group stage.
I thought you were going to say if you haven't watched that game, you should go and watch it, and then you just proceeded to spoil everything that happened.
Well, yeah, but I mean, here's the thing, right? Is I've never really been one for I don't really believe there are spoilers in sports, right? They are things that happen in the real world.
Oh, you're one of those people.
Well, I mean, yeah. Listen, if somebody don't get me wrong, if somebody tells me, "Hey, don't tell me what happened," I'm obviously not gonna tell them, because I'm not mean. But I'm gonna go out, and especially our job is analytics, right? Our job is analysis and breaking things down. And so I'm telling you to go watch that game, not because it was exciting and a crazy result. The results are easily accessible. But what I'm telling you is, hey, there's things that you can learn and take away from, and that I think were strategically salient and extremely interesting to watch. And you should watch the game for that reason. I don't think the result is important there. What's important is me telling you the highlights and what I think they did well, and then you seeing specifically how they did them well. That's when I recommend a game, that's what I do. Not as a, hey, I'm not saying go watch The Godfather. I'm saying, hey, go watch this game, because I think you'll learn something.
Good film.
Good film. Honestly, I've had a Godfather trilogy rewatch burning in my back pocket for a few months now.
It might be time.
I honestly, that's the thing, man.
You never know. You could tuck up tonight, and you could get two movies done.
I'm actually not doing that. You want to know why? I'm seeing one battle after another tonight.
One battle after another.
So
what, you going out of SAL into another league? I didn't think anything was on after this.
Yeah. Actually, Playdate 10 of NAL is tonight. You're casting it. It's all 7-0s. Not to spoil it, but
starts in 40 minutes.
No, it's Paul Thomas Anderson's new movie. I'm very excited. The marketing for it is, well, it's funny. The trailers have been great. The marketing for it has actually not been the greatest marketing campaign I've ever seen. So I'm kind of not surprised you haven't heard about it, but I'm very excited. Seems like a very good movie. By the way, I do love my movies. The last thing I'll say before Ollie and I go back to doing our jobs. I have seen 73 movies this year.
Goodness me.
I've seen 73 movies this
That's
year.
a lot.
I've seen. Oh, you want to hear the next best part?
Go on.
Where is it? Sorry, I've seen 73 movies and I've read 44 books.
Wow. Wow. That's an Owen Wilson wow for you.
Wow. Yeah, I love my media.
Attackers need to locate
That's impressive.
as many bombs as they can.
I've watched a lot of rounds of Siege. Does that count?
I mean,
in fact, we've not watched as many as we usually would because there's been so many blooming 7-0s.
No, we were talking about this before we got into the game. This has been honestly one of the weirder stages of Siege I've ever casted. I think part of it is you and I have just, we only cast half the games. Parker, Jesse cast the other half. And so sometimes we'll get like a disproportionate showing of things. You and I have got a lot of the 7-0s, a lot of the dominant games. It just felt like it's one of the weirder stages of Siege I've ever casted, where I feel like our perception of things just obviously we watch all the games, but like just strictly block off like the games we experience firsthand casting, I feel like has been not representative of the stage overall because it's felt like such a dominant one-sided stage. Then again, I don't know if that's exactly unrepresentative. I feel like other people have that same perspective, and yet I don't know, that's the weird thing with NAL. Like, it's very competitive in the standings, and yet it feels like every game is one-sided, no matter who wins or loses.
Yeah, it definitely does a little bit.
Anyway,
we'll see what this game has to offer us. We got Loud, we got W7M. Surely Loud can show us something exciting here tonight on this Skyscraper attack. W7M starting off on the defense, double denial ban, double hard breach ban, and then half of the denial is banned in the Cade. Clash being the other half. Interestingly, W7M not playing the bandit, so they got a plan for this, and that plan is going to be a mirror. When you're forced into bringing the thermite, you already know that the mirror is a nasty thing to have to deal with. Now, I'm not sure that Veto on the shield is going to really do anything to try and make opening that breach any easier. SDK needs to have a bit of impact over here on this house size, and well, you just stand in front of an open breach, Lobin, you are going to get what is coming to you.
You get what's coming to him, but W7M follow up with the next 2 picks, and Azami, big operator to lose. But you get the Ying and the Doku in the process. I think that balances out. Still have the shield, though. Macedo can create a lot of space with that, but W7M off that 4v3. Sure, you lose the Azami, but I was going to say maybe we should think about backing up. But this is W7M I'm talking about. Of course they will not do that. Ooh, a little Evil Eyes. As Flash Street, I don't know if you can tell, is inside of the site at the moment. Problem is, he's the only attacker alive. Oh my god, almost demolishes Palu on that angle. Bit of a strange end of the round, but W7M performing pretty well on that roam and close out Teen Karaoke, as I think we all usually expect the defense to do.
Well, I don't want to say a predictable start because the opening kill was got by Loud. To be getting that opening pick and then not being able to convert onto the round is always a bit of a shame. My stream was a slideshow. Then I'm afraid, Lynx.
Honestly,
I've got very little for you.
Honestly, if you want me to give it, I think it's just like when you have a team like W7M on the road, it's always going to be difficult. W7M are one of the best trading teams in the world. So like one of the downsides we normally see, like actually, hold on. Rolling up my sleeves for this. Furia ENX. Don't worry, this connects. Furia ENX. They extend very heavily on T Karaoke, and we go, what the hell? Why are they doing this? It doesn't make sense. They're checking off boxes they don't need to. And to be fair, that's true. W7M in this case, do they need to be extending that far out? I don't think so. They're not holding it as hard as Furia were, but do they need to be doing that? No, they don't. But one great thing W7M have is when they do that, they are extremely good at getting trades and extremely good at playing crossfires and trading each other out. So one of the big disadvantages of extending that far on T Karaoke all the way into Office Exhibition is mitigated somewhat for W7M because of how well they communicate and play off each other and refrag. And I think that's a big example because you lose the opening pick, Palu on the opposite side, and then people actually in Office Exhibition immediately jump out, get trades, solve the whole situation, start falling back. So basically, a roam that normally has a lot of problems is mitigated by one of W7M's strengths, is the summary of round 1.
It kind of feels like W7M are flexing a little bit here as well, because you look at this lineup, and I don't know what it is about Malusi today, but I feel like we're seeing more Malusi today than we have done all stage long. We've even seen Malusi banned at some point. And something that we haven't seen, which you would very much expect, is going to be the Azami. We always talk about the layered defense that Skyscraper has to offer. Areas that Lobin's playing in right now on the Malusi, inside of Terrace, in Drum, over towards Dragon. These are all areas that you're expecting to come across an Azami and a horrible Crystal Maze fortress that's been created by these defenders. Lobin, interestingly, actually dipping in over into the office side there. Try and keep a control of what's going on. I don't know if W7M are going for the full flex, but even the site choice is a little bit questionable in this one. Very rarely get to see a bedroom site come out. And it looks as though it's causing Live a few problems here as he's trying to find a little bit of something going on vertically. But another round and another opening pick here for Loud.
Yeah, but like before, W7M were very good at the trading, and while it's not really a factor at the moment, Loud taking a lot of time to get these picks. A second one could easily fall, though. Ooh, nade caught by the ADS, but a second and a third. Oh, Palu! Yeah, I don't envy him there. Not much you can do at that point. 2 bodies now invested in this roam, by the way, on Office Exhibition. And W7M have wasted a lot of time, but Loud have still gotten the kills required. And Loud are in the position where with a 5v3, the problem where they're often low on time isn't going to hurt nearly as bad, so long as they maintain this advantage. Dodez playing an off angle will not land that kill. And boy, do Loud have the utility to make this work. Nice by Dots. Catches one player down below. And since that first floor is in control of W7M, he can rotate below for the C4 again. Dota's trying to find that kill, but smartly, Loud put Basetto in through the breach. The metaphorical one, not the literal one that Dotaz just decapitates the Blackbeard through. Overheats a little bit. Perez would not have got that trade had the Jaeger not peaked, so things are still close. Yet W7M fighting back nicely. Now the 7 seconds will really hurt Loud, who lack the information, who will fall to W7M players holding these off angles, and STK won't even try. Stuck outside of house, and only a Miro window hole to look through. 2 in a row for W7M, though certainly some weaknesses to be found.
Actually, outside of VIP breach at the end of the round, by the way. Criminal behavior. I didn't need to make a small correction. I did think we were going downstairs. Now, I don't know why I thought that, because we never see that bomb site, but the overlay definitely tricked me.
They're like
it was,
basically
of course,
the same spot.
Top floor site. I mean, they're nearly in the same place, just a floor separating them. But I feel like it's a correction worth making. Back downstairs this time, though. Kitchen barbecue. W7M holding firm on that roam game. Again, losing that opening pick, but able to convert the round. I think if there's one thing that Loud can take away from this so far, is that they're doing a really good job of punishing W7M early on into the game, but being unable to capitalize on that. I mean, does that speak into how defender-leaning Skyscraper can be? Or is that Loud aren't able to take advantage of what is plainly in front of them? Because it's not even like these are getting traded. Neither of the opening picks so far have been traded. And yet both rounds have come really kind of down to the wire on time, with Loud having some pretty horrendous stall-outs during and throughout. So something to definitely keep an eye on as we move forward. See what Loud choose to do this time. One thing is for certain, that's that if Blackbeard's available, Basetto is going to be playing him, because that is his favorite. We do get a little bit of Bravo action here as well, as Maestro is being brought, so a good option to try and deal with some of that electrification and some of those cameras. But you're going to be typically going for a top floor clear here, as players like Dots are starting to just make a few minor alterations to the flooring upstairs. Give themselves a few angles for later on if a plant does end up coming down. For the meantime, STK just going to be hopping himself into toilet, and with the positioning of a lot of these attackers, you've got to believe that they are going to be going for something pretty direct. Basetto trying to get the plant down. The adrenal surge coming in. You can hear the candelas going. Perez is able to recover that diffuser, But is he able to find a spot to plant? We've already seen the plethora of vertical angles that these defenders have been making, Lynx.
Yeah, you see the vertical angles, and I believe it's exactly where Palu got the kill through. Baseto trying to plant off the back of the Yings, and I think Loud, unfortunately, not recognizing that a Warden was in play. Palu gets the second, not the third. Loud tried to take things quick and, well, get dealt a flawless round in the process. Often the situation you meet. I know we talked about that lair bomb site earlier and how the Ying might always work, but I think sometimes we forget, because we preemptively take the Ying out of the lineup with a Warden in play, just how quickly those glasses can completely throw a wrench in an attacking strategy.
Okay. I don't know what it is about teams starting off like with good intentions and then it just slipping into utter chaos, but it feels like we're seeing it again here tonight. And it feels like someone on Loud has recognized that and gone, you know what? Let's take a tactical timeout. Let's just all take a breath here, because this was not the game plan that we had coming into this. DDN definitely stepping in here and just going, we do not need to be going this quickly. We can certainly slow things down a little bit. Loud have been very good at getting those opening picks, as I already mentioned. They weren't able to get the opening pick in round number 3, but it didn't really have a great bearing on the round just because of the, I guess, lack of strategy that was really kicking around there. It was very much hack the Maestro cameras in sight with Brava, and let's just try and push sight with the Blackbeard and the Ying. And we'll bring a Finker because a Finker's always great for a rush. At W7M, they're not even really like changing the playbook up a little bit here either. They are playing very static operators. A Mirror, an Azami, a Warden. Their intentions are very clear as to how they want to try and defend this. They want information, and they want flexibility, and they also want the ability not to be stunned and to see through smoke, because they know the sort of games that Loud are going to be playing. The next round of bans come in. The Mirror is removed, but that isn't going to make anything much easier, especially given that the Thermite now has been banned out as well. So it's going to be tin openers only. That or a Maverick Blowtorch to try and get things open. Not necessarily that Skyscraper is a map where breaching and hard breach becomes such a heavy focus. It's actually kind of rare that we see 3 hard breaches banned out on Skyscraper, but it does have a significant impact onto teams that maybe aren't good at dealing with the clock, because you're just putting a load more games in their way between them and you.
Feels like there was a brief time in the Skyscraper meta when hard breaching was like a really, really important thing. We started seeing the Thermite ban, which obviously, as you mentioned, we have here, start creeping in a little bit more into the lineup. But as you mentioned, I think a lot of the times those things don't really get impacted or don't really get affected. Honestly, I'm really surprised with the Azami remaining up. Arguably one of the most, if not the strongest operator on this map. Look, might be in the hands of Loban, who's definitely been having a weak stage so far, but that's always going to be a risk. Loud try to counter the bandit trick with dots, to be fair, in play on the bandit. Oh, Dodez. W7M just going for the ego challenge at this point. Their positioning has been really aggressive, but really well thought out. Always playing those off spots that Loud will not expect. And I appreciate the coordination from Loud. Like, you can see that they're dealing and anticipating these bandit batteries very well and in a very timely fashion. But at the same time, you can see that's not only what W7M are relying upon. They've got the guns behind these breaches as well, and that is where Loud have been struggling for 3 rounds.
I don't think anybody knows about dots either.
Ooh,
those bees aren't catching him. I don't think the drone got him.
No! Oh, no, he's right there.
So free.
Oh, that's brutal.
He got the trade onto Flastry.
Doda's got the next one. That was the Jaeger.
Doda's. I got baited by the names. I can't read them.
Don't worry, Dots and Doda's very, very similar nomenclature right there. Got the DO, and right now, Live struggling to take down the ladder on house stairs. Perez moving in from behind. Oh, what a round it's been. 2 Team Karaoke attacks where we've barely even seen the bomb site, let alone watch it have an impact. W7M have put forth a problem that Loud are struggling to find a solution for.
Tricky stuff there. You know, if there's a bandit going on tricking over inside of office and the site's tea and karaoke, it is going to be a tough day at the office. And the thing is, It's not like there's nothing to deal with that. Everything in Siege has got an equal and opposite counter. There's nothing within reason. Like, you'll be able to find something, but on the whole, most things can be dealt with. And W7M are just throwing up enough things that are difficult enough to deal with. Not impossible, just difficult enough. And Loud are really tripping up over them. If you're worried about the map pick before we got into it, we've seen 4 rounds now, we're into the 5th. Those worries have been warranted. But Lynx, I made a promise. And I've got nothing, there's nothing in my control that I can do to deliver on that promise.
Oh no!
But we've just got to hope. We just have to hope for Loud.
We are helpless bystanders in all of these matches. We cannot affect a single thing going on in front of us. Why your promise was so bold. B4 out. Not even a lick of damage done. Just about sending a message. He's staying there too. He's like, what if I hop out? Loban, all right, hold on. We got to be careful. Like, let's not do this. If he gets a kill here, honestly, I might just call the game. No,
I mean, this is
go
good.
away.
This is. Oh, he gets good damage. Oh, he doesn't get good damage. Barely even touched him. Must have hit him with 1 bullet.
Honestly, I'm glad we got out of that. Poor guy.
Here's what I was talking about with being able to deal with things. Already inside of this round, very different Loud coming out, which is great to see. Bringing the Zephyr, they have the ability to remove the bandits from below and remove the floor so that the bandit can't play there. It doesn't look like the bandit battery has either remained or been replaced, but it is going to be the last one. And with the floor open, you should be able to shoot it. So Loud are able to solve these problems. The same thing now going on this main breach. Loban thinking about picking up his battery, but realizing it's probably a little bit too late. Looks like the breach is now going to be opened. So we're in a good position at the moment for Loud. They've been able to problem solve a couple of those things that have caused them to slow down a little bit in previous rounds. And they've still got half of this round to execute.
Plenty of utility too. Candela's, all the bees, the shield in play. But at the same time, they've been bringing these tools consistently, and they've not had the success I think Loud were hoping. And only 5 kills acquired by Loud so far, 3 of them coming in 1 round. We've yet to see more. Initial bait. A little bit of a face check. Try and get W7M to reposition and get them to expend some utility. Loban again missing a lot of shots with those MP7. Nade bounced around the corner. Will force him off those prone holes. First kill still goes his way despite the utility being placed on him. Just immediate glasses into the M59. W7M still firm control of the site. Oh, it's not just firm. It is rock solid. Indomitable at the moment are W7M. 5 rounds in a row. Again, they only lose 1 body in the process.
You look at all the tools at the moment that Loud have got to play with here. 3 hard breaches have been banned. You have got everything you could wish for as an attacker. You want a shield? You've got all 3. You've got all 4 of them. Fuse never gets banned. Let's not count that.
Yeah.
You want some impact on the site? You want a little bit of a beachhead to get around? Glaz, Ying, Bees, Capitao. You name it, it's available. Dokubi. And they're still unable to pull off these rounds. You've got to call the credit where it's due. They did a good job of dealing with the walls that time. The hard breach has been banned. The walls are going to be a little bit more difficult to open. There is a bandit, and W7M are playing it. Now, you've got to work around that. But, and I say this is a big but, when you have that much other kit, you should at least be able to start pinching players out. You should at least be able to blind people, work vertically. There are so many options for things to do, and yet we just see people stacking up on a breach and just trying to force the site again without having sufficient steps in place before they do so.
It would become
well, hey, look, we get the 4th choice site links.
We do. We get Betterman bathroom. It really has become Loud syndrome. Just that brute forcing it at 1 entrance, kind of the de-evolution. The devolution?
Devolution?
Something like that. This team has devolved since the beginning of Stage 1, and definitely since their SI run. It's been a slow, and not precipitous decline. It's not been fast, but it's been progressive. especially as Leo mentioned with the loss of Daffodil, who added a little bit of spark to that roster. And now I think on Skyscraper, this is a map where on the attacking side, all of those traits are going to be exacerbated because of how difficult it can be to attack. A lot of this isn't necessarily Loud's fault. We see plenty of teams make these same stumbles. But Loud have these issues on so many other maps. And if they have them there, they'll definitely have them here. Well, spotted on the drone, though. Loud have not got an opening pick since the first 2 rounds. Could be an opportunity here. But nade around the corner will reveal that somebody's in bathroom, at least around that area. Perez might be cloaked, but not really all that important. Live just taking a 1v1 upstairs. Nobody really around for the trade. While Basetto gets the kill, Perez instead going for a walkabout outside of delivery. Flash tree also just around the site. More often than not, we'll see teams play a retake on this site. Try to drop down through the hatch. That might be what W7M's game plan is here.
Could very well be, especially with the amount of vert that's starting to be open now as well. Flashter's found himself in the middle of the site. I think Basetto needs to get himself into a decent position. You can see Flashter calling for the plant now. Basetto, the one with the kit. Got a difficult transition to make, though. There's a castle barricade in between him and where he needs to be. He's going to have to burn an Ash Breaching round to get that done.
Yep.
Vert on the plant spot. That isn't where Flashter pinged. Flashter has already scoped out the safe place. It's likely that this plant goes down. But you've got to give it to W7M that they have planned for this to happen. And there's the first kill coming in.
Ooh. The second does not go W7M's way, though. It is Perez with the first, and now an advantage acquired. Perhaps W7M overcomplicating things by going to this site. Just spot the head of one player on the diffuser. Bulbs can't get it, though, as another creeps around the corner. In command of bedroom and bathroom, and it's the only attack they will get. Perhaps it will be sufficient. But for Loud to secure all 3 points, they'll need to win 6 defenses in a row, and now the onus is on W7M.
One of the reasons why we don't see that site can be a bit stinky to try and defend. On a map that is very well defender-sided anyway, you've got plenty other options in terms of kitchen and barbecue, the other first floor site to go to and defend there. But W7M maybe just flying a little bit too close to the sun, but they've got a healthy lead and they are going to be happy with that. A lot now hinges on their own attacks. And whereas we've seen Live not necessarily known for their attacking prowess, W7M are looking much healthier in that regard. Just sitting around the 48% mark, so slightly less than 50-50. Whereas we've seen Loud struggle, W7M now have to succeed and they need to grab themselves 2 rounds. 2 shields banned straight off the rip, double denial taken away as well. So a very different set of tools will be available for W7M versus what Loud had for themselves. The main part of those tools being as much hard breach as you like, and W7M are going to take it. Ace and Thermite for the first tea and karaoke round. At least that's what's selected for the time being. Looking toward this W7M attack, Lynx, you've got to give them the benefit of the doubt here. Given that we've ended up on Skyscraper, it's got to be somewhere that they're feeling very comfortable at the moment, because their position in the standings right now, whilst they're in that 4th place spot, it's by no means guaranteed. There's still plenty of siege to play here in the SL, and I'm not going to go as far as to say that they need these 3 points, but they need something out of this game.
It's security, right? They absolutely need something out of this game, and 3 points just means that, you know, going into, you know, what I think we would agree are the easier games in comparison to this one. Black Dragons tomorrow, and then Los next week, though. Los have given us some signs of life, and I hope to do see a close game there, especially since they play ENX tomorrow, which could be arguably one of the most decisive games for who has the best chance at getting that 6th place spot out of our bottom 4 at the moment. W7M are just trying to keep ahead. Just trying to keep ahead. They're ahead of Loud and Liquid by 2 points. Getting 3 points here will mean that even if Liquid win, they'll be 2 points ahead of the 5th place spot, but then a whole, like, what, 5 points ahead of Loud in 6th? That's exactly where you want to be right now. And even 2 is going to feel very, very good if this ends up going to overtime. Interesting thing about the ban face, by the way. Interesting, but not complicated. You can only ban 2 things. So Loud both ban shields. But Dot still has one play. The shield player for W7M will have an important tool for the next 3 attacking rounds. I imagine W7M are, well, trying to close things out quickly because you never want to attack too long on Skyscraper. But having the shield for as long as you can will be important because I imagine in 3 rounds, no matter what happens, that Blackbeard's getting banned.
Yeah, you'd like to think so, wouldn't you? But then again, we've already seen what that can do and the tools that it can leave open, so kind of a bit of a double-edged sword. It's what you want to deal with less. Live does need to be cautious over here. There's already some angles being opened, and well, he drops to prone to try and get out of the way, and nade comes for him as well, but it was only ever going to be a matter of time. W7M were throwing the kitchen sink at making sure they were going to be successful in that opening pick, and for the meantime, it will not be traded. Very speedy control of Office, and if you look at what it's cost them, it's not cost them anything that they aren't willing to spend. Volp's going to double down with a kill onto Veto. That's the smoke, by the way. This round going from bad to worse right now for Loud.
Brief thing I want to point out, huge difference in operator positioning between Loud and W7M. W7M put the Azami over on the opposite side, and what that means is when you have those soft walls, you can place Kiba barriers on them so you don't get shot through minibar like we just saw happen to Live. Instead, Flash 3 playing over in Geisha, which is not even a focus for W7M at the moment. They try to clear out the roam. You can see why putting the Azami over there can be so strong for an Office Exhibition roam, and by not doing it, it's made things so much harder for Live in that position. So you still have the Kibas. Geisha's going to be a real pain to clear. Perez, I'm honestly surprised Perez doesn't commit to that swing. Playing very scared on the top black door, especially in a position where in the 3v5, you kind of need everything you can get. Gets the hipfire kill anyway, so I guess betting on himself works out quite nicely. It's the only kill that they'll get, though. W7M just demolishing Loud.
Logan got 3 kills from Karaoke Repel. This goes to show the power of that position. Especially when the rest of your team is already working at the map from the opposite side. You've got someone in position ready to catch these defenders as they're rotating around. And happy days. W7M, match point right now. They've already picked up their first round on the attack. We go to Exhibition and Office for what could be the last round of this game.
Attackers need to locate and defuse
W7M, good record on Skyscraper. Although they haven't won it in a while. Would you like to hazard a guess as to the last team that they beat on Skyscraper?
Ooh, that's a...
Attackers have located a bomb.
They've not played at this stage. Could I get a hint? Tell me what competition it was played at.
It was played at Reload.
Okay. I don't know if I don't think I'll get this. Because Reload was funky.
10 seconds left before insertion.
I don't know. See, something like SSG, maybe?
They beat Falcons on Skyscraper.
Oh, okay.
7-4. They got 2 rounds on Exhibition and Work Office. Now, Falcons, previously BDS, known to be one of the better Skyscraper teams in the world.
Been that way for a while. Well, known, I think, be the operative word there.
Yes, maybe not currently known, but at the time.
At the time, yes. It's kind
Just
of
goes to show the quality of this W7M roster on this map. But it was a hell of a long time ago.
It was. Falcons and G2 both for a while in EU, I think, being 2 of the best Sky teams in that region, certainly. Plus, also, it's just like, you know, Falcons still on paper really good teams. That's always going to be a quality win no matter what.
I do like the idea that we're just rage baiting Fresh and Leo now as well as they listen to what we say.
Hey, you're an NA now.
I know.
We hate EML over here.
I'm not over there though. I'm still over here.
True.
Slightly slow around here. Already seen 1 minute and 10, and everyone at the moment remaining unscathed. W7M haven't found that opening opportunity yet, but you better believe that when it comes, they will be ready to take it. Seto playing quite an interesting angle right now. He's sort of hopped up on minibar, looking back through the breach. Perez chilling out over inside of Terrace. STK taking a bit of damage, but it's going to be Volps as the first player to be downed. Maybe finished off here. Once a little bit of baiting can ensue. Just trying to bait for his teammate, but I mean, 3 versus 3. W7 don't mess around on these trades. They're very quick to it.
I think the confidence to do it. Low, but unfortunately, I think letting things fly a little too loose. Wow, Dodez is just inside of the site and sadly not panning out. Wub just buzzing right next to Palu, revealing that information. Seems Loud have at least one more defense to offer. Smoke used to facilitate the hop in through Geisha. And as we can see, Palu has quite the gap in front of him. One he can cross without really running into too many defenders until he gets right about here, where things could get a little tricky. He can walk up to the door, but there's one player right around the corner, right on house stairs. He's got both firebolts, though. If you can find an opportunity to use them, planting it right on house, you'd force the defender back, and then that'd allow you to hop in. He's found the head of one, and that player on house is playing awfully low. Lets the Capitao get in, even across, but Baseto keeping watch. Maybe just baiting Palu in. Seeming like a couple ways he could have won that round, but doesn't happen. Loud will hold on. The 4-round deficit to cross.
I think that's a serious runaway angle for the player at the bottom of house stairs if Baseto misses or loses that engagement. Wasn't necessarily like an on-contact crossfire, a guaranteed, signed, sealed, and delivered that you'd like to see in those sort of 2 versus 1 situations. But hey, Loud have got around, and I could not be happier. It is not going to be a 7-1. We are still living up to our word. Although it could very well be a 7-2, but Loud showing much more dominance. And I think they played the map a lot, or they played the site, should I say, a lot better in that previous round. Not only did we have a little bit of early success for SDK out there on their own, being able to take Volps down, but they were able to deal and not just give up so much control straight away. Now, it wasn't really much of a cross clear from T-Room into sort of Drum Shrine Terrace area. It was very much just SDK on his own as the Nomad trying to get in there and place a little bit of utility, and then other players looking to move in on cutoffs. So W7M maybe just going a little bit too direct, not respecting that a more full clear, not just a half clear with a bit of air jab pressure would have been enough. But Loud very quickly take advantage of basically anything that they can scrap a hold of at the moment, because that's the position that they are in. And it's been good for a round. We are to expect rounds on the defense here. It just so happens that Loud can't afford to put a single foot wrong at the moment.
Which you have an easier time of doing on Skyscraper defense, but when you're feeling that pressure, it's always going to be more difficult, especially keep in mind where Loud are. We're on play day 7 now. We're getting into the final stretch of SAL. And Loud are going to be thinking about how they just narrowly missed playoffs last stage. Was it a 3-way tie at 12 points, I think? The one they came out the loser of? No, excuse me. It was a 3-way tie at 13 before Liquid got 1 point. But Loud losing out on a tiebreaker to Black Dragons to go from 6th to 7th and not make the playoffs. They don't want to be in that position again. It is always a heartbreaker, but especially as Black Dragons have fallen off. They have a bit more of a gap maybe between the bottom teams, but Los, there's an opportunity to slip in there. If Black Dragons turn up, they just have a couple good best of ones. There's an opportunity to slip in there, especially since Loud have to play Furia and NIP after this. They've got a hard 2 games ahead of them, and they've got a hard game in front of them right now. There's a very real possibility that Loud could find themselves at 10, 11, or 12 again, and yet still not make the playoffs if one of the teams behind them, one of the 3 with 6, just starts catching up and starts putting in the work. So, sure, dropping this game to W7M, maybe it's not that big a deal. But good luck getting a point off Furia, and good luck getting more than 1 or 2 off NIP.
Yeah, it really doesn't leave them in a very easy position at all. You'd like to think that Loud are kind of counting their lucky stars at the moment that this little unfortunate tech has happened. It just gives them a bit more time to try and stabilize and figure a few things out, because I think any time that they can get at the moment is going to be good time. Understand that they're not able to really discuss anything during these moments, but you've got to give it to them that this has been a little bit fortuitous. It does take a little bit of the sting out of things and gives them time to try and refocus. Of course, from W7M, maybe a little frustration creeping in. Maybe I think the problem was majority on their side. I believe it was it Volps that dropped out? Was it Dots? I do forget which, but I do think we're just waiting for a player to rejoin the lobby. Unfortunately, it's not nice when we get little tech problems, but we've had a few tonight. It's been fairly smooth, I think, all stage long up until this point. But we've got the gremlins in the PCs tonight. It's gremlin season. It's autumn, so that's when they start coming inside and sneaking next to your motherboard.
Oh my god! Wait, I have some ridiculous actually on the note of gremlin season. I was gonna hang out with a few friends last night after NA. You know, it's been a long week, been a busy week. We're gonna hang out for a bit before SAL today. Invite one of my friends over, and he sends in the group chat. He goes, "No, sorry, it's Halloween season. I'm watching spooky movies with my girlfriend." We're like, "What? It's September 26th. What do you mean it's spooky season?" And he goes, "Yeah, spooky season lasts from now to December 1st."
What? That's obscene.
Is that not the most ridiculous thing you've ever heard?
Halloween's for children.
Okay, well, that's not where I was going. Like, we're 22, 23. We're not, like, you know, we don't have a house.
But I think it gets more spooky when you've got a house because you want to dress it up.
Well, no, I get that, but that's not the point I'm making. The point is, why is Halloween season lasting until December? Why are you getting spooky over turkey?
Attacker's objective is to defuse a bomb.
I can't. I don't think I've ever gotten spooky over turkey. Festive? Maybe.
Hungry?
Definitely.
Absolutely. Spooky? Not so sure.
So is the upshot just we write this friend off until after December?
Well, I mean, to hang out, but potentially. He might be locked in.
He's trying to catch you up on your 73 movies.
Hey, and honestly, quite a few good Halloween horror movies.
Crap Halloween movies.
He's on Friday the 13th, Part 8. And he's like, oh god, why is he in Manhattan? Anyway, W7M looking for potentially, maybe not a quick one, but definitely looking to get control close to the site early on. Delivery angle opened up. Dokkaebi call primed and ready. It's a barbecue defense, as you can see. Ooh, Flash 3 just around the corner. Forced to back off once he's spotted. I think W7M realized they can't move as quickly just yet.
Yeah, just finding out what the response is going to be from Loud, I think, at the moment. And understanding, yep, they're aware of it. We can make a little bit of progress and back off. There's no harm in that. As some of the best teams do, they attack where the enemy is weakest. Or where they can be most effective. That is not too effective. That is a pretty scuffed breach, Palu. Should be able to salvage it. Ooh, some great shots through the wall there. Oh, Perez, just go for the swing. Believe in yourself. That's the second time we've seen him play scared, and it's cost him.
Letting W7M get into it. STK2 playing passive before, falling in the process. Blastry and Bassetto holding on to the site. 2 toxic canisters, but they're both down below. It gives W7M full control of the vert. And if you look at where they're positioned, it's a long time if you were to try to walk over house stairs and go for a flank. Black Stairs is in possession of W7M2. There is no good option to try and maybe go for some kind of late flank to disrupt W7M. It's got to be on the site. Bassetto tries to swing and goes down. Still 2 toxic canisters in pocket. He didn't even get the opportunity to waste time. Instead, he's left it all on Flash 3's shoulders. He was good for a 1v4 against Black Dragons earlier this stage. We are a long way from the beginning, and as we reach closer to the end, Loud's woes continue, and W7M cement their spot amongst the top 4.
7-2 win for W7M on Skyscraper. There's a lot of criticisms of the map coming into this from the Loud side of things, but W7M knew exactly what they were doing, and they knew their game plan here tonight. did a very good job on their defenses and only stumbled slightly on that attacking side. And you can't forgive people for that on Skyscraper. That is going to conclude our 4th game of the night. We, of course, have one more coming up. We have Black Dragons versus Liquid. And if you've ever listened to us casting the SAL before, I've often talked about the Liquid tingles. I'm getting them tonight. I'm just saying. I'm getting those Liquid tingles for Black Dragons versus Liquid.
Perhaps.
It's going to be coming up just after this break in a very short desk.
You know how they say it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now. Yes!
And yet another dominant game, though, for W7M. They pick up the 3 rather easy points against Loud, and that's a big concern for them because Loud haven't definitely had it easy, and it doesn't get easier for them either to make sure they lock in for the top 6. W7M are looking so much better, and, you know, when it comes to Skyscraper, we talk a lot about the map and about the defense. The 5-1 split on defense was very good from the side of W7M, but it just gets made easier, I think, Leo, when, again, the issue with Loud persists where they just don't have enough time to clear out their attacks.
I mean, it's the exact problems we spotted in the pregame. First and foremost, Loud's playstyle. Extremely predictable, extremely step-by-step, and extremely slow. You're going on a map that is one of the most, if not the most defender-saddened map in the meta. That's going to be Skyscraper. You start attack. So we already know what you're going to do. We already know you're going to be slow, and we can abuse anything that is making our side stronger because you did not ban Mira. At least not for the first 3 rounds. So what? They abuse the Mira, they abuse the Azami, they abuse the Melusi. And so what happens on site? You have the Evil Eyes as well. And the sites are a massive turtle. Even if the wall denial is gone because they ban Kaid, every setup on the side of W7M is so strong at layering the map and abusing the natural crossfire that look at this. There is no 3 point for Loud. There's nothing they can do. And so they only take that last remaining round 6 that we see here because they managed to get the man advantage, get the opening kill.
On an offsite, by the way.
And yeah, on an offsite. That's it. Because they picked bedroom and bathroom. I mean, honestly, if W7M doesn't try to play that bomb site, who knows? It could have been a 6-0 here, Jack.
Yeah. It's not one of those post desks for me, this one, Leo, where I'm enjoying being right. But seeing those fears kind of realized where, you know that a team's slow, you know a team struggles to attack, and W7M come into it with the perfect game plan against it. And this is why we don't really see Skyscraper played in best of ones, because once you're 5-1 up at the half on a map, like, you're always going to realistically kick on. It's very, very rare that you see reverse sweeps and clean sweeps happen from there. And W7M were too good as well. They found a way to make it work, but they really, honestly, they set themselves up for it with, first and foremost, getting onto that map, then getting onto the map, starting defense, and then the way they played the defenses, which was a very tailored defense to if they were against Loud. If you see W7M play this map against a FaZe, a Furia, or somebody else, then that's realistically where you might see them play this map differently, but they played a very specific way against Loud, like you say, with the utility, and the game plan has just worked start to finish.
And the thing that really impresses me too is that when you look at the stats on the side of W7M, it's quite even. It's not just one player that really is popping up. And then, we'll show it when we show our MVP as well. I think that's a very solid base. We love seeing that because it means, Leo, that if one player does have a bad day, it doesn't necessarily mean that the entire team is then messed up because of it.
Yeah, I'm gonna let Lobin have his moment because I love this guy and he's not having the best stage so far. So I'm glad to see him MVP and take that for himself. But I will say this, whenever you win, especially on Skyscraper in defense, when you win five rounds, and theoretically could have been 6 in a row, you're going to have almost all the teammates go, have a good score because they're defending each area of the map. You're quite spread on that map anyway, so everyone is going to have a chance at getting their kills, right? It's not like when you have one big roamer and the rest is stuck on the turtle. On that map, everyone spreads out and prevents the opposing team to get in the building. So you have more opportunities for every teammate to actually play well. Exactly what happens there. Every single teammate in two kills of each other. I think 7, 8, or 9 kills. Every single one of them. A really clean victory, but one that could be predicted as soon as we saw the map veto.
It's one of them where we give an MVP, and obviously the MVP goes to the individual that has done the best. In this case, being Lobin. But realistically, that was just a really generational team performance. Yeah, it was a team MVP for me. Let's put the whole team on there. It was a team performance.
Most valuable team, MVP.
MVP. And I think if you ask them, I think W7M would stay the same as well.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very fair thing to say. It is a team performance, like Pasha used to say in the EML, I do my 20%, I hope the rest does the same. And then we all do 100% together. And that's definitely what we saw from W7 today. And I'm really happy to have that too, because it just shows that stable basis, right? And it shows them in a stable position as well in regards of the standings. Because when we look at them for the stage, I mean, they find themselves in 4th. That is very good. The shot of the top 2 is definitely not going to be a potential thing for them anymore with how heavily contended it already is by NIP and FaZe.
6 points left? Who knows?
It's possible, but I'm saying there's already a really heavily fought fight up there between 2 other teams, right? Yes, and NIP and FaZe play each other. So there's definitely some points that are staying within of that top 3, basically. And then we can look at hopefully we can look at the standings overall as well, right? Because when we talk about the SAL in fact of 2 stages, the top 6 combined over the 2 stages is really important too. Why is it so important? Well, you do have a chance of playing the regional finals, and right through the regional finals, if you win those, there is a direct invite for the SI up for grabs. And Jack, I think we all know it matters so much for these teams, but especially down at the bottom as well. Elimination and being relegated to the Challenger Series, that's not something you want to have either.
Yeah, no, absolutely. I think for the affiliate teams, they're fighting their own little kind of fight down the bottom of the table. in terms of getting themselves out of the relegation, getting themselves back in this league next year. That is their number one focus. But for the rest of the teams, and even for those teams, the secondary focus is the Six Invitational. Now, why are the finals important this year? Because we've had finals, the last few years previous to when Blast took over, and they were just finals in their standalone right. This time, the winner or second place, if the winner wins the Munich Major, will get a direct invite to the Six Invitational. That means that a Liquid, a Nip, a team that allowed somewhere in that 4th to 6th bracket, maybe a Black Dragons or a loss, somebody that might miss out on maybe going to the Major could actually have a sensational run through the finals and get a direct spot before we even hit the open qualifiers stage. And that's massive. And therefore, this is why the finals are so important this year. Obviously, you can see W7M, Furia, FaZe, they're basically locked alongside Nip up there, but it's still to be fought for Liquid, Loud, Black Dragons, and Loss, realistically. Maybe even ENX. There's a slight chance that they could make up 6 points.
And with that victory today over Loud, W7M proves one thing. They are the most consistent team, despite Furia's success so far. W7M is the most consistent team of the 2 stages combined. The biggest round difference. And that's because Furia was not as dominant in stage 1 as they are in stage 2, whereas W7M, consistent progress, consistent domination. What matters now is for them to really manage somehow to try and beat these big Brazilian teams in BO3s in playoffs. But you already know they're going to reach playoffs for sure. It's now about progressing and beating some big international teams.
Hey, they'll get lots of practice with that before they even make it to the regional finals. But I'm sure someone must have been listening as we were talking about them being currently first in the regional final standings. And that is Paulu. We're joined by Paulu to ask him some questions. Congratulations on not just the 3 points, but I'm not sure if you just saw it there, Paulu. You're also first with W7M in the combined standings for stage 1 and stage 2. Those two things must be an amazing feeling together.
Yeah, I think we are playing really well right now. We are just confident. We have a big map pool, so we are confident playing really different maps. And that's it. I think it's hard for the opponents sometimes because they have to choose between maps that we are good in both. So yeah, it's really hard for some teams to play against us.
I love seeing North. Nothing, and that has everyone behind. I feel like the atmosphere in the team is so good right now. I don't know what you feel, but like I think after last week, especially beating FaZe, I don't know how the vibes are, but like just looking at you guys play, looking at you guys having fun. I don't know, how is it being in the team right now? Because I feel like everyone is just having so much fun.
Yeah, we are always trying to make things lighter, when we are practicing, when we are doing stuff. We are not like putting too much weight on our back. So yeah, we are doing as we feel, let's say like that, like not doing too much, not doing like trying to how can I say, I forgot the word in English, like to do similar to a burnout, let's say. We're doing just like what we think it works, So yeah, it's working, and we are going to keep doing it.
You're not overworking yourself. You're trying to make things work by having fun, basically. And honestly, it seems to show in game. I mean, I was not expecting to see a Skyscraper in a BO1 because I always feel like it's so defender-sided that if you pick it and you're in attack, you're going to be struggling. Were you expecting Loud to start attack on that map and leave you play Skyscraper in defense?
Yeah, like it's probably their most comfortable map. So we knew it's gonna be Sky because Nari said like, let's just leave it open and I'm gonna choose it and just trust me in my gameplay, and that was it basically.
Was the game plan to play lots of utility, lots of his army, the wall denial, the Melusi into the late round against Loud?
Yeah, I think. Especially on some reinforcements games, but when we made the ban like the Ace and the Hibana, they are gonna struggle a little bit with the walls. So yeah, we are doing like a really strong first step, let's say. So they were struggling a lot on those things, and we are getting a lot of kills. Yeah, that was basically most of the rounds ended.
Well, Paolo, looking more towards the future, it's we only have 2 playdays left, and it's still a very close fight. You guys technically aren't locked in yet for the playoffs, but you play Black Dragons tomorrow. There's still so many teams. Who do you think might be a big surprise of who might miss out on the top 6?
miss out. It's hard to say right now. There's Liquid, Loud, and Black Dragon. I think NX can also qualify. Like, it's gonna be like a tough fight. I'm not sure because like Loud has 2 tough opponents right now, so they're gonna be like an upset if they don't qualify again. But it's also like 2 hard matches. I think they play FaZe and Furia, or yeah, that's it. So yeah, it's gonna be hard for them. But the teams that they are playing are also qualified, so I don't know if it's gonna be like easier or not. But yeah, they are, I think, that's gonna be the upset that can happen or not. But
Yeah, I mean, you're right. They do play really difficult opponents, so it definitely isn't easy for them. And I guess, you know, with this game, you definitely haven't made it any easier for them either by taking away some of their points. So, Paolo, thank you so much for your time, and good luck with the game tomorrow.
thank you very much. See you guys, and bye W7 bundles.
Very nice. Thank you so much. The beautiful pink skin that we see on Ash, a very cool design that W7M have brought out for this set of esports drops. Now, speaking about this game, you could definitely see how happy Polly was about taking those points away from Loud and potentially putting them into danger for the playoffs contention. Now, there's a lot of information that Paulo gives us, and I think the main thing that I really want to talk about was the map pool. We see so much layer inside of the SAL, Jack, so the fact that they're bringing out Nighthaven Labs last week, they're bringing out Skyscraper this time around, it makes such a good fundamental base for when we do get to those best of 3s.
Yeah, and it's also the complete opposite of the Furia strat, which is to play 2 maps and 2 maps only the whole stage. I think there's also a little bit of mind games that goes into this, you know, and I say it's the opposite. Furia clearly want to play 2 maps and hide as much as possible. Whereas W7M, if they can have a show of strength, like realistically, even if W7M didn't love Skyscraper, which they do, would you want to play them on it? So now you get to a best of 3. Are you going to be banning it in your best of 3? Now you've seen them play so dominantly on it. So I think actually showing a bit of variation in your map pool and saying, you know, coming on the broadcast and saying, we will play every map, we've really widened our pool. It's a little bit of a psychological kind of warfare for when we get into playoffs.
Yeah, honestly, I'm excited to see the rest of the playoffs coming through, because on one hand, I want to see Liquid bounce back from what happened in stage 1. Like, I really want their roster change to somehow work, because they had so many doubters on social media that I kind of want, you know, them to prove them wrong, kind of. Like, I want finally to see a Liquid that works. On the other hand, I want to see if NIP can finally make themselves or cement themselves in the top 2 in Brazil. For the longest time, we've seen Furia and FaZe take that. Is it W7M? Is NIP able to break that? Are we going to see a change in that top 2 in Brazil? So there are a couple of questions that I'm wondering, you know, that are we going to see the rest of SL evolve? Because it was so top heavy before, it still kind of is, but the top has changed, and they've overall the region has had a huge rise in level from many other teams, and that's what brings a lot of fresh blood into the region and will make them also relevant on international stages.
It does. And I love how you use the word somehow for Liquid, because I guess, you know, sometimes we don't even know it ourselves how they're really going to have to make sure they lift up that level to be back in the top 4, because you see the top has changed. There are different teams at the top right now fighting for the international events, right? And then for this next game, we're looking at Black Dragons and Liquid, which feels kind of crazy to say in general, because we've had such a fast day that we've already moved on to our last game of the day. But we find Ask playing against his former team, right? He's playing against Liquid, the team that he spent one stage with, and now is going back to the team that he has been with for those 2 years before that. He's going to look to prove them that going back to this old roster has to be an upgrade for him. And I think if last week is anything to go by, I mean, you know, Black Dragons, in some incredible individual moments from them last week with a huge result against Los as well. They are so close to not only top 6 here, but Leo as well for the regional finals.
Yeah, it's kind of do or die moment, I feel like, and that's why I really wanted to see this game, because it's do or die for both of these teams. Black Dragon suffered heavily from that roster change at the beginning of the stage. You know, when they decided to remove Muzi, when they lost Flash3, and they had to rebuild the team around Miracle and Ask, the 2 guys on your screen right now, these guys obviously hit a slump at the beginning, first and foremost because they played some strong team, NIP, Loud, and Furia, but also because that change in the team impacted them heavily. I mean, they were left with Makina and Honetao as the main fraggers. The problem was that Honetao was not doing well the stage before, and Makina had dropped significantly in performance. They brought Miracle, who was just another support with Rare, and Ask came back from a stage with Liquid where he struggled heavily and underperformed in every single competition he had played. So a lot of people were doubting the success of that team. And I think started. It all started with that victory 7th against 9Z 2 weeks ago. It really kicked them back on. Then they lost to ENX in a really close game, but then a bit lost, and we're starting to see that turn back again, that curveball where like they bouncing back and they're performing better. Back to Ask, he's now Flex, IGL, is performing much better, and he's back on his Black Dragon performance. Whenever he's on that roster, he performs so much better than when he's on Liquid. The problem I see with this team is the lack of firepower. I still see that hurting them. Miracle has another support, and then Hornetao and Makina, the two fraggers, they're not showing up, Zach.
And how does it hurt them? Well, if you think about it, they've got a lot of good thinkers, they've got a lot of good experience on this team, so their attack win rate is decent. But their defense win rate, Leo, their defense win rate is so low. In fact, it's the worst in the league, 37.5% in terms of their defensive rounds won. That speaks to me that when you've got individuals hot power positions where you need them to maybe play in a 1 versus 2 and at least get a 1-for-1 in terms of the kills department, that's not coming in. And I think that's been the biggest problem for Black Dragons for me is they're actually doing okay on the things that are usually hard, but the things that are usually easy, where it needs a little bit of individual firepower, that's where they're struggling.
It's insane because you know what was their base side last stage? It was defense.
Yeah.
It was defense. They had a 56.9% defense win rate. More than half of defenses they were winning. You're telling me they're on 35, 37 now?
37.5, yes.
That is
12
an
out
insane
of 32.
drop. And I think it goes to show that firepower is really the main problem right now. They need their fraggers to wake up.
We'll look at their opponent for today, because if there's anything they're not lacking, it's firepower. We'll look at the individual players later as well, because we're going to watch Liquid, and watching Liquid, you know you're going to be in for a surprise. They're cooking up all kinds of things so far this stage. I mean, the close game versus ENX 2 weeks ago, a loss versus NIP, and then they come back with a 7-0 versus Loud. I'm not sure about you, Jack. Are you feeling those Liquid tingles already as well that Ollie is feeling, or are you not convinced just yet?
I think Ollie is a little bit of a sensationalist, and actually him and Lynx had a great argument in the Liquid Loud game, which was very funny because Ollie was loving Liquid, and then they go and win 7-0. I actually think they did a very, very good game plan against Loud, very specifically, as we've just seen W7M execute. With Liquid, I think this kind of stage and this kind of performance was somewhat expected with how materially they made changes to the team, right? And they picked up Dafo and they picked up Lender. And I think what you're expecting is a little bit of inconsistency, but still a team that has some raw firepower. The guy that was just on your screen there, Maya, he's performing incredibly well this stage. He is that X-Factor player for Liquid. Dafo, we've seen him be the X-Factor player. He was on Loud, you know, when it was at Reload, he was playing so well. We've seen Nesk for years be an X-Factor player, right? There's no shortage of individual talent. And for me, with Liquid, I don't know, maybe I do have the tingles. Maybe I do. Maybe they're just starting, because I think it will come good eventually. We're just seeing it still, you know, a little bit of the kind of first stage, just figuring things out.
I think I kind of have them right now because I feel like they are still the favorite in this matchup. I feel like Black Dragon still hasn't fully recovered from that roster change. They're looking better, but they are not looking at the top of their game. Liquid is on the back of that 7-0 against Loud. And Maya is the second best rated player in the world. You said he was playing well. Well, I mean, I think that's just a proof of that. Look at his EPS, look at his skills. He's doing amazing so far. Diaz is such a strong backline player. I'm still waiting to see a little bit more of the addition of the last players, Dafo and Lenda. Lenda, it's okay if he has a little bit of poor stats being on his role, but Dafo needs to step up a little bit. He was such a good fragger on the side of Loud when he arrived. I think the overall this roster is you know, sometimes it's hot Liquid, sometimes it's cold Liquid. We need to see something that's a little bit consistent. And now with 3 play days left, they have a 3 points lead against Black Dragons. It's the moment to close and make it even bigger of a gap with 6 points.
That's definitely going to be a thing. I want to look at the map veto for the final day game of the day. Now, looking back at this one, last stage, it was somewhere at the middle point of the stage, right? So it wasn't that big of an important thing yet for Liquid to really bounce back in the final few games and clutch in those top 6. It was played on Consulate, and Liquid actually denied us from going there for the final map. We're going to Chalet. Now, we kind of had this little argument who was going to take the map feature, so I'm going to say my little thing before I throw it to you two. I'm just excited to see yet another Liquid Chalet game, because I know it's going to cause chaos. That's why we saw the 7-0. That's why we saw the chaos, the insane things we saw against ENX. I'm not sure, Leo, if you agree with me, but seeing Liquid on Chalet is going to make my day regardless.
Liquid and Chalet is like, you know, peanut butter and jam, right? For the Americans that are listening, you know. Yeah, the VNJ or butter and bread for the French ones or whatever. But at least it's good. It's two good things that are associated with each other. Gives us something that is a guaranteed good match, and that's always been the case with Liquid. Currently in 2025, they're on a 4-win streak on it, having obviously beaten 7-0 Loud on it last week, and also the map that they beat ENX on. It's a map that they love. It's going to be interesting to see Black Dragons taking them there. I'm kind of surprised, but I'm assuming counter strats, otherwise they would not be playing or leave Liquid play that map because it's a really high preference map for them.
Yeah, I think so. I think it'll be interesting to see if Liquid can kind of change up some of the Chalet that they played. They played a very specific Chalet against Loud last week, and I said it, when you play against Loud, you play a very different way, specifically for them in that late round to try and deny and punish them. That won't necessarily be the case against Black Dragons today. So if you're, if you have the Liquid Tingles or you're just debating having the Liquid Tingles, this game is going to be a great litmus test for whether you should have them or not. If Liquid can come out and just put in a different Chalet, different win conditions, be dominant, then yeah, get on board. Let them Tingles fly.
I hate to be this kind of person, but I feel like we say this about Liquid for every single game. Like, it's always just like, oh, yay, Liquid! And then they get stumped, and it's just like, nah, Liquid. But again, speaking of that person that brought us the Liquid Tingles, or who came up with this whole word or thing or phrase, we'll bring back our casters because Ollie was the one who said it. And now the main thing I'm curious about, Lynx, I think you've been very vocal about not necessarily having those Liquid Tingles yet.
Lynx is a hater.
How are the Liquid Tingles so far with you? Is it like starting, or are you still a bit of a hater?
So okay, I'm gonna take those one at a time, because first I'm gonna address what Jack says. Yes, I am a hater. I enjoy being a hater when it's valid. I do. I'm just gonna be honest, especially when I think a team, I was gonna say deserves it, but I want to again contextualize. My problem with Liquid is that they're inconsistent, not that they're bad. Liquid can be very good. You just don't often know the Liquid you're going to get. However, I'm also reasonable. And to the second point, Liquid 7-0 Loud last week. You just can't ignore that result. It's a very good game plan. Individually, they look sharp. And against Black Dragons today, you're goddamn right I'm feeling the Liquid Tingles. Are you kidding me? Against Black Dragons? No, I'm absolutely on the Liquid train today. Absolutely.
I need to start getting royalties for this.
Yeah.
Like, surely we can set up a little royalty scheme for me to get paid every time somebody says the line. But I think the thing is, I think, Link, you sum it up really well there, because the inconsistency on the side of Liquid is what's worth getting excited for. Because at this point in the matchup, before we're in the thick of it, you don't know what you're going to get. And it might be something really exciting, like the 7-0s that we've seen, or it might be something that just leaves you questioning yourself a little bit as to why you ever supported the team. But I think that's the duality of supporting this team. They're not an easy team to support.
No, they're not. And I think that's why we bring it up so many times, and we have this discussion time after time again, whether Liquid is a team that really belongs within the top, or if do they not. The question is, will we have the Liquid Tingles? Will Liquid have the Tingles as well? Or will Black Dragons fight for the top 6? Let's go to Chalet to find out.
And I mean, if you're thinking about whether or not you got to be on the Liquid side, I mean, to go back to the map that they mollywopped Loud on like not even a week ago, you've even got me singing the praises of Liquid right now. That's how good things are looking at the moment.
Listen, Liquid and Chalet, as Leo so beautifully put, it's like bread and butter if you're French, or PB&J if you're an American.
What about if you're British?
So I was trying to think of something that could be quite good for that, but I didn't.
Bread and Marmite?
Nothing. Yeah, I was gonna say Marmite just because of the bit that we did a few weeks ago. But I mean, it's a love it or you hate it thing, so I don't know. Half of the people wouldn't be down for it. We'd have to reconvene. Maybe like gravy and chips or something along those lines. I think that could be quite like stereotypically
gravy and
British.
Chips?
Yeah, maybe.
What are you talking about?
So Fresh has actually just joined our call to agree with the gravy and chips com.
Okay, wait. Actually, hold on.
That's
actually,
all the agreement that I need.
I do want to say this. I have seen that you guys will often put like curry sauce on your chips. That looks good.
So, yes, it is very good. But you got to be careful which one you get, because some are super spicy, some are just tasty. There's different types of curry as well. That's always something that people overlook. You've got chip shop curry, which is very different to if you go to like a Chinese takeaway and get Chinese curry. Some chip shops will also do Chinese curry or give you the option of traditional. It's a minefield. You've got to know what you're after.
Well, speaking of minefields, Machina trying not to step the wrong way, playing inside a bar at the moment with players not only at the double window, but at the fireplace and the mudroom doors in front of him. Oh, no. He'll probably be going on a DoorDash to order from a chip shop right now because he's taken out early and has got time to burn on the cameras at the moment. Meanwhile, Rare with a Dokubi call will fly by the double door and rotate back to site up Solar. The entry for Liquid goes very well, very early.
Quite stereotypical of the games that we've had today. We've seen some very quick entries. Not always seeing the team that gets that opening kill being able to convert on it, though. And taking down Machina, well, what have you really got on yourself? I mean, Diaz, we need to have a conversation. Could you please come into my office? Close the door.
Diaz, I love you. I've been casting you. I've been casting you since I was a high school graduate.
9 years old.
We didn't. 9 years old. What are we doing? We didn't need to do that. We need to do all that. Hey, we don't always have good ideas. And you know what? Speaking of bad ideas, ooh, Miracle just caught holding that angle. My God, Ask is dominating the office back door. This is always the worry with Ask. Kind of a sleeper player when it comes to like the potential to take over games sometimes. Feels like when he's on one, especially on the defense, he is just this force of nature. And with the DMR in hand, Lenda's not careful. One DMR shot will be more than sufficient to take down the only remaining shield player for Team Liquid. Thankfully on the reaggress, Lenda will take him down. Oh my goodness, Rare trying to get a frag, hops into the Claymore instead. How about a 1v3 for Hornetow? Just looking to bounce back a little bit from these past couple stages, pushing forth, but Liquid have things under control and figured out. Aside from Ask's couple kills, that was around that Liquid seemed to have figured out from beginning to end.
Brilliant play there from Liquid. Did such a good job of not overreacting in the mid portion of the round. It was very clear what the intention was. It was a super straightforward take. Fireplace, library stairs, library itself, of course, Ivy, and then just dipping into piano, but only enough to ensure that the plant can go down. They'd put some really good pieces of utility out there. Nesk's Claymore. I mean, it's a Claymore on bathroom window. It's so straightforward. But how often do you see players allowed to jump out of that window for free? It does happen. So Liquid have set themselves up incredibly well there. And to be honest, they didn't really have too many other options. With Diaz losing his life on Nubalk, they had to try and make something work there. And you kind of got to feel sorry for Ask in some ways because he was able to get a couple of really peachy kills there. And I feel like his team just did a little bit too much. They tried a little bit too hard when they maybe could have just dug in a little bit deeper. But I guess that's the price you pay when you don't bring any significant denial and one of your operators just brings some trip mines that then spawn peaks and dies with straight away, and we didn't really see any of the Inari trip mines doing anything. So a bit of a strange sort of lineup choice, I think, from Black Dragons. And maybe we can say the same at the end of this round as well, because speaking of denial, it is in short supply.
Not just the electric, well, I always do this. Electric claws, yes, and the beat jammers. But not a whole lot of super effective denial aside from those electric claws, and the Maverick can cut through that pretty easily. Machina again going on this round. The desk mentioned that Machina has had a very dramatic and disappointing fall off compared to stage one, who I think a lot of us was one of our most exciting players to watch, and just unfortunately at the moment going through a bit of a rookie slump, as sometimes happens. But if he continues to be a pain point for Black Dragons, Liquid should be able to get a good advantage on the roam consistently if he wants to keep roaming in the way he is. Holding up top for the moment is it's a kitchen dining defense, but always some verticality involved. This defense spread over to mezzanine. And every position in between. Machina back to the site to join Rare. But a bit more of an evenly spread hold from the defense, I will say. While Diaz goes down off the back of that EE1D, oh, Nesk thinking he's got something, but just exposes himself to the site. Maybe not expecting that Machina was in there. Quite unfortunate. So maybe a little bit of extra foresight would have kept Nesk in the round. Now Liquid fighting from behind is one kill not good enough, especially as Rare decides to send Lenda out of the round.
Strange attack from Liquid, really. They've gone super horizontal here, and they've not really had too much of a way in. It's a good refrag from Dafo. But I do worry about their ability to affect onto the site, especially when Rare's hitting drive-bys like that with the SMG-11. I wouldn't put it past him to take Dafo out here as well. Hops over the stairs. Can get himself positioned on short, but that's where the majority of his team has perished. Be very ill-advised to continue to peek that angle. And whereas we saw Liquid set up exceptionally well in round number 1, look at the amount of utility that Dafo is just having to ignore or to continue to deal with. Not going to get past Rare as he was thirsty for his 4th. Might have made a bold run out inside of round 1, but he has more than made up for it there in round 2.
4K, I believe, from Rare that round.
4K.
Well, 80% job from Rare in round 2. It's been a bit of an individual effort from Black Dragon so far, with Ask in the first and now Rare in the second, but as you said, Liquid going very horizontal. I think Nesk finding a gap that unfortunately even might have been there. But if he, I think, gives a bit more respect to the dining angle, aims that way instead of kitchen, maybe he gets that kill and can hop back out. Maybe he gets that kill and then push for more. I think Nesk getting a little tunnel vision on kitchen as a result, just falling. And keeping Black Dragons competitive. And around that scene, they were competitive from, again, beginning to end. Similar to how Liquid were in the first. Basement defense coming up will be more aggression. Seems to be kind of the name of the game so far. Black Dragons on every one of these sites, always making sure they're pushing a little bit out, whether toward mezzanine, or in that case, up in a master admin office. Now on basement, with a vigil in play. Rare clearly feeling confident after that 4K, but not running the boss G. And I guess we'll have to forgive him for that.
Such a waste. If you're feeling confident, you just hit 4 kills, break the boss G out. No one wants to see you hit a shot with a K1A.
Yeah, it's just like, I'm not even a K1A hater. It's just like...
Ask isn't having any of it. He's like, you're playing the K1A? Get out of here. Just watch the cameras. We've got a Valkyrie.
Actually, hold up. That's actually, I think, crazy bad luck. I think Ask was making head holes, and Rare literally walked beneath and got headshot.
That is very unlucky indeed. I think it's an advantage that Liquid will take right now, though. Not that they desperately need a huge advantage in this game. But they'll take anything that they can get. Ooh, Hornetow, you don't know how close you were. You're going to get pinned by 2 here if you're not careful.
He's going to get pushed by 1 to be sure. Oh no, Blackbeard with the diffuser. Can always get a little problematic. Ask gets 1. He's made up for the kill on Dafo. It's still an advantage for Liquid, though, and only Widen with the next 2. Bit of a strange round, all things considered, starting with that TK and Liquid kind of getting a lot for very little. Ask now has to fall back, but Miracle and Ask are about as close to the polar opposite side of the site as you could get. Only if they were up on second floor would it be the complete opposite. He will start creeping back down, make some feet holes to try and win back a kill. Miracle doing the same thing, as you don't really have an option, or don't really have the option to just sit and wait on the site right now. Smoke creeping around the corner. Diaz playing flank watch, checked by Miracle. Ooh, and while he gets the kill, Diaz good for that trade. Now Ask forced to fall back in the 1v3.
Not an easy position for us to be in right now. Liquid, they have a couple of drones. They have a bit of utility that's going to help them here as well. And they also have a lot of time. They do need to be cautious not to squander that time, though. Blender needs to be the tip of the spear right now, gaining that information and that space. Capital Firebolts go in. I think Nesk thinks better of walking down, or Dafo, sorry, thinks better of walking down blue. Ask, honestly, not in a terrible spot. I'm a little bit worried about how this round's going to end, just mainly because it's Liquid. We need to see some good pinch potential coming out here now.
You see the Blackbird keep applying that pressure, but Maya, ooh. Definitely a moment things could get tricky, but Liquid's still generally well coordinated. Even though the IQ goes down, you have 1 attacker coming in through blue to facilitate that pinch. I just think the low ammo count with the TCSG would have done Ask in the end. Liquid convert that round as it's a very tit-for-tat game of Chalet so far. But Liquid coming out the better in rounds 1 and 3. For our next ban phase, before we get into that round, hopefully we don't see a team kill of any kind. Big shock. Blackbeard goes down, as it's been a pretty routine pick by Liquid so far, and Lenda in particular in rounds 1 and 3. And it's double shield ban for both.
Yeah, Blackbeard in the clash. Deimos as well getting. I like the Deimos ban against Liquid. They do run it a hell of a lot.
Don't want Maya with the Vendetta.
No.
Don't give him the Vendetta.
You don't want Nest with it either. Like you can kind of pick, you know.
Don't give Liquid the Vendetta.
So, I just love how the bans change the game so much because Deimos is like in my mind still a relatively new operator. And you think about the amount of operators that are in the game, and then when a new one comes in that's worthy of being banned, it just opens the floodgates on all the old ones that used to be new that now can just be played for free. Liquid have got some great tools at their disposal, and they're going to start to flex that toolkit a little bit here in round 4. We've got the Monty. Not going to be as flexible maybe as the Blackbeard, but could arguably do a better job in certain situations. Daffo going to be playing on Grim as well. And for a Bar Games attack, you need things like a Grim. Maybe even need a Capitao to try and clear that library portion out. If we look at where the attack is mounting its approach, it isn't towards the library side. I'm not sure what it is about Liquid and these sort of horizontal tendencies on the mid floor. It feels like that's what we might be going for again here. There could be a very narrow angle here. Rare is on one today.
Gonna be in a really interesting position. Rare tied with Ask for being, or right next to Ask being some of the top rated players for Black Dragons this stage, clearly showing why that is. Daffo just gets clotheslined. Losing those bees? Liquid aren't exactly long on, I would say, like pressuring utility right now. They got some flashes and 4 sets of nades. If you want to stretch it, you could say the E1Ds, but now it's really the Monty that's going to be the brunt of it, or the bulk of it. And you've got to clear out, you know, a mezzanine shield, no library shield, but you don't have a Flores? You've only got the nades, and that shield's not exactly in an easy position to nade. Liquid not in a good spot.
No, it's going to be even more difficult with the magnets as well. Start looking at actual throwables that we've got, and we've got 1 Ash breaching round, 2 flashes, 2 nades. Not got a ton of burn. Hornetow's still got a magnet in pocket as well. That's before you've even dealt with the laser gates. You can hear Nesk burning a flash on those laser gates now. Fortunately, running Striker, so does have a little bit more. But it's still going to need to be very well placed. And on a round and a site where usually a lot of the fight and control is for Library, with Liquid only approaching this with 50 seconds left, it actually doesn't look great.
Okay, but Maya gets 1. And that's often enough just to bail Liquid out. Lenda can push the second defender back too, so while Mezzanine's cleared, I think Liquid don't get as much as they would have liked. They only get the Warden, they still have 40 seconds to go. Ask still has all 3 smokes. You've got 4 impacts to do a decent bit of chip damage to Lenda. Liquid's still in a really rough spot, and you gotta commend Black Dragons for getting out of there when they did. Losing Machina is kind of an acceptable loss. Liquid struggling to find a way in. Ooh, Ask. Losing a lot of HP. Lenda right in front of him. Black Dragons players starting to go down. But it's only alongside Liquid suffering losses as well. Miracle whiffing a lot of those shots. It's a bit chaotic and hectic, but Black Dragons keeping control of the fights just a bit more often than Liquid are. Neither team able to get a lead of longer than 1 round at a time.
You kind of wonder what would have happened inside of round 3 if Rare didn't die to the team kill links, because so far he has been such a big and influential player in these rounds that we've seen Black Dragons come away with. He's 8-2 right now.
Attackers have located a bomb.
That 2 4Ks?
Well, I mean, mathematically it's the equivalent of 2 4Ks, but...
Because he got a 4K in round 2. He died to a Claymore run out in round 1, and he got team killed in round 3. So yeah, it's 2 4Ks.
Oh my god, he did get another 4K. Jeez. I don't know why. I think it was just so chaotic. I think I just assumed the kills were more evenly distributed that round.
I think there maybe was one that he got down that someone else finished off as well, which sort of confused the kill feed a little bit. But yeah,
perhaps.
2 4Ks.
Well, we can give a lot of credit to Rare for this game so far. At the same time, Liquid haven't exactly looked super convincing, and this game is just, you know, being lost by Black Dragons in spite of Rare putting a great performance. I think Liquid have definitely been a bit slow on these attacks, especially now that the Blackbeard's been banned. The Monty not doing a great job at substituting. I think Liquid like a bit more of that aggressive shield play rather than kind of the slow pressure that's provided by the Monty. And now they fully rotated away from those shields, going to the Ying and the Grim combination. That'll be available to them for the rest of this half. At this site, if you want to, I suppose, kind of throw this second floor roam into Chaos, those are perfectly good bits of utility to use.
Oh. You can hear the bees going out and a nice little hop in there. Ass taking a bit of damage, goes for a Hail Mary C4, but Rare's going to beat him to it.
Only gets one, though. Just the one! As Ask retaking the engagement loses his life. Lenda wrapping around the corner, looking to wield that bailiff to expert effect. But it does a lot less damage than you think. Not like those secondary shotguns. Hornet's able to tank it. Miracle able to push through it. Well, Daffo throws the last of his Candelas. Another C4 goes out in turn, and that momentum gathered by Liquid is now completely evaporated. Most problematically, Diffuser in the hands of Black Dragons. Oh, but he spots the head. Just such a clean little cross by Daffo. Miracle in a 1v2. Some Zoto canisters, perhaps to slow the push. But he's got direct control of that Diffuser. Pushes out, spots the Ying. Easy work with that DMR. Can back up and keep DS Lucas guessing on where he is. Spotted! Down goes Liquid in a clean 2v4 from Black Dragons.
Black Dragons are celebrating like they just won the whole game. It was a really nice clutch in a round that definitely hung in the balance, but there is a lot more work to do here inside of this fixture. Liquid just giving too many 1v1s. They had an advantage for a very brief time, but they just couldn't get a control of Miracle on that top floor. And as you mentioned, the Diffuser falling. I don't know what it is about the kit, about the Diffuser. It always just seems to fall in the worst place. It's like Murphy's Law. Every time.
Yeah, I don't know what it is today. It's been a running theme. Entertaining game so far, though. It's kind of like the NIP game. A lot of individual work at the moment from Black Dragons. What, 2 rare 4Ks, a Miracle, and who was it? Because it wasn't Rare. He went down early. I think Miracle and Hornet, like 2v4.
Yeah. 1v1 for Miracle. We had a big round out. Well, I don't know. Ask hasn't had like a big impact round yet. He's gotten a couple of kills. I know he got a couple in the first round, which just, you know, it didn't net them around, so you can't really count them the same.
Actually, all of Ask's kills have been in the 2 rounds they've lost.
Yeah. That's okay.
We'll give him credit for it.
Oh, he's there for the mental, right?
Big dog.
It's a lot more even on the side of Liquid, though. Only Maya, Shock Horror, creeping ahead. One of the highest rated players in the world at the moment. His impact will be felt throughout the round, or throughout this game, should I say. Whereas you do worry about Black Dragons, is it going to be a bit more of a flash in the pan? Liquid do trail by a round at the moment, though, and on Chalet isn't the best place to be. You're expected to do well on your attacks here, especially with shields and Deimos banned. Not really left with many excuses, but this lineup speaks of an execute. And for that top floor to not be bringing hard breach is a bit of a question mark. You've got to be wondering what exactly they're going to be going for. We've got Nesk on Sens. You've also got the Ying, so you've got 2 really big impact operators there. Provided Hornetau's in the right place and stays alive, by the way, it may be all right. A very cheeky attempt at a run out there from Makwina, easily punished by Maya. as he can continue his rotation up these back blue stairs.
See that Sixth Sense creeping in from Maya as well. Ask waiting for the Dokkaebi to just sprint up headlong. He does so. Neither DMR player able to net that shot. Machina might be down. But in this 4v5, Liquid again starting to stall. They've used a lot of utility. 2 firebolts, a smoke bolt, almost all the ROU projectors. Half the Candela's gone. They only got 1 kill on a guy that ran outside the building. This utility, materially, has not gotten anything as a consequence of its use. Blocking off the bathroom runout is nice and good. We still got Miracle close with a shotgun. You've got Ask who can play the long angle with a DMR. I mean, Miracle just swings, smokes Nesk off that angle. Piano completely retaken. Black Dragons completely in play and locked in. Liquid starting to really lose the plot on their attacks. 3 rounds in a row go to BD, and they win the half.
BD look like they're having a lot of fun with this game as well. That's always a really crucial part of any team's performance, especially when you're in the team house like that and you can bounce off each other. I'd love to spend 5 minutes in there with that sort of energy, because you just know that they are going to be having the best time right now. 4-2 lead at the half. And where Liquid have looked good, kind of feels a bit like a distant memory. Black Dragons have looked very solid. That last round in particular, aside from the run out from Machina, which can be allowed at this stage, with hindsight, you know how the round has finished and you know how safe everybody else is going to play. Sure, give somebody a little bit more freedom and a bit more flexibility to play a little bit more aggressive like that. Black Dragons have put themselves in a very, very good position right now. But let's be honest, they do need it. Still a difficult game ahead, but they have surpassed their typical defender win rate, which is kind of sitting at a dismal 37%. I know it was a stat that was mentioned on the desk a little bit earlier on. They have overperformed on that defense side, and if the numbers are to be believed, their attacks are even better.
Now that Black Dragons have won the half, by the way, I think it's fair to kind of give a little bit of a summation of the current points of the standings. It's kind of a 3-way competition at the moment. Get to how that might change in a second. Between Black Dragons, ENX, and Los. See who could be the most competitive of the 6th place spot. Who might be the champion of the bottom 4 to go against Loud or Liquid for a spot in the playoffs. Black Dragons beat Liquid here, obviously. Black Dragons on 9, tied with Liquid and Loud for 9. That gets really problematic for, well, like, half the teams in the league. Los, who have been looking better, will not have gotten any points from today, and while they've looked competitive, we're still kind of waiting to see it completed. Loud, who are starting to kind of fall down a little bit, and this will be just another moment of Liquid inconsistency if Black Dragons are able to take the lead. So if Black Dragons are able to win today, they might play, you know, W7M in FaZe tomorrow, or in the next couple play days. But a win here makes things a lot more complicated. And if Los beats ENX in a couple days too, well, if either team, I suppose, gets the 3 points in there, again, we're going to have a stage where the next bottom section of the playoff standing is going to be really, really weird. Speaking of really, really weird, I don't know what the play was there.
Nope. I'm a little bit confused as well. It felt like he tried to open the castle barricade and just didn't have the right side of the launcher on. But Dafo was well far away from the concussive effect of any of those stuns, so kind of a freebie, and very telegraphed freebie at that. Black Dragon's definitely stalling out a little bit here at the halfway point. Deimos has been allowed through, as the shields have been banned instead by Liquid. Oh dear, Miracle had the diffuser as well?
No. Was that a misclick?
The diffuser just cold on the floor at the top of double window. Oh dear.
Oh my goodness.
Well, Rare, you've had your moments on the defense. Now's time for the moments on the attack, and he's going to kick things off with a kill onto Maya, but instantly traded.
Can we pick back up, though? Oh, never mind. C4 puts Hornet to 1 and puts Rare in the dirt. Might be tagged low, but with that misplay early on, and now with this 3-way crossfire, all right. All right. I don't know if, yeah, this certainly isn't happening. No, not with round. Hornet on 1 HP and a shotgun around the corner. Another close game again, but that round, I don't even know where you begin with it.
I think it's one to maybe forget as Black Dragons, at least till later, and they can go through the tape and rewind and figure out just exactly what went wrong. I mean, don't get me wrong, not uncommon to attempt a bit of a fast plan on that big window. I mean, it is uncommon, but it's not beyond the realm of possibility, let's say that. But the way that kind of transpired, it didn't look like it was going to be an attempt at a fast plan. I think it was just Miracle trying to make something happen a little bit quicker than usual. But it didn't pan out, did it? And as soon as the diffusers left there, Liquid know that. They can start to chill out a little bit, and they just know that they're playing TDM defense, essentially. There's no plant that is likely ever going to happen, and if it does, then they have messed up monumentally. Leaves the door open, though, for Liquid to narrow Black Dragon's lead by only 1 round now, as they move through onto Kitchen. Still, a defense of that top floor required. Now, Lynx, I do remember a few things. I haven't got quite the level of mind palace that you have for games. However, I distinctly remember Liquid playing a Solus on this very site, on Chalet, and playing for a little bit of denial, and then having a severe lack of holes open to play vertically. Solus indicates a retake. The castle indicates that you want to try and stay upstairs and you're going to be safe in your endeavors to retake. I just hope that Liquid have made sufficient vert on that top floor, because if they haven't, I will be a little bit upset.
And to Ollie's point, by the way, hold on. Wanted to give Nesk the space to get that shot there. To Ollie's point, you might be thinking, okay, well, why the hell are we talking about that? Didn't they win 7-0? Yes, but the round we're talking about was a Maya 1v2. So. Also, the first one was a DS Lucas 3K. So. It's something that Liquid was a genuine problem, but one that they recovered from and mitigated by strong individual performance. So it is good to keep that in mind. As I'm looking at that diamond ceiling right now, and it's looking real solid.
It's looking real complete. Yeah. And if big individual performance is what you're looking for, look toward the side of Black Dragons, because we haven't had it so far on the side of Liquid, which can be a good thing. Don't get me wrong. The desk and we will often praise teams that have a good, well-rounded team performance. W7M got that treatment earlier on today. Nobody straying beyond, you know, the middle of the pack amount of kills. And that can be fine. But when it has been required to pick rounds up in the past on similar bomb sites with similar setups, I think Liquid can count their lucky stars that Black Dragons seem to be just hunting shadows right now. Well, the shadow will be found. They have spent a hell of a long time on a Scopos.
You do lose Maya, though, but they have spent a hell of a long time on a Scopos, and I think that's the headline right here. Only a minute left before they can start looking to getting a plant down. Kind of been a while, by the way, since we've seen a classic dining breach. Diffuser outside of fireplace, so Ask will walk out likely to try and recover it. Feels like he can just see Lenda in that position. Good shot by Nesk. Keeping the delay strong. Honestly, oh my god, what a crazy trade. We're also pushing deep on the top floor, but I think Liquid at this point have just kind of vacated. They've read that the take's mostly horizontal. They've established a lot of long angles. Wow, that is a crazy shot by Rare. And does he have the time to get more? Hornet's only got 1 Candela, but there's some smoke, some flashes. It's gonna be really difficult. It's gonna be tight, but maybe they can just make it work. Rare's been good so far with the SMG-12 on a long angle. Does he have it? They let Hornet get the diffuser down, and Rare gets the cover on the fall-off. The initial engagement doesn't work! Can this man be stopped? Rare can do it all on Chalet, and he's the only one keeping BD in the fight.
That's the third 4K that Rare has had here tonight. incredible. He wasn't even looking the right way for half of that plank going down. And Liquid still let it happen. They're playing Retake Siege. The plant is not meant to work. Well, the plant is meant to work, but they're meant to be able to retake the plant. That's the whole point of playing for a retake.
Right.
Black Dragons in the nick of time.
Okay.
He's 15 and 4 links.
I've not done it. I'm not done it once this stage so far. I'm pulling up the VAR.
Oh, you're pulling up the VAR. I thought you were going to make a funny joke.
No, I'm pulling up the VAR. It's not funny. It's
not funny. Liquid pulled up the VAR in the timeout.
I think if they had pulled up the VAR, they probably would have stood a better chance in that round. I'll tell you that much. But so where I really am curious is about the final 40 seconds of that round. Because up until the final 40 seconds, Daffo is on the top floor. Like, he's there. And then they all fall back to Solar. That's where the castle's playing. You have Lenda inside of the site. But my question is, where the hell is Diaz? That was the guy... No. Because Daffodil's the one Rare kills. So, I have a few questions. One, when Rare takes control of the top floor, he's just walking through all of Office. Just walking through. Nobody's fighting him. Everybody's pulled back.
5 seconds left.
Most of the kills happen on the horizontal. Why did we all fall back? Did we not think mounting a retake would be worthwhile? Castle Solus double retake to reestablish control of the vert? You would have 2v1'd Rare.
The attacker's bomb diffuser has been dropped.
Strange one. Real strange from Liquid. It stunned them into taking their tactical timeout. I think they recognize the balance of this game and where it currently sits. And it isn't just the score that Black Dragons have the advantage in right now. They've got a player that is 15 and 4 that is consistently hitting multi-kills. And so far, I've not seen anyone from Liquid not only be able to stand up to them toe-to-toe in a gunfight, but as a team for them to have a strategy in dealing with it and making sure that that doesn't happen again. One player should not be allowed to be getting multiple kills like that. Trades, trades, trades. Work the number advantage. Just hope that Liquid can steady themselves after that tactical timeout. Swapping. Let's move to bar and games right now. And Liquid choosing a very loose lineup. Not often you're going to get the Alibi and the Mozzie in the same setup. You do wonder if you left yourself wanting for other things. Look toward that deployable shield and think, oh, Wamai might be nice. Mirror can be a great shout. We've only got one C4. Some really good information right now. We might be about to see just how Black Dragons are doing this. As Nesk has been caught out entirely and Makuna is on the chase.
On the chase, but it's a 1v1 against Nesk. Oh, but sees him. Oh, can't quite land the shots! These are why these 1v1s are always so precarious. It seems so simple. It's a Mozzie by himself. But you just see the back, and you don't get a better angle. And playing against Nesk, not only is he the only one positive for Liquid, but it's still Nesk. He's the kind of player who can land shots like that. They get him on the cutoff, though. Reloading. And that makes it worthwhile. Liquid make good on Machina's sacrifice and the damage he put into the Mozzie. But Black Dragon's looking a lot like Liquid right now. What's their way in? What's the win con? Ask has Diffuser in Mudroom. Where is he planting? Where is it going down from there? He's got to cross blue stairs where Maya is still playing. He is locked out of the site if that's where he's pushing. He's got to rotate. Or maybe apply some different pressure. Never mind, he gets the kill. I don't even know from where. But Diaz just hops up, takes down Miracle on the doorway while the other two attackers flood into bar. The fire finally reaches Diaz, take him down. Hornet gets the right kill with only 3 seconds left. Smokes Daffo on the flick. Black Dragons are fired up. We got people standing up and the match ain't even over.
From the way that Black Dragons have been celebrating from the beginning, you can tell just exactly how much work they have put into this. They don't care that this is just a regular game in the stage. This is their grand final here tonight. They have hyped and built themselves up to such a level. I said it before. I'll say it. If they win, I would love to be in that room because it is going to be electric. Sometimes there's something that you can't get out of a stat line. You can't quantify it. It just comes through in the game. It's the energy and the passion of the players. And Black Dragons have got that in spades here tonight. Not only are they winning rounds that they should be winning, not only are they playing better than Liquid, but they're also winning the rounds that they shouldn't be winning. Like, they shouldn't be winning that previous round. There was no time. Final kill comes in red time. It was 2 versus 1. Like, there's a lot of things that are stacked up against them in that situation. Yet still, they are managing to pull it off. And it's brilliant to see.
Bomb located by attackers.
16-5. Just crazy. Just crazy watching this.
10 seconds left.
Even a big round from Hornet. That was a 3K. He got 60% of his kills in that round. Everyone from Black Dragons is getting in on the action.
Attacker's objective is to defuse a
And
bomb.
Liquid struggling for answers on a map where they had Loud's number from jump. From the get-go, they knew the perfect play. Here against Black Dragons, those answers that seemed so easy last time, they can't find the equivalent or the analog here. It's not like Black Dragons are playing perfect. You can clearly see that they won it. They won it more than anything. And it might just be a best of one on Playday 7, but it's a best of one that Black Dragons are not in a position to lose, at least for the next couple rounds. Masturbate in office defense from Team Liquid. Diaz on the vigil. He'll play the site. Just deny some information, I suppose, but it seems as Black Dragons probe for info and probe for where to start. They're all spread out right now, keeping their options open.
I think, you know, you can't even characterize it as a stall now with what Black Dragons have been able to pull off. You've just got to give them the benefit of the doubt that they are setting themselves up. Ask. Look and see if you can punish any aggression. Miracle the same. It's a trademark skill of Liquid to get these outside to in kills on Chalet. It's what the best teams that attack Chalet do. They're able to do it consistently. Maya is in a tough old spot right now, being held from both sides.
Oh.
How the hell does Daffo get away with that one? He didn't take a point of damage.
Oh, but Ask gets Nest trying to jump out. Maya, good for the trade. Definitely take that. Good coordination by the Liquid players. It's not the glass falling, it's that position being removed. Daffo sends it out by Machina. Oh, gets the C4 in the process. Never mind! Some of the shots this game have been criminal, and Daffo doesn't want to stop there. Machina decides to hit the flat Stanley in front of a Vector, and Miracle elects to look the wrong way. Rare has given us 4K after 4K. But he's not giving us a 1v4 in the process. A clean 20 kills. That's the number. That is the one he needs to win this game for Black Dragons at a 7-3 scoreline. But that's the problem with pick and ace. You got no flashes. You've got no smokes. You've got nothing that's going to make this a better advantage. It needs to be on gunplay and timing. Here's one close solar. Somebody far too. Rare might be good, but everyone gets hit by the shotgun just the same at close quarters. Nesk still feeling it. You can see the Liquid Spirit still quite positive, and I think we give them credit for that. They got 2 more rounds to go before overtime.
I think Liquid are breathing a sigh of relief after that round, honestly. Good to see that they're still looking positive, though. As we've mentioned, this has been a very swingy game, and it has swung in the favor of Black Dragons and their individual prowess. The problem that Black Dragons have, potentially, is that due to the nature that has got them to this point, and that being Rare with some incredible performances, Miracle with some of his own, you know, you look at other contribution, Makwina 2 and 10, Hornet 5 and 7. Doesn't take much for a player to get taken out first blood. There's 20% chance that it's going to be you. So you're going to need to try and work around those numbers when the time comes. And because we've had such big individual performances on a couple of different players, it might not take much to dismantle Black Dragons right now for Liquid. And maybe that's something that they're mindful of. I certainly have done it. We've done it in the Ranky stack. It's very different, but it's a similar concept. One player's doing well. Don't worry, guys. One-man team this. Get him, you get the team. Just take Rare out, we'll win the game. No worries. Maybe that's the mindset that Liquid are rocking with right now. They're going to have to continue rocking with it and stay very strong over the course of the next 2 rounds, because they can't afford to make many, if any, mistakes here.
Way to make a mistake on this roam clear. Well, really not that many. As you can see, Liquid aren't, at least for the moment, don't seem to be stationed too heavily off-site, at least based on my vision. We got Nesk up top. No, actually we do. Nesk and Daffodil both up top, but very separate. Giving 1v1s to these players might be the main mistake. It doesn't seem Black Dragons even want to do that. Ness drops down within the first minute, has the hatch open in a mirror window too. He'll likely be here for the rest of the round. While Daffodil kind of creeps back up the top floor. Black Dragon's taking a while early on to figure out a plan of action, and I have to say, a little cause for concern, because there's nothing solid being grasped by Black Dragons at the moment.
We've seen them be quite slow on these attacks so far anyway. So to see them slow here, not uncharacteristic, but it's the way that the rounds have ended that worry me, because how consistently are they going to be able to pull this off? And that's the second time that Nesk has lurked in that position during the start of the round, and the second time that he has come off better despite information against him. Insane flicks from Nesk.
Ooh. Well, Hornet's good on the cutoff. Lenda and Daffo. Black Dragons are just feeding Liquid 1v1s. There's no coordination. There's absolutely zero thought going into these clears. The only thing you have is Hornet, who is holding that hatch for the entire round. Miracle gives a 1v1 to Nesk. Same thing done by Ask and Miracle, respectively. Or same thing done by Ask and Hornet, respectively. Now, Daffo holds the same position. Finally, there's a double swing by Black Dragons. Machina and Rare getting in on that one, but it's in the disadvantage. It's still a 2v3. They don't have Diffuser. They barely got time, whereas Liquid still has 2 toxic canisters to burn the burn time on the clock. Diaz with a C4, ripped, ready to go. Once anybody walks through that single door, we're breaching walls and we're in the red zone. We're not even close to getting a plant. Machina drops in the middle of a hellstorm. I'm not going to call it, but if we're going to get another attack like that, overtime might very well be in our future.
I think the only thing that Black Dragons have got going for them at the minute is the fact that a couple of players have been hot during this game, and they need to try and leverage that before we get into an overtime. Because what we have seen when somebody isn't going crazy is that Black Dragons have got very little structure in the way that they're trying to attack these rounds. If they're not getting someone that's getting multi-kills, and by the way, Liquid, like, it's kind of your fault that you're in this position because you've just fed 1 or 2 players multiple different times. Now, this game could have been done and dusted. But Black Dragons have kept in it based on individual potential, individual performance, and that alone. Now Stundin's taking their tactical timeout, giving Liquid opportunity, by the way, to steady themselves ahead of the most important round of the game. You know something, Lynx?
What?
The tingles never lie. That's all I'm saying.
How am I supposed to take things seriously when you say things like that?
Listen, if you're not a believer, I don't know what to tell you. But this is going to OT.
This is what I mean, man. If you're not a believer, how am I supposed to believe? Like, this is... It's like every SSG stage condensed into a match-by-match basis. It's like, oh my god, they're the greatest team ever. Oh my god, they suck. Oh my god, they're the greatest team ever. Oh my god, they suck. And instead of like a tournament, it's played a 1, 2, 3, and 4.
Look, I don't make the rules. I just call it as I see it.
10 seconds to insertion.
How do you... What do you mean you see it? What do you mean?
The writing's on the wall. We're going to overtime.
There is no wall. Shut up about the wall. Screw the wall.
We could write it on the inside of your eyelids, and then you can just see it when you close your eyes and blink.
Yeah, because that's exactly what I want to see. Liquid when I try to go to sleep. The anxiety will keep me up all night, and I already have enough problem sleeping.
You'll have to learn the Gandalf and sleep with your eyes open.
I will give you this, though. I will give you this. While Liquid remain inconsistent, they are certainly in this matchup. And there is a tingle creeping up my spine. I think the spines of Black Dragons because the cheers have gone quiet and the guns have fallen soft. And as I say that, Lenda down, swinging west main window. Ask misses one of the nades. I think misses the second, too. I don't think that one's getting Lenda. No, it will not. So Kate might actually be able to crawl back into the site. What is Maya doing?
I do worry about Maya occasionally.
Why do you worry about Maya occasionally?
Well, sometimes I just worry that he's underrated. And he's going to get himself a kill and a down. Lender eventually gets finished off. But Maya might be lining himself up for another here.
See, writing's on the wall. Isn't it so easily predictable what's going to happen in these rounds?
Yeah.
How about this? Rare. Oh, no! Rare disrespecting the angle a little bit, getting lax on that upstairs clear, and now Miracle in a 2 versus 3. Ask easily picked back up. And with the ROU projectors can block off some important angles. But Liquid have retaken control of the top floor. They've got 2 C4s to use. Diaz with 1 below and Daffo with 1 above. Nesk also helping the vertical angles. 1 will be spotted on West Main. Miracle going in for the clear. Black Dragons need to time this right. Diaz anticipates it. But Miracle gets that important kill. 55 seconds to work with, by the way.
A long time.
They got time to reset.
It's a really long time. And this site usually goes so well for Liquid. Psych. One thing that they do have going for him, Daffo does have a C4. There's plenty of drones available for Black Dragons now as well, but Nesk has just been caught out.
Ooh.
With how well we saw Miracle and Ask pinch previously, you've got to expect that they're going to be able to do it again here. Ness just needs to play smart. And the rotate up to the top floor might be the right idea. Daffo with a great kill there onto Miracle as he pushes on through. ROU projector, I don't think that's going to save you here, Ask. You've got 15 seconds, no diffuser. And you've got 2 engagements directly opposite one another. Daffo. Doesn't take long for him to find that final kill. And hey, look, we're in overtime.
Has Miracle just repelled into the trophy window?
No, he hopped in, surely. Surely it was a hop in. It can't have been a repel.
I heard that he repelled in.
No, no.
Unless that was a visual glitch, but I heard the sound cue and we saw the repel on his screen and the swing.
Oh my god. I mean, would it have mattered either way? Maybe.
No,
I don't know. Maybe.
I don't necessarily think it would have because like it's a very easy position to watch as a defender. It's just like why?
Valid.
Like why? Why give them the sound cue? Also, like
for the story, so that we go to overtime.
For the story. All right, man. I don't know. I think there were other options too, but at the same time, they were really short on utility. They were short on time. I think maybe throw the ROU projector in front of like the stairs, and then maybe Miracle rotates over and they try to like 2v1 the dining guy and block off the angle to Solar. But there's a lot of time there for Black Dragons to work with. Unfortunate that it does not work out, and unfortunate for them. They're now on the attacking side, the one that they've struggled with so far throughout this series, which again, contradictory to their struggles so far inside of the SAL. It's been the defense has been the worst side. Liquid happy, though. Liquid very happy with that.
It's just reset to 0-0 now, isn't it, as far as Liquid's concerned? Makwina maybe going to get spotted here by Maya. Taking some quick ground, but oh no, Maya's allowed to slip through. This could be disastrous for Rare. Nope, going to be disastrous for Maya. Gets cold feet and just gets caught out a little bit too far. That's one of those trademark Maya roams, by the way, on smoke. When it's good, you're like, oh great, and then when it's bad and that happens, you kind of go, really wish that was the Vigil doing that job instead.
Could be a classic OT switch up. Suddenly Black Dragon's attacks are excellent. Nade caught right in front of Rare's face. Because there is a bit of an important change. The shields have not been a factor on any of their attacks, and in OT it's brought out for what I believe is the first time out of those 6 rounds. Straight into the face of Nesk, who just threw that pre-fire. Catches Rare as I think he either ADS's or the shield gets knocked away. Hornet good for the trade. Losing that Blackbeard, 17-9. I'm not saying it's worth Nesk and Maya, but that's certainly worth Nesk.
It's definitely worth Nesk, isn't it? But I wonder if it exasperates the problems of losing Maya earlier on. Liquid have now got a heck of a lot to do, and they've only got 3 guns to do it with. We do have a C4 on Dafo. There's potentially some yokais out there. We can see one inside a piano, one in library, so Lender still with both yokais. That could be good for something. Plants aren't something that Black Dragons are necessarily known for, but it might be enough if Lender can find the time and the space to stay on those yokais to gather information for the rest of his team. Well, Black Dragons, where they had a lot of time previously and came short, this time they've got less. 40 seconds and start to pressure in on piano, but there's some solid angles being held by Liquid right now.
Solid angles indeed. Dafo put to low HP. Miracle gets him on the cross, but while Diaz drops down and can find that Deimos, it's still an advantage for Black Dragons. With only 20 seconds, are these yokai still up? How much can Diaz accomplish on that long angle? Lenda's good for 1, not the second. It'll be a 1v2 for the Vigil, neither with Diffuser, by the way. And Machina on such low HP, they're waiting for him to peak. Machina will recover. And so can Diaz predict the IQ stuck in this position? No! Walks right in front! It takes so long for Black Dragons. They finally get around on the attack. But it comes at OT where 1 victory is insufficient.
Often happens inside of overtime. Teams have seen defensive setups throughout the course of the half that they usually have a pretty good idea of how to approach it. It isn't the most unusual thing for sides to switch when we get to the overtime in terms of advantage or just general trend of which way the majority of the rounds have been going. You could say that Black Dragons have done the hard part. Because for Liquid, it's been a while since they've attacked. They weren't too hot on it either. Successful at Master Office in round 1. Successful in Snowmobile round 3. We go to the site where they were not successful. Kitchen Dining. Where it did require a fairly hefty contribution from Rare to pull the round off. This was the first of Rare's 4Ks. And a miracle 3K required for round number 5 when we again saw Kitchen and Dining on Black Dragon's first time round at defending. That, of course, ended with the miracle 1 versus 2, so save huge individual performance. Liquid probably aren't feeling too bad about this being the site that they go into, and I think they would have very easily been able to predict that based on the trend of the game so far. It just depends if lightning is going to strike again for Black Dragons and they are going to have that huge individual moment, because without it, as we've mentioned, this game would likely have been done already.
Kind of glad it's not, though. We've had a very, very quick day, and I had a very, very quick day yesterday inside of the NAL, so I'm glad we get 1 OT game. Miracle shooting the drone, able to rotate across Ivy, back to the bulk of the setup on the top floor. As Liquid gonna move slow on this full clear with the Monty up front. And then, of course, the office balcony door, the angle that Daffodil's holding to aid things. But it seems that unless Black Dragons decide to get in their face, likely B, I was going to say a little bit before we get anywhere, but what? Never mind. Barricade immediately breaks open, and Daffodil walking into the office, trying to find some kind of cutoff angle or aggressive line. But now the Monty's caught up. And we're kind of in the same position we were before, except now it's Solar and Piano and Office instead of outside and Master Bedroom and Office. Daffodil loses some HP, but it's Liquid with the first blow. Hornet looking to re-aggress is punished for his insolence. Lendo worried about walking across as the floorboards ripped open in front of him, but he rotates back as the rest of Black Dragons rotates down.
Not a bad situation that Liquid find themselves in here. They haven't got any more C4s to worry about. That much can be said. With Makuna falling, the advantage is greater now. 5 versus 3. And with the Monty, that feels like it just compounds even further. I'm not sure anybody knows about the player laid prone here inside of Trophy. We're now going to see Miracle retreat back to the site, maybe just trying to bait in that overextension from Lender.
That's the recipe for success for Black Dragons right now. Lure that Monty in, separate the shield and the diffuser from the rest of the team. Take him down, and you should be good afterwards. Trying to challenge that Verd. Oh, it doesn't even work out even a little bit. What do you know? Now all of a sudden the attacks have come to play. Black Dragons win 1, but then Liquid win a flawless to push us to all 15.
Anything you can do, I can do better. That is kind of the motto of this game so far. I am thrilled that we have an overtime to finish the day. This is exactly what we need. And it just makes me smile that it's Liquid doing it as well.
I'm happy for you.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying that like I'm not happy. I'm happy for you.
No, I know, because you know that I like that. You know I like them, and I like watching this team play. I like the emotions that it gives me. I just think it's just so satisfying, especially when you see like a really hard fought game like this. Regardless of the result, I'm buzzing. This has been a brilliant game of Siege.
And I think it's fair to
The
address
amount of crazy kills we've seen as well, by the way.
Yeah, no, I
Like,
mean,
sorry to dive in, but that is like some of the stuff we've seen in this game alone tonight has just been next level.
You got to give a lot of credit to, I know you've talked about it before very recently, but you just got to give a lot of credit to Rare for getting Black Dragons to this point, because while Liquid have not looked perfect, that kill count is looking awfully lopsided on Black Dragons. Especially with Machina 5 and 13. We've mentioned the struggles he's had inside of the SAL so far, and that is only going to be compounded after today's game. I think at the moment he's 39 and 60 in KD. It's also, I think, what, 2 and 4 on the entry so far this game. But a rough performance for, again, not the rookie anymore, but still the newest entry to, at least the youngest entry to this roster. They're back on the attack. And if overtime is anything to go off of, this is where Black Dragons or the attack generally have been more successful. Not in regulation, but here when the team's backs are against the wall. A slow start for BD as Liquid put forth a standard bar game shield with some mirror windows. And honestly, my concern, Ollie, I don't know if we have a lot of tools to deal with this lineup.
Yeah, it's just a lineup that you look at and it just, you don't often see it brought together, right? No hard breach is always like a little bit of an alarm bell. We've got 10 openers for Rare, which I guess is fine. Hornet just going to give himself some option of rotating. He's very, very up for challenging the angle. We've not seen Nesk lose many of them today. Nesk's had a really good day, but he has just been burnt.
That's the Mez player too? Your Warden? You still got, I would say, the crux being the shield and the addition of this mirror window. But losing Mezzanine. These positions are going to feel a lot more pressure. But like I said before, We don't have any Ash to, I would say, break those mirror windows. The only explosives we have are the nades between Hornet and Ask. No Flores whatsoever to destroy that shield. Ask instead trying to find a lurk, but he just runs straight into Lenda on fireplace stairs. Breaks in through the garage. Mira finishes him off. Looks like we're going to be in for a hard-fought round 15 as a 4v4, 2 players assaulting this mirror window. Another hopping into Ivy. Black Dragons winning all the fights that they need. Maya good for 1, but it is Hornet coming alive at the tail end of this game. And now he's in a 1v2. Can pick Rare back up. Pick up that diffuser too. You want Rare, who has cooled off, who's had a very isolated performance. 12 kills in 3 rounds, but that leaves 5 spread out over the rest. But at least you both have him now. You've got his smoke bolt, you've got your nade. With only 12 seconds to go, Diaz has utility of his own. Lenda's got an explosive surprise ready the moment you hop in this window. But Hornet with 1 kill. Lenda might just have the time. No more for Rare! At the finish line, Liquid just get a toe across. And if you feel a tingle up your spine, that's faith being restored in Team Liquid.
It feels so fitting to the way that that game has finished. That it was multi-kills that got Black Dragons into that position. Hornet out, gets his own multi-kill in the final round. And yet, unfortunately, it just wasn't enough. A really, really hard-fought game. Massive credit to both Black Dragons and Liquid for that one. I feel like we've been treated. The day has been restored, and it is a good Saturday. Fantastic night of Siege there, and it's always a good one when Liquid pick up that win. But Black Dragons, they stood tall, and they have shown that they have got some scary individuals on that team and some brilliant team play. It just wasn't enough tonight. That's going to do it from Lynx and myself. After the short break, we will be headed to our desk, and there will be a winner's interview. Oh, straight to the desk, don't go anywhere. There will be a winner's interview with Liquid very shortly.
Thank you so much, you two, for all the casting today. And what a game that was. Ollie put it perfectly, I believe. Like, so many close, so many dominant games today. And then we do have that one overtime at the very end. Save the very best for last. And what a game this was. I don't know if I'm still feeling Liquid tingles or if that's just a sensation of like anxiety and both, and like the surprise of this game going overtime and the absolute tension that it brought with that, because I feel like up until maybe 20 seconds left in that game, Jack, we couldn't determine who was going to walk away victorious from it.
Yeah, that was really was a game of just absolute moments all over the shot. Obviously, we're going to talk about big multi-kill rounds and all that stuff, but it really was good. I'll tell you, it was great resilience by Liquid because Black Dragons came out of the blocks hot. They looked like they were controlling the game massively, and then Liquid managed to find a way back. And when it comes down to it, it's all about controlling those individual moments and a late round. Well, it was actually a 2 versus 3. But yeah, Liquid got it done. Lenda got it done. And that was, from a pure FPS perspective, that was one of the best maps I've seen in a long time.
I feel like from a gameplay standpoint, we were watching a game of Chalet that's a little bit off meta, in the sense that the current Chalet is being played in the sense that you're trying to play really aggressive to deny the entry points because you know the map is small. But what we saw most of the time was actually playing towards that late round. You look at most of the rounds that we're seeing is the highlights, and most of the time we're playing towards the denial. Smoke was played almost every single round. You had wall denial, you had clash. You're trying to play towards the late round on both sides to deny execute, and that's why it was giving some incredibly tense moment that only Siege is good for, because wait, look at how many 1v1s we've seen. So look at how many clutches, how many 4Ks, triple kills that we've seen every single round, enabled by the fact that both teams played a defense-sided Chalet that played slow, step by step, layered, and eventually led to the final 20-30 seconds deciding the fate of the round. Look at this, again, like another 1v2, like it just kept on being so close, traded almost every single time. Like, honestly, such a great game to watch. And overall, Liquid takes it, but honestly, I couldn't tell right now who deserves it the most. I would say it was extremely 50-50 between these two teams. And I'm glad the game I was looking forward the most is actually the one that delivers the best, the closest game, I guess.
Yeah, I agree. I think I think Liquid deserve it on the balance. I think obviously they got the job done, but also it was a much more even team performance. You know, BD was very much stacked towards the guy on your screen there, Rare, who, you know, got a lot of quad kills, got a lot of kills to basically force BD, or got them a point, but couldn't quite get them over the line. BD couldn't quite get themselves over the line. I think Liquid had slightly better team play. I will say, this game for me, if I was to introduce somebody to Rainbow Six Esports that wanted high octane, that wanted intense clutches, gameplay, that wanted excitement, I would definitely show them this map because it had everything.
It did. So many different things you could argue for this being such a good game, right? I mean, the many multi-kills you saw from specific players here, the fact that, for example, Rare was so close to dropping against Wendy Bomb, and then these really tense late rounds moment, like you two were discussing, many 1v2s, many 2v2s at the final parts of the round. It just, it was a game that really had us at the edge of our seat for a good reason. And one thing I would like to say as well is the stress that was on this game, maybe on the side of Black Dragons, I think we noticed that too, right? Specifically on the camera of Ask, and all of these players really, when they did something in game, you could see how much it meant to them that they were taking down Liquid. It just felt like it came to a boiling point at some point in this game, Jack, and it just wasn't enough to get it over the line.
Yeah, Leo, certainly, I want to pick your brains on this because there was a lot of energy coming in from Black Dragons, like a lot of energy. Every single round they won, they were celebrating like they had just won the SI final. Like, it really was big on energy. Now, I start to wonder how much that advantage became a detriment in the later rounds when they started letting it slip. And I don't know if you've got any experience with that, Leo.
Yeah, I feel like it's pressure being added onto the matchup, I think for multiple reasons, and clearly you could see that in the late round, because if their main win condition is to play towards that, and either in attack, secure, proper execute, either in defense, deny the execute, the nerves are going to be hitting hard. If your game plan is to be extremely aggressive and win your gunfights early in the round, I don't think it really matters, but when it's in the last 5-10 seconds and you're relying on 2-3 players to communicate well, and everyone is stressed, you're going to hear that in the comms, and that's going to cost you. And I think that there were many reasons why Black Dragons were feeling that way. And there were many reasons why they were excited about this game. First one being that these guys, if you take the cumulative standings right now, are in a position where they could get in relegations. They really need those points, especially against Liquid. Yes, they're fighting for playoffs, but also they're an affiliate team that are dropping the ball right now in terms of performance and desperately need to gain some points. The second story is that the main IGL, Ask, came from Liquid, had a terrible stint there twice, and got dropped despite not thinking he was going to get dropped. So obviously there is always that discussion that he really wanted some kind of revenge, or at least to prove to Liquid that he was a good enough player to play in that team. And so he wanted to prove that his project was the best one. And I think the whole team kind of wanted to step up to help him there. And so for multiple ways, there was multiple stories in that game that made it so important for Black Dragons to win. And that's why I think it was such a banger game as well. Both teams playing, honestly, such a great game of Siege, such great individuals. And honestly, that's one of the games that only SAL can produce.
Yeah, and it's not often that we have the best performing player on the losing team. You know, Rare was having a major performance, and I think Maya is just doing his very best to make sure he stays at the top of this league. I mean, you two mentioned it, the second best rated player so far in this league, Leo, and today showed no different.
Even better, and he's the second best player rated in the world. Wow. So he's right now extremely consistent, and I will say this, probably the only consistent player on Team Liquid is the player that is dropping numbers every single time, double digits every single time, great KOST, and I'm just wondering how much space he's been given in that new roster with the new players, because clearly that player has been stepping up like crazy for Team Liquid the entire stage.
Yeah, and especially when you think of when I think of Maya, certainly I think of big moments and big plays, events, and he made a couple of them again today. And again, just coming back to it, I think Liquid deserved it on the balance of it, because I think more often than not, Liquid did play as a team, and multiple players on Liquid were the ones that were making those big plays.
Yeah, that was a big difference, right? It was way more balanced on the side of Liquid than it really was for the side of Black Dragons. But we get to speak to them as well. We get to speak to Liquid, and in particular, their manager. We're joined by their coach. We're joined by Disease. Now, you're watching this game from the sidelines, right? From behind your players. Please tell us how your heart rate is doing right now after such an incredibly close game.
Probably at 200. Probably just like that, because I was very nervous at the end of the game, like 7-7, and like clutching. It was very tough, but it was good. It's very good.
It's worse being a coach, right? Because you can't affect the game, right? When you're a player and you're playing inside of the server, they can affect it. But when you're a coach, you just stood behind it. You've just got to trust them. How do you think the players managed their energy through that one? Because there was a lot of big plays being made.
Of course, we work on that energy every day, on how to not get like too upset when we lose a round, and how to not get too anxious on like the end round, or not to get too hyped for the next round if you win like a clutch. So we work on that. We have like a psychologist that's called Nachi. She's very good with that. So she's telling us all of these things, and to focus on each round at like the moment. So if you play the round 1 and you win, I don't care. You play the round 2. Just go to the next round, okay?
Yeah.
So basically, that's it. We work on that.
To this, I'm wondering, with the new lineup and the roster change, is that giving more space to Maya to perform? Because he's always been good, honestly, but this stage is just like nothing in comparison to the other ones. He's I don't know if you heard, the second best rated player worldwide out of any league, despite the team results not being like always winning, right? And that, I think, is absolutely crazy for that player. How is he doing in that new role within the roster change?
So Maya is a great player. I always said that, like, since I joined Team Liquid last year. Maya is such like a great player. He knows how to take the gunfights. He's very smart. He plays with the passion, and he knows how to play the strats as well. So he's very like complete. And also with this new roster, we have like a new IGL that it's very different from ESC. So Lenda is a great IGL. He knows how to manage the team like every day, and knows how to tell the players when they miss something or they do something wrong. So basically the main change from the last stage to this stage is that like Maya has like a new IGL, and the IGL, it's fitting so well with him. He knows how to do follow-ups with shields. He knows how to go and do 1v1s and do gunfights. So he's a very good player. He deserves the top 1 in the world, in my opinion.
Sounds amazing. I'm really glad to hear that everything's working out so far with the roster changes and everything that you've done in preparations of the season. Now, talking about what happened last stage, we all know what Liquid managed to do at the very final part of the stage. They managed to pull through and lock in the top 6. You're at a similar position right now where you can do the same thing, as well as locking in the regional finals playoffs. How are you feeling about the last 2 days that you've got coming up?
So tomorrow we have a 9Z. It's not a big deal, I think. They're a good team, not a great team. They end up like losing. I don't even know how many points they have on this stage, and on the first stage combined, I think like less than 10 probably. So I don't think it's gonna be a big deal for us tomorrow. So I'm very confident on that. And for the last play day, we have Furia. I hope that we're gonna have be already classified for the playoffs and the regional finals. But it's gonna be a great game as well. We're gonna win, and we're gonna beat them.
All right, that sounds amazing. Well, I mean, I'm sure your heart rate still hasn't really fully calmed down yet after that game. So we're gonna let you go now to get some rest because you have another game to play tomorrow, like you said, against 9Z. So thank you for your time to season. Have a good rest of your day.
Thank you.
All right, and while we round things off here, as our final game has just concluded, we can have a look, hopefully, at the standings as well to see where that really puts our teams. Because as the series was saying, right, we hope to lock in those playoffs tomorrow. When we're looking at this, there is definitely a possibility to do that. They can create a very big gap to Loud by, I mean, simply getting 2 points. that would mean they can't get overtaken by Loud if Loud were to get 0 points tomorrow. They have to play against Furia, so the chance of that is definitely there. I'm not just making this up. It's definitely possible, but I want to bring it back to the conversation we had earlier, and you were the one who brought this up, Leo. The top in Brazil has definitely changed up a little bit.
100%. I mean, look at this all the way at the top here. I don't want to spend too much time speaking of Furia. They're clearly the dominating team of the entire stage. I think they will do well. What I'm most interested about is NIP and FaZe. Both of them are facing each other, and that's going to be a really big banger, because right now, if NIP wins, then they're putting 3 points leads above FaZe Clan, and for the first time in a really long time, probably in 2 years, FaZe would not be part of the top 2 in Brazil, and that would be a huge shakeup for that team. And then you look at W7M, looking at the way they've played last week with the 7-0, with beating FaZe, with now another victory today. These guys are on a crazy momentum, 3-win streak. They could also overpass FaZe. Team Liquid, Loud, I think looking at this, I think Liquid is pretty much set. They're gonna play NetZ tomorrow. We've said it with Tizis. I don't think it's a big issue for them with the quality that they've shown. So if you take that into account, the real battle that starts for the number 6 in playoff. That starts between Loud, Black Dragons, and Los and ENX, all within 3 points of each other, and that one is going to be very, very interesting.
Yeah, I think so. I think especially when you look at Loud's next 2 games, you know, it's been mentioned a couple of Loud played Furia and then they played NIP. It's not unthinkable that Loud might well lose both of those games. So Loud are currently occupying the playoffs picture, but it looks like they're going to get chased down. Now, tomorrow's fixtures, we're going to see ENX against Loss. Now, if there's a perfect 3-point victory, i.e. no overtime between one of those 2 teams, whoever wins that game likely will overtake Loud if Loud lose their game as well. So that's going to put them under a lot of pressure, and especially if that team is ENX, they then follow that up against Play and 90. So I think for Loud, they're going to be certainly looking over their shoulders, and Black Dragons have the quality, they can make a run, but they do have a couple of difficult games coming up as well.
And everything that we see here tomorrow is so important for these regional finals as well, and your little chance of survival in the league. So let's have a look at those games. And I mean, you two have already perfectly mentioned all the games that we have tomorrow, but just to show it up on our screens and see really what we're looking at. I mean, I think I have to agree that the FaZe NIP game has to be our game of the day, because you two mentioned that one is so important in regards to getting top 2. Why is top 2 so important? You get that by going into playoffs. You are then all of a sudden 1 game closer to making it to the Munich Major. So that is going to be huge. Will we really see a shift in the top 2 inside of the SAL, or will it go back to the old and the usual? But in general, I think, Jack, there's just so much to look forward to, and I also hope that we'll get a bit of a closer day than what we had today.
Yeah, it is an absolute crazy parallel universe that, like, on paper there is the game of the day, FaZe versus NIP. But the one that I am genuinely really looking forward to watching tomorrow now, because of how this league table is shaping up, is ENX against Loss.
Yeah.
Because, like, whoever wins it is going to put themselves in prime picture to take that playoff spot away from Loud.
That game is going to be so important, man, because it's 2 teams that are so close to each other right now in the standings, but also not only for this stage, but for the global standings as well. It's 2 teams that are trying to avoid relegations. For everything it matters, for the playoffs, for Munich, for the SAL finals, and for the relegations. For 3 different reasons, that match is super important between these 2 teams. Also 2 teams that have showed some promises but have been way too inconsistent to beat the big ones of Brazil's. Now is the moment to perform against teams that are in the same range, and it's gonna be a banger game. The worst thing that can happen is that there is no regulation win, they go to overtime and they cancel each other points, which will make Loud or Black Dragons really happy.
There's one more thing that we have to do before we can really close out today. A team that's going to play in that big game tomorrow that we have, our match of the day, have already shown us something amazing today. Of course, our competitor play of the day has to go to Cyber with that ace in the final round to close out that game. Absolutely incredible, and I feel like we've discussed Cyber in his role so much, where, you know, he's gone to a bit more of a flex kind of role. So playing on the Maverick for him right now, making use of these kill holes as he made them for himself, just an incredibly scary player, and I guess with the most respect, Leo, despite his age.
Yeah, I'm like, obviously, despite his age, come on, he's got my age.
You were the one to say that he was getting older. It wasn't me. I'm just reusing your words here.
I believe we're born the same year because I think we started our pro career at the same time. So he's definitely very young. Okay.
How many more titles does he have than you?
How many more tournaments? Okay,
a few more tournaments, a few more titles as well, Leo.
Way more titles and tournaments, but
Sorry.
still
That
50
wasn't asked
times
for. Sorry,
yours.
Leo.
So we'll be fine. Looking at this, honestly, looking at this ace, I am obviously very surprised by the quality of the gameplay. Not surprised by the quality of the gameplay, but the kills. But most importantly, surprised by how many free picks he's getting, because Lost keeps picking him 1v1 and keeps giving him gunfights for no reasons. No one is ready to take a gunfight. Look at this. He barely had to fight someone that was shooting back. That's just, it highlights again the problems that I saw in Lost gameplay, by the way. Like, one guy walking in IT cannot get 5 kills on that bomb site. IT is literally next to the bomb site. You should be aware of that.
Yeah, we're setting up crossfires on that position as well. There's not a cat in hell's chance that realistically that ever should have happened. But I feel like you always say that whenever it's an ace. And just on Cyber, the longevity he's had and the flexibility that he's shown for this team is it really is something special. And he's a top player and has been for an incredibly long amount of time. He's probably not in the conversations enough, to be honest, in terms of when you think about some of the pros that have been around for a long time.
I agree. I mean, definitely a player that we have to keep in the back of our minds, who's always been so consistent and has been with this roster for so long. Now, I know the two of you are going to watch these games from behind the curtains, I guess, tomorrow. That's how we say it in the Netherlands, at least. You're going to watch it from like the sides of the stage instead of on the stage. Especially for you, Leo. I imagine that after the comment I just made, so sorry once again. You don't want to work with me again tomorrow. So totally understand that. YouTube won't be here. We'll have a surprise guest on the desk as well. Someone who's so passionate about the SAL. They just can't seem to leave us alone. We'll leave you with that hint for tomorrow. We'll have some good games hopefully to look forward to. There's also some more APAC, I believe, APL tomorrow, somewhere before our start of the SAL. So plenty of seats to keep you entertained and to get your packs drops grind going on. So thank you so much for watching, and we hope to see you again, same place, same time tomorrow.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
Bye.